All right, everybody. It says that I'm live. I should be here. So I can hear next door. Well, there's a cat also in the room. What's interesting about cats? They have a sixth sense for what is the optimal moment to ruin something. Because this cat, she's old and she's deaf, and she has been lying here completely asleep or disinterested in what's been going on around her for the last several hours. But as soon as I sit down and as soon as I click live, like I was doing stuff on the computer, she wasn't saying anything. I was talking to somebody next to me, she was asleep, and then it's as soon as I click live and we start, then it's like she's reanimated and she's up, and now she's probably about 5 seconds away from coming over here and ruining this live stream. So if she does, I will show you. I will let her say hi to you. All right. So let me know if, yeah, Lisa, you said my dog does the same thing. Yeah, they have a sixth sense. But cats, I think dogs at least would like to be more accommodating. They're just on meth all the time, right? So they just can't control themselves generally. That's the impression that I get. But cats, I think it's like more deliberate. It's more like I think of cats the way that if any of you like Star Trek, like the Romulans, right? I kind of feel like if cats kept evolving, and they got to like humanoid status, then they would be very Romulan like. Well, if you don't watch Star Trek, that probably doesn't mean anything to you. Hey Scott, what's up? You said cats are time traveling spies from the future. Well, I'll buy that. I'll take that. They do seem at times to know a lot more than they're letting on. They're very manipulative creatures. Yes, we're talking about you. Scott has a really cool show where he gets into a lot of different things. Okay, so I'm going to put it on mute because I don't want her screaming into the microphone, driving everyone crazy. So I'm going to mute for a second and she can say hi. Okay, so I'm going to have to put her out. I will be right back. All right, I was wondering why the sound was bad, and then I realized I hadn't plugged in my headphones. That's probably why. Okay, so I am having a little mini allergy attack. So hopefully, I think I've got all the sneezing out of my system, but I was sneezing really, really a lot earlier, and so I have some tissue here. But hopefully that's out of the way. Sometimes I will have days where I wake up and my cat, the same cat, it turns out, has been sleeping next to my face all night, or if I was taking a nap or something like that. And then I know that if that happens, then it's like, oh shit, I'm going to have really bad allergies all day today. So anyway, okay. Hi everybody. This is going to be a long live stream. So I'm going to pace myself, and the attitude that I have is that just going to see where it goes. I did come up with a long list of topics. If you saw my post on Twitter or on Instagram or on Patreon, I came up with a long list of topics. And so the idea being that I feel like in live streams, one of the things that kind of freaks me out about live streaming and why I don't do it more is because I get this anxiety about what am I going to talk about. And it's like generally, topics will just present themselves. But I was like, this time I'm going to have a list, and that way too, people will know when they're joining the stream what they can expect. So we'll go off topic some. I'll look at your comments and incorporate those, of course. But generally speaking, I'm gonna try to get through at least some of the list. And what else? I'm trying to think of housekeeping matters. So this shirt, you may wonder if you watch my videos, why am I always wearing this shirt? What's funny is this is this is someone whose work I want to promote. He's not paying me or anything. He did give me this free shirt because I begged him to. But Zach Schiffer, he's an artist, a graphic artist. He has a company called Augury. You can look it up. I'm going to just put, these things are sometimes hard to spell, but the name of the company is Augury, and they do t-shirts and other things. And so this is an example of one of the shirts. And I really, I really like his work, and so I begged him to send me a couple of free shirts, and I said, "If you do, I will promote your stuff online." And so, of course, he sent me the shirts, and I wear them a lot, but I always forget to promote it. So it's completely idiotic. Like I've probably made like 6 or 7 videos where I'm wearing this shirt because my intent is to promote it, and then, of course, I forget, what I'm supposed to be doing, and then the whole episode or the stream or video is gone, and I haven't promoted the shirt. So this time I wanted to promote it at the beginning. So that's Zach Schiffer, and his company is called Augury. And this shirt, and he warned me, by the way, when he sent me this shirt. Zach, if you're on the stream, say hi, but I don't expect he is. But when he sent me this shirt, he warned me that it needed to be handled very carefully in terms of, I don't even remember the instructions. It couldn't be dried with something or dried on heat, or I don't know. And I completely disregarded all those instructions. This thing has been washed in probably the worst conditions imaginable, washing it with my towels on high heat, and like, whatever you're not supposed to do, I've probably been doing it to this shirt. And so I just want to say for everybody, and to Zach, I've noticed zero wear and tear on this shirt, and I've worn it many times, and I've done all those things you said I wasn't supposed to do with it. So I think that's a testimony to how good the shirts are. Yeah, Zach is really cool. I did interview him, and thank you for bringing that up, a couple of you in the chat. I did. So he and I don't want Marilyn Manson to take over this whole thing, because I wanted to get to a lot of other topics. I've got some Manson videos coming out. I've got one more. I'm really late on, but I've got one more with Vanessa, who was on the set of Heart-Shaped Glasses, and that'll be out very soon. And then Pola Weiss, she actually talked to me about not only her time dating Manson, but also she talked to me about the extensive interview that she had with Los Angeles Sheriff's Department detective, one of the main guys who was looking into this Manson thing before they closed the case and sent the file over to the DA, who's now just sitting on it for political reasons. Anyway, she talked to him for a long time. He interviewed her. She was one of the main people that he interviewed. And in fact, he contacted me to get her information. That was the main reason why he had contacted me way back, when. So anyway, she talked about the whole interview and what was said and everything, which she can do now, and there's no issues. So anyway, that's coming out soon on my channel. But Zach, the guy who did this shirt, the designer, he was present. So he went on tour, the same tour that Marilyn Manson and Evan Rachel Wood were on, whenever that was, 2008 or whatever. I'm always getting the dates mixed up. I'm not good with dates, but he was there, and he was at multiple shows. He was backstage. He was in a very small group with them. He was around them a lot, when they were, drunk and tired at the end of the show, and all kinds of situations. And he did not, in our interview, he was not trying to attest to things that he had not seen. But what he did want to say is that it seemed like when he was in those situations with them, that their dynamic seemed to be the opposite of what Evan Rachel Wood has been presenting. And of course, I know that's not anywhere near conclusive evidence, right? He doesn't claim to have been with them most of the time, right? Or whatever. But it was just interesting feedback, right? So anyway, he did this, augury.com, check them out. Interesting stuff, reasonably priced. Okay, so I want to say a couple of other things. This live stream is going to be, I'm going to try to go for a long one. And just because, like, I haven't done one in a while, and you might remember we were supposed to do, or I had said that some of us were going to do a Marilyn Manson, like, 7-day marathon. And we were really going to do that. Like, we were talking to people, lining up people to come in and take over at various times. Like, it wasn't going to be me going for 7 days straight, right? But what became pretty clear, well, there's two things that happened. First of all, when we had planned to do this, or when we first started talking about it and promoting it, between that and now, what happened was Ashley Morgan Smithline recanted, in dramatic fashion, right? She recanted her story against Manson, and that really changed, I think, a lot of stuff in terms of some public perception. It also brought this case back into the news. And so, one of the reasons why I wanted to do that 7-day Marilyn Manson thing was almost as a kind of a stunt, to get attention, because I felt like the story was just kind of dead. And I thought, what's the harm? We'll do this stunt, and maybe somebody will say, oh, wow, they're on this thing 7 days. Maybe somebody will talk about it or think it's interesting. I don't know, or create a little buzz on the internet. But it just didn't feel necessary after the Smithline stuff and the aftermath. I mean, I definitely think the Marilyn Manson thing needs a lot more public exposure, but there are people, now like Candace Owens and so forth, who are tracking it, and it is getting more attention. So it just didn't seem necessary. And the other thing was, it became pretty clear that even with people being willing, like other YouTubers and stuff being willing to take some shifts, that it was still going to primarily fall on me to kind of keep this thing going for 7 days. And I was just like, okay, I'm gonna be really like tired and, psychologically strung out, not strung out on drugs, but psychologically strung out. And I don't know. It didn't seem like the benefit or the payoff in any way was going to merit all the work that it was gonna be. But what I do want to start doing is more live streams and having more people on. And I've had like some guests already, like Jenna, the BDSM expert that I talked to on a past live stream, and we talked to a lot of other people. So anyway, that's what's going on with that. Let me see. Comments. Anybody? Anything stand out? Why did I delete Twiggy's poll? Oh, Twiggy's poll. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm staying the away from that. And it has nothing to do with Twiggy or Manson, but I'm staying the away from that for reasons that if you have been on Twitter, you may know. Okay. So, yeah, and if people are gonna, let me just say at the outset, I don't have a moderator. I'm trying to do that sort of in a spirit of libertarianism. And so, but if some people are gonna try to talk to turn this into a big controversial thing about Twiggy, like I don't even want to get into it. I'm not going to get into it. And the reasons for that, if people have been following me on Twitter, they understand. So that will get you, I'm going to let you rant for a little while or talk or raise questions, but that will get you kicked out because it's just going to clog up the whole stream. And, yeah. So, so I did want to talk about just kind of a couple of things in terms of my philosophy for where I'm going to be going with my channel, and then we'll jump into the topics. The Marilyn Manson stuff is going to continue for a long time. And I hope that we don't get to the year 2030 and I'm still sitting here talking about the Marilyn Manson thing, except, hopefully in the past tense. But the Marilyn Manson thing is going to go on a long time. And I'm more positive. I'm very positive about the eventual outcome. And I think like the Ashley Morgan Smithline thing, I think that that gave him a lot of positive PR and kind of changed a number of people's minds. And there's going to be more stuff that's coming out. And of course, when we do finally get to the trial, the civil suit, Evan Rachel Wood and Elma Gore and all of that, there'll be a lot that is exposed. So I am optimistic ultimately about Manson being uncanceled. And I'm actually optimistic that in a way, this cancellation is giving him in sort of a Machiavellian sense, it is giving him a way to be relevant again. You might say, well, what kind of relevance is that? People accusing him of SA and R and things like that. I'm going to try not to say these words, so maybe I don't get in quite as much trouble with YouTube. But people may say, well, what kind of, that's not great PR. Well, I understand that, but the narrative is changing and it's going to continue to change. And he will eventually be seen as, I think, as a kind of a Johnny Depp figure. No, not exactly the same as Depp, but in the sense that he is the target of a major Me Too hoax. And I think that it says a lot about society and about the media and all kinds of things. So it's like he's culturally relevant again. And I'm sure that, that's small consolation to him. I'm sure, it's not like, yay, I'm so glad I got canceled and have gone through all this bullshit because I'm culturally relevant. But I'm just saying that the natural path of a rock star like him was just sort of fade into obscurity. And now, like, he's like back and he's in the thick of it in terms of what's in. I hate to put it that way, but that's how it is. And so what I'm hoping that, though, is that this will also give him the opportunity, and this is just me just speaking as myself, and this is not, any conversations I've had with anyone or anything, but I hope that this will give him the opportunity to have some room now to maybe recreate or evolve as an artist, recreate himself or evolve as an artist. And that is not me slamming his artistic work of the past decades or anything like that, or saying, finally he's going to move on from, all that juvenile satanic shit or, whatever, right? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it seems like all artists evolve. And I wonder if someone like him, who in a number of people's minds was almost kind of a caricature, I just wonder if there was a kind of I wonder if he ever kind of felt, and this is just me speculating, but I wonder if he ever kind of felt trapped in a way artistically, and maybe not. I'm not a Manson fan, and so I've not followed his career evolution or whatever. So I'm sure we could get some Manson fans on here who would say, like, you completely misunderstand the trajectory of his work and blah, 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 blah. I'm just telling you, though, something like this being canceled, and then the aftermath of that, and then and then the public realizing what's happened and getting new media attention and public sympathy and all that, it does also, that kind of event also creates, I think, a kind of a space for one to do something different or evolve or whatever, right? I don't know. But anyway, you don't need to hear me wax lyrical about Manson's trajectory. It sounds kind of strange, I guess. But I do think about these things, because I spend a lot of time looking at this Manson stuff, and I don't just look at certain aspects of it, like just the Me Too aspect or the media aspect or the legal stuff or the facts or whatever. Or did this happen or did it not? But like also like, who is this man? What's going on? What is the significance of this? What is the sociocultural significance of this? And so maybe that's just the old English professor in me, but that's how I think about things. All right. Third Eye Evolve. I'm totally butchering your name, as I always do, but I always appreciate your support, and thank you for that $2. This brings up another topic. I did put, so in the description beneath this video, and I guess I'll add it to a comment as well, I did put my PayPal and Patreon in there, and there's something that I'm, in terms of the super chats and everything, there's something that I'm sort of torn about, because I'm torn about whether or not to draw your attention to the fact that YouTube takes a tremendous amount of your money when you super chat me. I've had other YouTubers say, don't tell them that, because they're not going to give you a PayPal tip or whatever. They're just going to not spend that money. And I'm like, well, I think they're spending the super chat money so that it'll draw attention to it. Yes, they're donating to me, but also it'll draw attention to like their name on the screen, and I'll read their chat, or it's like a communal thing, which is something that I didn't used to understand, by the way. I used to think, what is up with people spending all this money on these super chats? But since I've started live streaming and participating more in live streams, like I get there's a whole like sort of like communal thing going on and whatever. And of course, I always appreciate the donations. I really do. But I put the PayPal link down there because for some people, the super chat aspect might be less important, and it may be more important to them to know that YouTube's not taking, a more than insignificant amount of their money. Anyway, I put those links down there. It's up to you. One thing that I am going to do is I'm going to, as I'm doing this throughout the night, I'm going to check my PayPal my PayPal link. And if you want to send like a super chat type message, and you want me to read it aloud, I won't say your full name. Unless you want me to. I did get in a little trouble last time for doing that. Someone rightly called to my attention that I was outing people and their full names. Hey, Tim, Johnson or whatever. Thanks for the PayPal donation. But if you have a message, you want to type it in, and you want to use the PayPal links below, you can. I'm very appreciative of the super chats though, so don't let me deter anybody. This gives me a chance to say one more thing before we get into the topics. I wish there were a real credible alternative to YouTube. I know people talk about Rumble. I know people talk about locals and whatever. But like, there's not really. I mean, the exposure that your videos, like if I went to Rumble right now, first of all, it's going to take me a lot of time to build up what I built up at YouTube. But if I get onto Rumble, like there just are not going to be nearly as many people there. Like YouTube is still like the go-to for this, and of course podcast as well. And that's one thing that I'm looking into doing, and is getting my work up in a podcast. But I really hate YouTube, because not only because of the amount of money they don't, they take a significant amount of money from everything, from all revenue streams. So it's the advertisements too, like it's everything. And no, not a majority, or but a significant amount. That having been said, I appreciate the $100. So let's see, how much of this 100 is going to YouTube? No, we're not gonna talk about that. This I know. I don't want to out him, but my YouTube friend who told me that I should not be talking about this stuff. If he's on the stream, he's probably just shaking his head. But anyway, Geos Lion 74, thank you for that. Shout out from across the Red River. Just wanted to say I love your content. Would you ever consider backing live streams on Odyssey or Rumble? Okay, so like, yeah, interesting. Just brought this up. I would, and I need to get on Rumble. My issue is just that I still don't feel like it's a really like credible or adequately evolved answer to YouTube. But thank you so much. Gina, $5. I don't want to get banned, but please don't let whoever is bullying you not to cover Twiggy's Manson too. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to say on that, and Gina, I don't mind you bringing it up, right? There's just a lot going on behind the scenes that does not involve Twiggy or whatever, Jordy. I've never talked to this person. I have not investigated that situation or whatever, but there are just things that not everyone may be aware of, and I don't want to draw attention to. But there's complicated stuff, and so I'm just like not going there. And so it's not. I have no judgment about what did or did not happen regarding him or that situation or whatever. I realize that there are some people who are extremely angry with me, and I guess it'll have to play itself out, you know. So I don't know, but anyway, thank you. But I hear your sentiment. Here's the thing, and this gets into the last thing actually I wanted to talk about. But well, before we get into everything, every time I want to talk about something, whether I want to do a video on it or I bring it up on Twitter or I want to put it in the live stream, I have people who either publicly or privately get very disturbed and will message me and give and tell me some form of, if you talk about this, I'm out of here. I get that like every topic that I do. Now, some things are more controversial than others. So I'm about to start talking about Nexium in a minute. And that thing, like, I have actually looked into that a lot. I've done a lot of research behind the scenes, and I have a very complicated view of all that. And that is not a view that is pro Keith Raniere or that looks, you know, favorably on Keith Raniere or Nexium, but I do have a very complicated view on all of that. And anytime that I've even come close to getting near that, I have people freaking out and hyperventilating, not most of you or whatever, but I have people freaking out and hyperventilating and telling me that if I get into that, or if I don't say what they want me to say about him, then they're out of here. And I understand that's normal. There are going to be people that get upset, pissed off, or disturbed about every single thing that I talk about, because they do. You know, I'm always getting messages about everything. People didn't want me to cover the Manson stuff. I've talked about this before. Hold on one second. So let's say hi to Googie Grant or Gucci. I don't know. But thank you for the 20. You said YouTube keeps track of what I'm spending. A couple of years ago, they keep track of what you're spending. A couple of years ago, I kept getting fished regarding my PayPal account when I didn't have one. Finally, I'm old and set in my ways. Keep up the fine work that you do. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's kind of scary to think about like how much all these tech companies are keeping track of and able to see about like our preferences and what we donate to, and keeping logs of that and everything. Talk about anything you want. Well, thank you. I'm just trying to explain, since for me the live stream is a more casual thing where I can really tell you like what my thought processes are. The videos that I put out, I like for them to be more polished, and so you don't get as much behind the scenes. So when I tell you this stuff, it's not like me pouring my heart out, complaining like, woe is me, this is so bad or whatever. No, I'm just explaining like psychologically what are some of the considerations or the hurdles that I'm facing or dealing with when I'm trying to put out this content. So the Nexium thing, a very complicated view on that. And so that's something that I find interesting. I've looked into, I've talked to people behind the scenes, you know, and I had Nikki Klein on my show. I offered to have opponents of Nexium or those who are more critical on my show. I tried to contact some people. I did speak with one person, not one of the main people in all of that, but someone who was anti-Keith, anti-Nexium, had some experiences that they wanted to share with me, and I talked to that person and so forth. So I really feel like I've been trying with that. But before I get into that, my whole point is to say that even like with the Manson stuff, when I first started my channel and I was doing Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, when the Manson thing happened, when all those allegations came out, I had people telling me, don't look into this. This is going to, you're just starting a channel. This is going to ruin your credibility. So it's like, and the trans thing, I put in the Twitter description for this video that I was, one of the topics that I would talk about was the trans debate. And, I had people, nicely, but people saying I would stay away from that. So I think that I've been thinking about this. And I guess here's what I'm trying to say to you and to myself and to everyone, that I cannot just remain focused on Marilyn Manson stuff, obviously. And I think everyone, including Marilyn Manson, would understand that. I can't just stay focused on that. And it's going to be a long trip. And, so years still, I think, unfortunately, or at least a year, probably more. That's still a long trip. And so I honestly need and want to cover other topics. And because I guess I'm just inclined psychologically toward things that are more controversial. And I don't know, maybe that would be an interesting thing one day to ask a therapist about, why am I drawn to controversy or contrarianism or whatever? I mean, I think I know why that is actually, but I'll talk about that in a little while. I'm inevitably going to get into topics that are going to turn people off and they're going to, or freak people out or whatever. And also in my effort to work through things, like there are things like with the Nexium where I really don't know totally how I feel about it. I'm not saying that Keith Raniere is great or that he didn't deserve jail time or that there wasn't shady shit going on or whatever. I'm saying though that like after like really trying to immerse myself in it, like the whole thing makes my head hurt, which is one of the reasons why I haven't covered it on my channel, even though I've read a lot about it, I've talked to people and whatever, is like, it makes my fucking head hurt. That having been said, some big things just happened, so I want to talk about them. But anyway, so I guess my overall, what I'm trying to say is that philosophically, I have decided that I am not going to be as timid as perhaps I have been. And you might say timid. You're saying that what we've been seeing for the last 2 years is you being timid. Well, yes, I'm not going to be as timid as I have been about getting into things when I know that those things are going to lose me, subscribers and patrons and all that, because when people get pissed, they like to hurt you. And again, I'm not saying this in like a victimization way. I'm just saying that when you say something that people don't like politically, or in the case of, like a legal case or whatever, they don't like, they have this, even if it doesn't last very long, they have this impulse. I guess we all do have this impulse to like make you feel the pain for that. And so the way people express that is they'll send me these messages saying, I've been watching you for 2 years and this is just outrageous. I'm leaving. And then, they delete their Patreon account or they leave or whatever, right? Stuff like that. That stuff used to bother me, or it used to dictate some of my behavior. And I've just decided that I just cannot continue going on with that. So things will have to be what they will, and people will have to be upset. But I don't know. It was getting to the point where I was starting to feel like I was almost becoming kind of, I felt like the YouTube was getting to where it wasn't fun anymore because I was worrying so much about like setting people off. So anyway, I'm just not going to. And that doesn't mean, that I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want to. Like, that's the thing about human expression and communication, is that there are these guardrails, right? And on the one hand, you can go too far one way with repression, people having to watch what they're saying and they can't express opinions or they can't investigate things or raise topics. And then on the other hand, of course, we know that just practically speaking, you just can't go around like screaming all the time, or saying all the time everything that's on your mind, right? Like you can't, for various reasons, or you shouldn't. So that is always a big question that I think everybody faces in YouTubers as well. But I'm just determined that I'm going to start. I'm going to be more less fearful about getting into topics that are not Manson oriented, because the Marilyn Manson stuff is like, that's my big thing, and it will continue to be my big thing until that situation is resolved. But in the meantime, I do need to look at some other stuff and keep it interesting for you all. Okay, so let me see. Catch up on comments here before I move on. And I do appreciate, as I'm skimming these comments, I do see everyone. So even the people who don't super chat, I'm seeing your comments. Hey, Paul, what's up? You said, even though YouTube takes a lot of our tip, it still gives us a chance to say virtual hello to you, which is nice. And I really appreciate that. And so in a little while, I'm actually going to show you or talk about something related to Paul, because he's a novelist, and he wrote this really good book. I actually read the book, and so anyway, I'm gonna talk about that in a little bit. But AJ, oh, I just saw your comment. You said maybe you were a cat in a past. You mean because of the contrarian? I like that. AJ has a lot of cats, and he knows that I have a number of cats too. I'm a cat person. I had a cat run away a couple of months ago, but it came back. It came back after a month and a half, almost 2 months, being who knows where, and it did look a lot thinner, you know. So it is definitely a long, hard road out of hell. But the cat is back, and it's getting fat again. So I guess things are good. But yeah, maybe that's why I'm a contrarian. It's not like, though, I want to make something clear. It's not like, and I've been accused of this before, you know, by some of my haters, but it's not like I look at what everyone is thinking and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to think the opposite. And I do talk on my show about like all of the men who I think are guilty of Me Too type infractions and whatever. But, and again, you know, I don't think you're ever going to see me singing the praises of Keith Raniere, and I've resolved in my mind that he did deserve some jail time. The life sentence is where it starts to get complicated for me. But again, talk about that one more minute. Strange history with Scott Cardinal. Hey, Scott, again, you say you may enjoy this video after school audience capture, how influencers become brainwashed, by their audiences. I do like that. Send that to me on, if you don't mind, on a Twitter DM too, because I might not remember it here or whatever. All right, so all of that having been said, I just got, AJ, you just sent me, can I say that you just sent me $100? Thank you on PayPal. And you said, howdy, Kristen, however you want to spend it, enjoy it. Oh, take care, AJ. I thought you were going to say something really profound there. It was like, I need like $100 level profundity, AJ. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much. He's a big supporter, a really big supporter of mine. I appreciate it. All right, so okay, so all that having been said, let me talk about the most controversial thing I have ever talked about on my show. This has gotten people more freaked out than anything I have talked about. So let me tell you about, and this may take a while. So if you find this boring, if you find the Nexium stuff boring, you can step away for like 5 hours. No, I'm kidding. Maybe 30 minutes. Because I do look, one of the reasons why I've avoided talking about this on my show, even though I've been actually doing a lot of reading and stuff behind the scenes, is because it does make my head hurt, and it is so easy for people to understand and misinterpret. And I just realized that by even talking about this in the conflicted manner in which I'm going to talk about it, that it's going to send the message to my haters that I'm supporting Keith Raniere, and I'm not. But going to move forward and tell you, I guess what I'm saying is, in order to make all of this maybe make a little more sense to those of you who are open-minded about where I'm coming from, not necessarily about Keith, but where I'm coming from, maybe it'll make more sense to tell you my evolution on this. So let me talk about that. Any more DMs? No. Okay. All right. So sometime in the summer, well, okay, let me back up. Let's back up several years. So when this, and I'm going to call it a cult, and I know that comes with a ton of baggage. And by the way, basically all religions started as cults, okay? But I'm going to refer to it as a cult, even though I know that the members of Nexium, and those who are still loyal or whatever, they dispute that. But for shorthand, that's what I'm going to call it. That is at least the way it is perceived, okay? So I first heard about the Nexium cult several years ago when this story broke, and I was not really paying much attention to the news at that point in my life because I had some things going on in my life. I don't even remember now, but super busy. You know how you just kind of like ebb and flow with news watching or being attentive to the news. And so there have been times in my life when a ton of stuff's been going on in my life, or some tragedy or whatever, and I just completely sort of, I'll hear some things, or every now and then I'll see something, online or whatever, but I'm just kind of dropped out. So it was kind of during that period. And so I wasn't paying really close attention, but I remember seeing in the news, in the media, that members of this cult, Nexium, had been arrested, and that they were being tried for, and then of course, all of them ended up making deals except for for Keith Raniere, the leader. But they were charged with various things, and some of them seemingly more serious than others, and Raniere as well. And I remember, thinking when I heard the charges, I was like, oh, okay, those charges are serious, and I'll talk about it in a minute. Those charges are serious. They that sounds bad. But then I also remember, I think there was an interview perhaps that I saw with someone, I don't remember who it is, but maybe someone who had left the Nexium cult, the Nexium group, or I don't know, someone who was really negative about it. And they described one of their chief complaints about this man, about Raniere, seemed to be that he had a bunch of girlfriends, and that he lied to women about, like, he was cheating on women, and he was telling women that they were the only one, and it turns out he had this, like, kind of polyamorous sort of harem going on. And then also in this just this snippet of this interview that I saw with this person who was talking about, how awful Nexium was, they were talking about, how the multi-level marketing business plan that this group employed was so awful and everything. And I'm thinking, and then the other thing that was brought up was the fact that women were agreeing to get branded, that is with a cauterizing pen. So, kind of like a tattoo, except worse, because, right, like you're actually getting something into the skin there. That this Raniere guy, or his people, had gotten some of these women who were really deep into this group, to agree to get branded with what turned out to be his initials. And my thought, and so that was what was presented, and that was all that I heard of it initially, okay, years ago when all this stuff broke in the media. And my thought was, well, those charges, the legal charges certainly sound serious, the things that they're mentioning. But then what's actually being discussed in this interview, yeah, I wouldn't want to get a brand of someone's initials on me. It's not, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with a guy who's, cheating on me and is lying about it. Like, I could see that there were, like, issues here, obviously, and some, like, but there was also this kind of undercurrent that bothered me a bit, and this was before I'd gotten into, like, thinking about Me Too, or thinking about, about, like, gender relations, really. I mean, I had taken classes in grad school, and I'd read a bunch of, like, feminist theorists and things like that, but, like, it just kind of was this feeling that struck me as, like, I don't know how comfortable I feel with what sounds like consensual activity, or people complaining that this man is psychologically manipulative. I don't know how comfortable I feel with that being the reason that the government comes down on someone and arrests all these people, and that this guy would end up getting a life sentence. Now, I know that those are not, I know that he was charged with more severe stuff. I'm going to get into that in a minute. But I'm just telling you that was sort of the early flicker with me of, like, but I didn't care, and my life moved on. It wasn't an issue with me. And I never watched The Vow. I never watched the 2-part, no, not 2-part, is it 9-part? The 9-part HBO documentary on this. Now, I have since then. I've watched The Vow, and I watched Seduced. I even watched the terrible made-for-TV movie. Was it a Lifetime movie? With Peter Facinelli playing Keith Raniere. Like, I even watched that. So, like, I read the big book. What's it called? Don't Call It a Cult. I mean, like, I've talked to people, like, I've looked into it now, right? But back then I hadn't. And so what happened was, over this last summer, I was contacted by Nikki Klein. And Nikki Klein is, up until very recently, up until a few days ago, Nikki Klein was the main proponent and loudest proponent of, for Nexium, and for Keith Raniere, and for the idea that Keith Raniere had been unjustly treated by the justice system, and the FBI had planted evidence. In fact, there's a pretty strong argument for that, but I don't know if I'll have time to get into that. But it planted some evidence on an underage picture of a 15-year-old girl, which is where his charge for child pornography came from. Anyway, Nikki was she was one of the main members of Nexium. She was also one of the main members of this secret women's society that Keith had created. Now, it seems he did lie about creating it, right? So there's one strike against him there. Okay. Again, I don't have any illusions about, I think you're going to see this guy. or what I think might be going on with him. But there was this secret society that was created, and so you had people like Nikki, women like Nikki, who were in this. Now, the vast majority of them did not have sex with Keith Raniere, but some of them did, and then he had some of these long-term relationships. It seems like actually most of his, if not all of his relationships, were longer-term relationships where women have not alleged any kind of physical abuse or anything, but psychological manipulation and stuff, right? In fact, it's interesting. One thing that gave me pause is that one of his main accusers, Barbara Boucher, she talked about in one of these documentaries about how he was extremely gentle and sweet, and he helped her work through her intimacy issues, and like, so it's interesting because this seems to be a deeply Raniere, a deeply complicated figure who is capable of psychological manipulation, but also at the same time, it doesn't seem like anyone is accusing him of what we would think would get someone a life sentence. Basically, he got like 120 years or something, like a life sentence in prison. We'll get to that in a moment. Again, I don't know. It was complicated. But here's what happened. Nikki Klein was she was his main proponent. She was the most public face of this protest that he shouldn't be in prison, and it kind of expanded into a larger, critique of the justice system, perhaps strategically, I think, because maybe I think they realized that that they were not going to get public sentiment on board, to care about Keith Raniere. So let's make it into a larger issue with justice system, which I think actually there is a legitimate aspect to that, such as the accusations of FBI tampering. But anyway, she contacted me, Nikki Klein. She was a former actress on Battlestar Galactica. So if you're going to know her, you might know her as Callie. She played Callie, which was a recurring role on Battlestar Galactica. Anyway, she contacted me, I think over the summer. And, or you know what? Actually, I'm not sure. I think I contacted her. She followed me and she had a blue check mark. Now, I know this is going to make me sound like, a petty person, but whatever. I'm just being honest with you here. She followed me and she had a blue check mark. And that was back when blue check marks on Twitter like meant something. This is a special person. So I was like, I noticed, I was like, oh, who's this blue check mark? And then I looked her up and I see, oh, actress, Battlestar Galactica. And so I'm like, and then I see, something, and then I Googled her, and Nexium cult, Keith Raniere, ex-slave, because the idea is that this the secret society of women, it had this they gave it this Latin name, which refers to slaves. And well, I'll get into that in a moment. Like I said, it's really complicated. But anyway, but she contacted me. And I contacted her and I said, it's, I don't get blue check follows every day, just kind of striking up a conversation. And then I made some kind of a joke, as I recall, about her infamous status, because again, the Nexium thing had not been on my radar really at all. I'd had that like sort of one little blip, back in whenever it was 17 or whenever this stuff was breaking. But anyway, so I made some quip about it or whatever. And then we got into a conversation. And I think initially it may have even been about one of my philosophy videos, or I don't remember. But anyway, I ended up, we would kind of every now and then we talk, but didn't really talk much, just an occasional DM on Twitter, maybe every like few weeks or something. But when The Vow 2, Part 2 came out, so there was a second installment on HBO of The Vow. And so it was another 9 episodes. So it was, we're looking at it was a really extensive documentary. And I didn't feel like the first season really got into much. And that was part of my disappointment initially too with that. I watched the first season of The Vow and I'm like, is this all there is? But anyway, I thought that when the second season came out in the fall, it would be cool to have Nikki on, because I'm like, it is true. I'm always looking for ways to get more views. I know that some people see that as some kind of a flaw, but there is a certain practicality that if I don't care about trying to get views or to even at times provoke a little controversy, then, people don't watch. And so again, it's kind of a balancing act, but I thought it'd be cool to have her on. It would be topical. Hopefully there'd be a lot of people searching for this kind of stuff, and for her, especially since she was going to be on The Vow. They actually put her in Part 2 and interviewed her again as a strong proponent of Keith and of Nexium and a defender of all of that. Anyway, so I interviewed her. I did I did one interview, and I broke it into 2 parts. One would come out on Monday, the Monday that the Val Part 2 would premiere, and then the second would come out on the next Monday when it would premiere again, or episode 2 would premiere. And it stirred up a lot of controversy. People did not feel like I was as tough on her as I should have been. That is not my perspective in interviews. I don't feel like you actually get much insight into people when you're being hyper confrontational. Or confrontational. It might work in debates, if you can like zing the other person and then everybody's like, ooh, like I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. Jack Kennedy. But I just don't find it gives good interviews. It gives you a good interview. And, because people have their guard up, they're not really, it's when people have their guard down that things can actually slip out, or that you get the truth or whatever. Like, I also don't look at interviews as I'm trying to catch people either. Maybe that's part of my problem. I'm like, okay, you have a space. I'm going to open my mind as much as I'm able. I'm going to take in what you're saying, while also thinking critically about what you're saying. And I did challenge her on some things. And one of the things that I challenged Nikki on, and this is an issue that I have with Nexium, this is one of the things that I'm not gonna. I don't think there's any way that I'm gonna think that this is okay. So, like, on the list of things that bother me about Keith Raniere, how he conducted himself and Nexium and all that, I think this is a big problem. Again, is it 120 years or whatever, one's entire life in prison, 23 hours a day in solitary confinement? Is it that level of problem? I don't know, maybe. But here's the situation. I asked her why it was that when women voluntarily joined this secret society, I asked her why it was that they had to give up what was called collateral. And collateral is basically blackmail material. That's not how they talk about it in Nexium. That's not how Nikki talked about it. Their idea was that, you see, Nexium has this whole philosophy, and again, I'm not saying it's a great philosophy or whatever, but they have this sort of Ayn Randian, for lack of a better term, individualist, hyper individualist, kind of Nietzschean philosophy about following through with your commitments, and in a way that's extremist, and to this, in the sense that yeah, it's not how I would live my life. I think it doesn't seem fun. It seems problematic. But one of their big things was the idea of finding ways, how do I put this? Finding ways to make yourself keep your commitments. So let me put it this way. All right. Let's say that I resolve that I'm going to stop drinking Coca-Cola, which is, I know it sounds small, but sugar actually is poison, and it poisons you in a sort of a gradual way, sort of chronically over time. And I drink way too many Cokes. Now, people may say, well, that's not much of a vice. Oh, I have worse vices, but I don't want to talk about those right now. But I drink too many Cokes. Now, I've on many, many occasions, I have said to myself, I am not going to drink Coke. I'm not going to drink Coke this year. It's like New Year's, right? No Cokes this year, no sodas this year, or this week, or I'm only going to drink one a day, or whatever, like make all these things, right? And what eventually happens is that, most people break their resolve. Not everybody, not in all ways, but the self-discipline is incredibly important, and it is something that evades almost all of us in key aspects of our life. So the idea with some of what, at least from what I can see, and again, even after looking into all this stuff, my exposure is still limited. But from what I can see, one of Nexium's primary one of its primary maxims, or its primary goals, was to help the individual to find ways to hack their own lack of self-discipline. In other words, finding ways to make breaking your word, either to yourself or to other people, breaking your word so painful or so difficult, or it would entail a consequence, so that you would not do it. Now, do I think that legitimizes the fact that these women who wanted to join this small secret society had to write letters saying that their family members did things that they never did, or give nude photos or whatever? No, I think it's completely like creepy and wrong, and I mean, unethical, and I think that someone who supervised who supervised an organization where that was going on, I think that there's probably some jail time that needs to be entailed with that. So I think you'll see that my perspective on this is not Keith Raniere. He's like Marilyn Manson. He's like Johnny Depp. Let's get him out of, he never jail. All these people they're just lying their heads off. No, it's just, but there are things when you look into it that start to become complicated. And I'll talk about that in a moment. But anyway, Nikki was on my show, and I was nice to her, but I did grill her on some things like the collateral. I asked her a question about the collateral. I asked her to justify the collateral or the blackmail. I asked her 3 different ways to try to nail her down, and she slunk out of it all 3 times. And I definitely felt when I was talking to Nikki, I definitely felt like there were certain topics that I would hit on, and there would kind of be a wall go up, or she'd kind of like slide around it. But people do that all the time in interviews, especially when they're coming on an interview with an agenda. And so it's not like that was some like huge alarm bell. It's just like, I could tell that when I got to certain points, there was this kind of, right. So I got a lot of flack for that interview. I lost a number of people on Patreons. I think that was probably the biggest dip that my Patreon ever took. I mean, not that we're talking mounds of money or whatever, right? But it was noticeable. I lost subscribers, and I got these concerned messages from people behind the scenes. And there was one guy, and Jordan, here we go. You're going to get some attention now. So your big bet in going after me months ago is finally going to pay off. So here's some free press for Jordan. What is his name? What was his name? Just a minute. Let me see if I can find this. I should have found this earlier, but I want to show you. I want to show you this video, or rather, this series of videos that this YouTuber addressed to me. One second. I should have found it before, but I haven't. Okay, here we go. And again, I'm not bullying this guy or whatever, right? Like, he put these out here and he's addressing me publicly, so I'm going to call some attention to it. So let me just share just a second. I'm not going to show you the videos, and you can look them up, and I'm not saying he did a bad job or whatever, but I just want to tell you how this happened. Okay, so just a minute. Yeah, so these first 2 videos, there were like 2 others too. I think there were like 3 or 4 total. And these videos in which he's begging me Colonel Kurtz, do not associate with Nexium. His name's Jordan Owen, by the way. So everybody, you can go and subscribe to him. Like I said, I'm giving him free PR here. So, go and subscribe to him if this looks appealing. He made, look, honestly, like he made good arguments and stuff. So like I watched the guy and I was like, I get what you're saying. I just think that he and others, they get so like worked up thinking that I'm going to lose my mind and just follow anybody down a path, But he said, do not associate with Nexium. And then he did a video, one more attempt, because what happened was I did a rebuttal video to this, and some of you might have seen it. And in the rebuttal video, I kind of made fun of all of these people who were sending me messages behind the scenes and were sending me this guy's, video, and were concerned that I was being, there was some concern that I was even brainwashed during the interview with Nikki, that she was using brainwashing techniques on me even within that interview. And so I made a video, because some people, they interpret being nice as being brainwashed. I'll give you an example. For instance, in the YouTube interview that I did with Nikki, she told me that the first video of mine that she had seen or something like that was one of my philosophy videos. And we did this sort of, nice little exchange of like, oh, that's cool. And I said, people don't watch my philosophy videos very much. And she's like, yeah, I thought it was good. Now, do I really think that she came to my channel via philosophy video? Maybe she was telling the truth, but what's more likely is the fact that I complain a lot on my YouTube channel about the fact that nobody watches my philosophy videos. And so, was she using some strategy there? Was she just being nice? Was she telling the truth? I don't know. But the point is, some of these people out here like Jordan were very concerned that my just kind of taking that at face value and moving on was evidence that her brainwashing was working. No, I just wanted to get on to something important. I didn't feel like litigating or adjudicating whether or not she actually came to me by way of my philosophy videos, or whether there's something more Machiavellian going on, because I kind of assume that there's always something more Machiavellian going on, because everybody, and I hate, some of you, I'm sorry, some of you who are children, psychologically, you don't want to hear this, but everybody manipulates everyone.
Okay. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody is an Amber Heard, everybody running around is an Amber Heard, or that we should condone, hyper manipulative behaviors. But I'm just saying, to relate to other people, philosophically speaking, to be in the world with others means that you are in a constant act of negotiation with other people, and that negotiation has a manipulative aspect, whether conscious or unconscious. So a lot of the time, I don't get all worked up and hot and bothered over whether I think someone is trying to, use some strategies. I'm just like, I'm smart enough, I think, to see through things. Not always, perhaps. I'm sorry. I just Nexium cut the stream. No, I'm kidding. So I did a rebuttal video. I told you this was going to be a long story. Sorry. I did a rebuttal video, and in the video, I made fun of these concerns, partly because I was kind of irritated because I'm like, you guys, I did one interview with this person, and now you're freaking out, and you're thinking I'm about to start trying to free Keith Raniere, and it's going to be the next Marilyn Manson topic on my channel and all that. It's like, have a little more faith, but I guess some people go to the worst conclusion possible. So anyway, I made a rebuttal video, and I did make fun of some of these people, and I pretended like I had been programmed, I pretended like the program was kind of glitching. So I had all these like tics when I was talking. I said something like, I just want you to know that I am not under the control of Nexium, not under Nexium mind control. And so then he made one more video, Jordan did, and this is where I probably went over the line. Because here's the thing. All of the critiques that I get and the criticism and people, constantly unhappy about various things, in isolation, those things, those comments and those critiques and all that have almost no effect. But it does kind of become almost like a Chinese water torture after a while, where like even like the smallest effect, but all of those over and over and all these people, eventually there will come a point sometimes, and it typically happens with me. It typically happens, I'd say, about once a month, where I will have finally like had enough of all of the and I'll finally have had enough. And typically I will express my annoyance in a very harsh, unkind way at whoever just happened to set off, what's been building for a month. Someone's going to recut that and it's going to make it sound like I'm a monster. That's the other thing. That's why I'm always so initially skeptical of all of these different claims about people, is because I just know how easy it is to just focus on the worst things a person has done, distort them, put them in a bad light, and market it and put it out there. But again, that's not a comment on Nexium or anything. I'm just saying in general. So but this guy, it finally, and I don't know if it was Jordan or if it was actually someone who had watched one of Jordan's videos and then was sending me some hyperventilating worried DM or whatever that I didn't really even fully read or respond to. But I just, you can just kind of get the gist sometimes in the first few lines. I'm just like, again. So anyway, I left a comment under Jordan's video. He said that I messaged him. I don't think I messaged him. I think I left a comment under one of his YouTube videos about me. And I think maybe that, I guess, gets transferred as a message via email in the system or whatever too. But I don't think I messaged him. But anyway, whatever. And I said, and so now we have to go back and look at the picture for this to make sense. What I said to him, which was unkind, I told him that if he wanted to warn me about getting seduced, metaphorically speaking, by a cult leader or by a cult, perhaps he himself should try not to look like he is a cult leader in someone's dimly lit hostage basement or something. And I think I also made a tacky remark about having more subscribers than him, which in retrospect, that's the thing that I regret, because the other thing's just kind of funny. I mean, he really does look shady, metaphorically and literally in that poorly lit basement. So anyway, that was my so what happened then is that I did get a lot of blowback, and I did also have people who were who were anti-Nexium, or people who'd been following this story for a long time, and they were telling me that I needed to educate myself on this, because one of the things I was complaining about is that I watched the whole first season of The Vow, and I didn't see in that first season of The Vow, I didn't see what the big fuss was about. And in fact, what I did see was a lot of warning signs that this was a extremely like biased and a biased publicity vehicle for several of the people involved in it. Now, would I reassess that idea? I don't know. I think there's a lot of shadiness in this, and there are a lot of people who have come. There are a number of people who have come out of this whole Nexium thing and the legal stuff and everything completely unscathed, and they were the primary recruiters for Nexium. And they're suing other people, and I'm not going to say who they are, but they're suing other people, and they've got a podcast, and I'm not saying they're making a lot of money from the podcast, because I know that you don't make much money doing this shit. But I'm just saying, like, it's interesting how, and again, I'm not going to name their names, but it's interesting how some of the people who got a lot of other people into this Nexium thing and themselves made quite a bit of money off of it, just sailed through unscathed, and now, pointing the fingers at those who didn't leave Nexium, or those who are, conflicted about it, or or don't agree with what happened. So, I don't know. That doesn't sit well with me. So I started looking into it, and I watched, people had recommended that I watch India Oxenberg's documentary and Stars Seduced. I don't have time to, get into all this right now, but I read the main book on it, Don't Call It a Cult. I read a ton of like just background information, articles on the internet. I watched some other documentaries. I looked, I even looked, I don't want to name it, but I looked at one source that everybody knows is a big source in the Nexium thing. And this person, I cannot discern when this person is posting truth and when this person is posting just the most ridiculous conspiracy theories. And so, I understand a lot of people were referring me to that report, that website. And I went there, and man, there was a lot of shady looking stuff on there, and stuff like that seemed like really hyper conspiratorial and gossipy, and along with, I'm sure, a lot of legitimate information. So I can't make heads or tails of all that, but it seems shady to me. But I looked at everything, and then I did look at the court transcripts, which is what people have been asking me to do. And so after all of that, the thing just really makes my head hurt. And if you were to hook me up, to a lie detector test, and you were going to put, a weapon to my head, you might say, "Now, what the hell is up with this scenario?" But no, to me, this is like when someone asks you, "Okay, what do you really think?" Like, I get, if someone were talking to me right now, I get that this is a really incendiary topic, and I get that you know that whatever you say, people are going to make clips of it and distort your position, or people are going to freak out, and they're going to leave you and all that. So I know all that. But all of that aside, if you were hooked up to a lie detector test right now, and your life depended on you giving the most accurate representation of your feelings on this topic at this point, I would say that I think that what you have in this guy, in Raniere, is someone who is a deeply complicated, deeply conflicted person who was capable of a range of behaviors, some of them extremely shady, unethical, some of which I do think illegal. At the same time, I think, and I also think that this whole sort of harem situation that he set up, where he had consensual, willing participants, right? They may not have liked having girlfriends or sharing him with other women, but nobody was forcing them to stay, right? I do think that, if you look at his biography, Raniere's biography, I think that what you see is what you find in the biographies of a lot of men who are sexually compulsive. And this is just my own opinion. But what you see in his biography is that his mother had a highly overdetermined position in his life, psychologically speaking. And what do I mean by that? And this is just an aside now, even beyond this guy, like just thinking about sexual compulsion, particularly in men. This is just one of my theories. But it seems to me, I'm in my 40s and known a lot of people and had a lot of friends and dated and whatever. And it seems to me that every man that I've ever known or that I've ever read about who has talked about having a sexual compulsion, or someone that we would identify as being sexually compulsive, like Bill Clinton, for instance, you look at their bios, and what you see is that they had a highly overdetermined relationship with their mother. Now, what do I mean by that? So in psychology, okay, how do I say this? When one is developing, when one is growing up, everything should have its place. I'm speaking in metaphor here, but I'm talking about, metaphorically speaking, the father has and I'm not talking about gender roles either, okay? But I'm saying the father has a certain place. Like, yes, dad is very important to the family unit, and dad is very important in my life. But the father doesn't have the complete run of the psyche, because there are other, in one's mind, as one is developing and growing and as one becomes an adult, there are other competing interests. So it's not just what dad wants me to do, but it's what mom wants me to do, what my girlfriend wants me to do, and hopefully, most importantly, what I want to do. And that's why it is so important that as a child is developing, that a certain independence and a certain space from the parents is maintained. I'm not saying don't hug your kids or whatever, but I'll get into this in a minute. Everything has its place. So the dad has his place psychologically in the person's psyche. The mom has her place, the siblings later, when one develops the girlfriend, boyfriend, occupational interest, religion, whatever. All of these things have a sort of place where it's a good fit and the person is psychologically balanced. What happens in a relationship where the mother becomes overdetermined, and this can also happen with the father or any relationship, right? But what can happen in situations where the father is absent, so say the parents get a divorce and the father is no longer in the picture very much, or say the mother is a really narcissistic or needy or demanding vampiric force in the child's life. The motif of the theme in literature and in film of the monstrous mother, right? The inescapable mother, the mother who won't let her son go, or her daughter, right? But these things with the cross gender thing, it has more of an effect, right? So that's the reason, for instance, why we hear the term daddy's little girl, but not mommy's little girl, or we hear about he's a mama's boy, but you never hear someone say she's a mama's girl. There's a kind of and I'm not talking about, again, people freak out. I'm not talking about actual incest here. I'm talking about deep Freudian psychoanalytic dynamics that, if you use your brain, you can see that they're actually there. So the mother, thank you. Oh, wow. Silvano, I have not talked to you lately. I know that I don't get notifications from a lot of my patrons, and I'm trying. It's one of the things on my list to catch up on. But anyway, we used to talk some, and I'm sorry I lost track or whatever. But send me a DM on Instagram or Twitter or something. I really appreciate you. And this is one of my early support. Silvano was one of my early supporters. So, and it's so nice to see you here again. Okay. Some people might be getting tired of this, but I'm getting somewhere. So with this, so here's the thing: when you have a situation where a mom is absent mom is absent in the boy's life. The father is absent in the boy's life, or the mom is really an outsized figure, or maybe the mom, maybe the mom is even like kind of ill, and you feel like you're always, as the son, having to take care of her. Someone said, "What about both?" Yeah, I understand that women feel this dynamic too. Like, I always have to take care of my mom or whatever. But I'm trying to explain sexual compulsion, right? And generally that's a heterosexual thing, not because gay people don't experience it, but I'm just trying to talk about some of these dynamics in some of these guys, okay? So here's the thing. That relationship, for whatever reason, if it becomes supercharged, or if the mom takes on an oversized position, so that we're no longer, from the child's perspective, we're no longer talking about the mother, but the mother, right? This kind of relationship can then set the stage for then an overdetermined emphasis on women later in life. And I'm not talking about normal male sex drive or whatever. And I'm not trying to prescribe behaviors or anything. I'm just saying that I have seen in my life and in situations that I've read about, and even in celebrities who talk about celebrity men who talk about dealing with sex addiction, and you read about the mom, and it's very clear. So what happened, for instance, in Ranieri's, and this isn't to excuse anything or whatever, but I'm just explaining. Ranieri had this super, super close relationship with his mother, abnormally close relationship with his mother. He was also an only child, so there was no one there to compete. And it sounds like the father was absent, so there was no one there to really compete for the mom's attention. And so so you have this really overdetermined relationship. I mean, he loved his mom tremendously. Like, this is experienced often as a good thing, not always if the mom is like hypercritical or smothering. But it can be, I'm not saying that the child feels oppressed by it. I'm just saying it can create problems later in life. And so anyway, so his mother got sick and she died when he was 18, I believe. And when his birthday came around, he threw for his own, I believe, 18th birthday. I remember it was 18th, or I don't remember, but he threw for his birthday. He actually threw a birthday party for his mother and his mother's memory. And from that point on, every birthday of his, I've read, was meant to be a celebration of the mother. Now, I'm not saying that that's awful. People could look at it and say it's sweet. But I'm saying that it does seem to explain some of the, not only some of the sexual compulsion, but also the need that this guy seemed to have had to set up a kind of a secret society where, in addition to doing a lot of philosophical stuff and working on themselves or whatever, there were also these elements of, even if he wasn't having sex with these women, of a need for extreme commitment. And in terms of this idea of like slavery and secret society and being branded with initials and all of that, right? So again, I'm not excusing any of that. I'm saying, what I'm trying to say to you is, I've read and heard a lot of things about this guy, and it is certainly true that a number of things very disturbing, upsetting, concerning, paints a negative picture of someone that I wouldn't want to date, or wouldn't want anyone in my life to date or join his organization or whatever. At the same time, though, I also have heard and seen, even with some of his accusers, there seems to there's issues. There's issues that I have with this. I don't have time to unpack all of them, and I want to move on. But let me just give you a couple of examples. And this is actually from the court stuff, okay, from the legal stuff, because a lot of people kept saying to me, put all this other stuff aside and just look at the legal stuff. I have some areas of concern because this entire case, this entire legal case, it turned on a single photo of a supposedly authentic single photo of a 15-year-old girl that was found in Ranieri. It was found on Ranieri's computer by the FBI. And the reason that the entire case turned on that is because up until that point, the other people who were accused with Ranieri were sticking with him, and they were sticking together, and they were fighting the charges. And what happened, because they felt like because there were a lot of people in the organization that felt like if things were explained, or if they could put up a case, that the jury would see through this, right? That they would see that this was illegitimate. I'm not saying it was illegitimate. Okay, I'm just saying that was their perspective. What happened was, when this photo of a 15-year-old girl was a nude, I should say, was found on his computer, then it became a child pornography case. I'm only not saying it out loud because I don't want to get zapped by YouTube. But at that point, things got mega, 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 mega more serious, as you can imagine. Because it's one thing to charge a guy with wire fraud, which is one of the things he was charged with. It's one thing to charge a guy with racketeering. The truth is, we probably all committed wire fraud at some point. I'm not saying that I was on the level of what maybe Nexium was doing or whatever. But, it's one thing to charge a guy with wire fraud, one thing to charge a guy with racketeering. You throw child pornography up there, bam, bam. And so what happened was, everybody flipped, because they were all being tried together, as I understand it. Everybody flipped on him, and like overnight, it was just him, the child, this pedophile, is how it was presented then. His side claims, his lawyers and his experts, his team hired various experts, former FBI agents, people who were experts in computer stuff. His team claims that the FBI planted that single photo on his computer, and they've been making the rounds in the different media outlets. Again, like these are big former FBI people and experts and stuff, and they're saying that it's very clear in these different ways that this was planted. Do I think it was planted? I don't have the first fucking clue, y'all. I'm so far out of my depth to be able to talk, to be able to adjudicate. I don't even barely know how to use my own computer. But I will say this. It is not a normal thing to have highly credentialed experts, former FBI people and such, running around saying that the FBI is like planting all this evidence and is falsifying and everything. Like, it is unusual. It does concern me. It does make me think that there possibly could be something to this. And I just have to say, I don't have great confidence when you look at the history of the FBI, the history that we know. I mean, they have planted stuff. They have done shady shit. Now, do I think am I a conspiracy theorist? Am I saying this absolutely happened here? No, I'm just trying to tell you that the entire case turned on one single photo. Not that there wasn't other evidence. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that really turned on that photo, and that photo then enabled from then on him to Raniere to be saddled with this charge of child pornography and I said it, child, whatever, and all that. One of the other things that concerns me is that another of his charges was sex trafficking. This is the other big one. When people hear that, it's like, whoa, right? Those are the two. The stuff with kids or a 15-year-old. I'm not going to get into the whole debate of sexually active 15-year-olds or what. It's for another ball of controversy later. But there was that. But then there was the sex trafficking thing. So this is what, as best I can determine from reading the legal record in the case, and then also seeing some other evidence and stuff. But from the legal record alone, you can get this. He actually did not have sexual contact with anyone involved in this sex trafficking charge. There was a member of their cult, their organization, a woman, who had a fairly extensive history in, various, we'd say, edgy sexual practices, and had expressed apparently in messages to Raniere that she would be interested in sort of being guided in opening up her sexuality. I'm paraphrasing, but. And so what happened was it seems that he arranged, and again, like this is how it's described also in the testimony in court, like he arranged a kind of scene, as they might say in the BDSM world, a scene, not for BDSM, but of oral sex. And so what happened was there was oral sex that took place between this woman and another woman while Raniere was in the room. And that is the entire extent of the sex trafficking allegations against him. And that is why he was convicted of sex trafficking. Maybe you hear that and you think sleazebag and, lock him up, throw away the key. And that might be, I don't know. I don't know in the ultimate, like, yes, there's legal injustice, and I do think that he was the victim of legal injustice, but there is higher justice. There's God's justice. If this guy is a pathological liar, if he has ruined a bunch of people's lives recklessly, if he's only in things for himself, if he in every relationship is just looking, his hat is looking to manipulate people, if he's ruined all these lives, all of this, then you know what? Maybe God's justice is that he needs to be in prison for the rest of his life to think about all that. I don't know. But there are just things that bother me about this case and that don't add up. And so what happened was, and here we're drawing to a close with this, and then I'm going to take a little break and come back and we'll talk about the other things. I'm not going to spend as much time on everything on that list, so don't worry. Although I did say it's a marathon, so we might be here for a while. But so what happened recently is that Nikki Klein, this just happened a few days ago, and this is why I'm talking about all of this, is that Nikki Klein has reversed her opinion on Raniere. She says that she is still interested in speaking out about injustice in the justice system, that the FBI possibly tampering with Keith's computer and hard drive and all of that, that is still a legitimate issue. Sorry, my cat's meowing, so annoying. But she said that she's no longer going to support Raniere or is going to fight for him or for his release. And so what I want to do actually is I just want to read her letter and that she posted a couple of days ago. This is a complete reversal for her. And again, I'm not saying, Ashley Morgan Smith line in the Manson case. hers was a complete reversal of her prior position, right? And so I'm not saying that that's illegitimate. I'm just kind of telling you where we're at. Several days ago, 5 days ago, I think, Nikki Klein was doing interviews and was touting Keith's innocence, and I mean, up until just a few days ago. So the transition or the change might have been a long time in coming, as she says, but at least the expression of it very, very abrupt. But again, that doesn't mean it's not legitimate. So I want to read what she wrote, what she posted, and then I want to tell you my thoughts about that based on, what I've read about the case and learned, and kind of where I'm at. And then I'll see if you have some questions or comments, and I'll go back to the chat, and then we'll move on. So let me pull this up 1 second. I want to say something about Nikki Klein too before I read this. I have been and continue to be conflicted ultimately over the Nexium stuff, and how much time in prison Keith Raniere deserves, and how much injustice was done here, and et cetera, et cetera. But I was always so impressed with the fact that that Nikki was able to stand up against years. She's been doing this for years. She was doing this for years, right? Because this thing started. He was arrested 5 years ago. She has been provoked, and she's been sued by multiple people. She has been entangled with the justice system at various times, although she wasn't charged. She is mocked. It was mocked every day online. They called her a child groomer, and crazy, and cult head, and evil, and all of those things. And I always deeply admired that she was able to be so strong in the face of all of that, because I feel like what I do is kind of hard sometimes, even though, I mean, I'm doing it, for my own self-interest, and that I could shut down this YouTube channel. No one's forcing me to do it. So I'm obviously getting something out of it, right? Or whatever. But I have been doing this for a couple of years, and I've been doing it with a case, the Marilyn Manson case, that is much more clear cut. And I'm definitely completely satisfied that he is innocent, that he is not this monster, that he's being framed, and that this is all horrible, right? Again, with the Nexium key thing, it makes my head hurt. But I have to say that I have been really, really impressed for these 5 years that Nikki has stood up and every day was taking those hits, and was showing such strength that you just almost never see. And I know people say, well, it was delusional strength, or that wasn't, or it was in the service of a narcissist and a sociopath and all of that. That may be. I'm just saying that it was very impressive, and most people don't have that in them. And whether this new turn, or this reversal, or I should say this evolution in her thinking, whether that is equally as admirable, who knows? And I guess, I guess we'll see, and I guess that's up for people to determine. But I have to imagine that she has not come to this place lightly, and that what we're seeing, I know that what we're seeing here, and the way, and what she's expressing here, I'm very sure that she didn't come to it lightly, and I'm sure that it's been a very agonizing process for her, and it's difficult. So anyway, I acknowledge that, but let's go ahead and look at this, and I'm just going to read through it, and then we will. Just a second. Okay, that's Nikki. See if I can do this. I'll try to take myself off the screen here. Okay. All right, so I'm going to read this quickly, but she says, this a few days ago, she says, I've changed my position on Keith Raniere. I no longer believe he is a man of noble character as I once did. I also do not believe he considered my best interest or helped me achieve the goals for which I sought his guidance. I have come to certain realizations about my past decisions and views, which leave me with no choice but to renounce the man who influenced them. I will no longer publicly support or try to free him for these and many other reasons. I do not believe my intentions were false or impure, but the methods I followed were misguided. And then she says, from a young age, I have felt that what we perceive in a material sense is only a fraction of what we can experience spiritually. I read about spiritual quests in books and men and women who seem to have attained a higher state of consciousness. I knew I wanted that, but I had no idea how to attain it or where to start. When I first met Keith Raniere at 23 years old through his educational programs and as the leader of an organization, I perceived him to have a knowledge of humanity and spirituality that could help me on my quest to find my higher self. He quickly convinced me he knew better than anyone how to achieve or become what I sought. He once asked me what single question I would ask an omniscient being if I could, to which I replied, "Who am I?" So, I guess like existential questions, saying, "Who am I? What is life? What is all this?" Keith then asked me what my biggest fear was concerning him. I said I feared that he would want to sleep with me. So, when he inevitably encouraged our sexual union, I assumed it was to help me overcome my biggest fears and attachments. Little did I know that this would lead to 18 years of suffering, self rejection, and the sacrifice of my own wants, desires, and priorities. I say this not for sympathy, and I'm not seeking retribution. I have no one to blame but myself and my myopic view that Keith was the ultimate guide for my spiritual advancement. I persuaded myself that Keith's abusive treatment was part of the path to the freedom I was seeking. Instead, through calculated deception, he taught me to doubt myself, distrust my intuition, believe myself unworthy, and most of all, he taught me to fear him unconditionally. With more than a tinge of embarrassment, I'll admit that I thought Keith had supernatural powers. I thought my weaknesses and failures to meet his expectations were a constant burden for him and for which I carried enormous guilt. All I could hope to do in repentance was subjugate my own needs in an effort to repair my seemingly insurmountable ethical breach. This often meant engaging in sex at his whim, supposedly for my spiritual benefit, only to be dismissed and disposed of immediately after his sexual gratification. Any discontent or lack of feigned enthusiasm was met with disapproval and the notion that I was a drain on his generous spirit, even going so far as suggesting that my negativity could be fatal for him. I was meant to be happy, so I put on a happy face. At least I tried. I felt eternally indebted to what I perceived as his noble generosity and assumed I would spend my lifetime trying to make up for the misdeeds he was constantly bringing to my attention. I am not writing this with anger or regret. For whatever reason, this was a path I chose. My recent realizations, okay, I'm going to skip through this part simply because here she stops talking about Keith so much and she talks about this man who she says has helped her to see the light, who used to be an enemy or whatever. You can read it yourself. And then she says, it is 5 years since Keith Raniere lost his worldly freedom. I was present for this event, and even being raided by heavily armed Mexican federales was not enough to shake me from my delusion. Additionally, the personal betrayals by people I thought were my friends, and much of the exaggerated and sometimes false anti-Nexium rhetoric only led me to be more committed to my defense of Keith and my view that there was injustice. Apart from Keith himself, I felt a moral obligation to a community of people I knew to be good and well-intended. While I put on an outward appearance of strength and steadfast dedication, there was a part of me that secretly hoped Keith would never be released from prison. I prayed that Keith would let me go in peace once all legal remedies were exhausted to free him, but until now, I couldn't conceive of leaving him without a lifetime of guilt and shame. All right, so I'm going to read a little faster. During the 5 years since he was arrested, I was determined not to be swayed by any material interests, not money, not fame, not relief from prosecution, not salvaging my reputation, not even pleasing the people close to me. In public, I was consistent in my message that Keith was a deeply misunderstood character and that the Nexium community's intentions were good. Within myself, there were so many things I could not reconcile. In closing, she says, despite her disillusionment with Keith, she's still concerned about the methods used by the prosecution. She's still going to talk about the flaws of the criminal justice system. She's going to advocate for humane treatment. She says, if it is true, as credible experts have claimed, that the FBI was complicit in fabricating evidence to convict Keith, I support its exposure. But then she says, I will not spend the rest of my days defending Keith and his choices, especially with the knowledge that so many have suffered due to his reckless conduct and selfishness. She then thanks her mother and those who have been a part of her life. She says that she may or may not share further details. And then she says, I look forward to what's next and appreciate everyone who has stood by me. I hardly expect everyone to agree with my position, and that's okay. She also says here, I skipped over it, but she also says that it is not credible to think that so many people could have accused Keith of things and there not be legitimate issues there. That was something else that she said. I skipped over it somewhere. So that's her statement. So how do I feel about that? Again, Nikki is Nikki was the one actually who got me interested in this. She was my introduction to the idea that there could be another way of looking at this, and that perhaps some injustices were done, and perhaps the situation is at the very least more complicated than some of the documentaries and so forth would make it seem. Again, I'm conflicted. I don't know, and maybe I never will, and maybe that's why I've not done videos on it. It makes my head hurt, like I said. And some of this, when we talk about Keith Raniere, some of these questions get into deeper questions about can we ever even know if someone is ultimately good? What does it mean to be good? Is it wrong to have narcissistic impulses? What is the line between a normal narcissism and abnormal narcissism? What responsibility do the members of this group bear for giving away their own autonomy to someone? I'll tell you what bothers me. I'll tell you what bothers me about Nikki's letter, because because the good parts of the letter are self-evident, right? I mean, she's presenting to all of us the fact that she's finally, she says, seen the light about this guy, that he isn't worth defending. And that's basically what comes through here, is he's not worth defending. And yeah, there's still these issues with the justice system, and people did lie about Nexium. She does repeat that. She said there were lies and falsehoods and exaggerations and all of that, and the justice system and all that. But the overall tenor of the letter is, I've determined that this guy is no longer is not a noble guy, and did a lot of bad, reckless shit, harmful shit, manipulated a lot of people, including me, and I'm moving on, right? So, the value of that perspective is self-evident, and she's getting congratulated a lot on Twitter and online for this. And so I guess that what I would say, since my perspective is the contrarian at times, and I have a contrarian perspective on aspects of this. I thought, I don't love the 23 thing, because Nikki has been, one of the main things that she's been saying for years now is that one of her most important principles, I mean, personally speaking, was the idea of female strength and women taking responsibility for their sexual relationships and for consensual activity, and women being treated as men would be in similar situations and all of that. That has been probably one of her biggest expressed beliefs over the past years, and to me. And so when I see someone say, I was 23 and this guy talked me into sex, which is ultimately what she's saying. I know that she said that she thought he had supernatural powers. I don't know what to do with that. But I know she said that she thought he had supernatural powers, and that he would tell her that there's these terrible consequences if he got blue balls or whatever. I mean, these were conversations that I was having, when I was in college, and everybody knows guys, they'll, not just guys, women too, well, they'll try to talk you into sex. People of both genders are constantly in sexual situations trying to manipulate the others. No, I'm not talking about rape. I'm not talking about force. I'm not talking about, but I'm just saying that the way this is presented, she says that he asked her what she was most afraid of, and she said that she was afraid that he would try to have sex with her. That seems a little weird to me, because I've been in a lot of situations over the years, and as a decently attractive woman, where I wanted to bring the sexual, I wanted to tone down the sexual element of a situation, right? Like, maybe I'm hanging out with a guy that I know has a crush on me, or maybe I'm in a kind of an ambiguous situation, been drinking late night or something could happen or whatever. The last thing, if I'm wanting to discourage sex, the last thing I'm going to do is bring up sex. And when someone says, what are you afraid of? And I say, I'm afraid that you're going to try to fuck me. like, I would only say that if I was wanting the person to do that. Like, I guess that's what I'm saying, and I shouldn't, maybe it's wrong of me to take my own feelings and to then transplant them onto what was going through Nikki's head when she and Keith did eventually become lovers. But she says that when he when he encouraged her words encouraged the sexual liaison, she felt like she needed to go along with it for her own spiritual improvement. It's very hard for me to believe that someone can be that naive. I guess it is possible, but my understanding from things that Nikki has said is that she had a very sort of worldly life up to the point at which she met Keith, and then there was some time after they met before they became lovers, and it just seems, I'm just uncomfortable again, I'm always uncomfortable with someone abdicating responsibility for their sexual choices. And to say that you felt like you had to sleep with a man and that he did it because you thought he had magical powers, and that, and it just feels off. I don't know, y'all. I'm sorry. It just feels off. And I'm not saying that that means that he's a great guy or that she's wrong to leave him or whatever. Like, clearly she needs to get out of there if it's not working for her anymore. My concern for Nikki is that there's a kind of a pendulum effect that's going on here. We tend to make choices, and I'm just going to talk about myself here too. Okay. It's now, this could be anybody. We tend to make choices in life dialectically. And what happens is we'll make one choice and that won't work, or that turns out to be bad, or we don't like it. And so we'll swing to the other side. And, people often do this like in dating, date someone who's completely different from the last person you dated or whatever. And it is such an abrupt shift. She is, in this letter, she spends a lot of time praising this person that whose website I've talked about before. It seems kind of shady to me. The things that she's saying just philosophically are so different than what she said before, even on just like women's sexual agency and autonomy. And so I don't know. I guess what I would say to Nikki is that I in no way would judge her leaving Raniere or announcing that she's leaving Raniere, or if she thinks that there are things about his character or about the truth or the stuff that she's been holding in that we need to know. I think that's great. I just don't think that this is the final draft of what you're wanting to really write. It just doesn't sound like you. But then again, maybe when someone finally leaves a cult, they don't sound like themselves anymore. Who the fuck knows, right? Anyway, but that's my impression of it. Some of it seemed kind of off to me. And yeah, I think that's where I'm going to leave it for right now. I'm going to leave it there. So make of all of that what you will. I'm going to take a break and I'm going to come back in 15 minutes. I know that's a long time to have you sit here, but you don't have to sit here. You can do other things. But I am going to take a break because I want to continue the stream, but I've sort of come to an end with this and I want to move on. So talk amongst yourselves or not or whatever. And I'm going to put up a little notice here and I will be back. Oh, and thank you, Rusco Kane for the super sticker. I do appreciate your donation. And remember, if you want to donate, but you don't want to do it the YouTube way, you can also click on the PayPal link that's in the description of this video. Okay, I'm leaving for a little while. I will come back, try to read your comments, some of them, but we're moving on from the Nexium thing. Yes, I know there's so much more to unpack. And yes, I know all the three sisters and all, like, I know everything, you guys. There's just not time to talk about it all. So I was trying to give you in a very condensed form, sort of an update, what my journey's been, where I'm at, what are some of my concerns and complications. And now I'm going to move on. All right. Maybe revisit it at a later date, or we'll see what happens with Nikki. Cause I think she did say that she was going to talk more. She did have more things to say. I don't know necessarily about Raniere, but that there would be another post forthcoming or something. So, I mean, I guess we'll see more of where she's going with this. All right. I will be back, everyone, in a bit. I'll tell you what, it's in my time, it's 15 till 5. That's Central time. So let's just say we'll start at 5 o'clock Central. I'll be back at 5 o'clock Central and we'll pick up with new topics. All right. All right, how many people are left after the Nexium stuff? Did everybody leave? Now I can say what I really think. We've cleared out the we've cleared out the hypersensitive people. They've left. No, I don't think anyone actually left. I have to say that I'll say one more little thing about the Nexium thing is just that it is rare that I find something that truly makes my head hurt. Like in terms of like, typically like you look at something really deeply and again and again and again, and like there's clarity. Like I felt like in the Manson case, there was clarity very early on. This thing seems to be, cavernous. But I know some people would say that I'm reading too much into it or whatever. They're like, no, this guy's a bad guy and a criminal, and there's something wrong with you. You can't see it. I don't feel like I have any particular. I mean, whoever knows their psyche, but I don't feel like I have any particular like investment in him or in. I mean, beyond the only thing is, like, I know prison does suck, and like being in solitary confinement, like 23 hours out of a day, like I hope that he is guilty of bad things that are deserving of that because I'm really disturbed, And it's not just him. There are people of much higher character, I understand, who are also in prison and don't deserve to be there. So, the justice system, I think we can all agree that it's got some issues, to say the least. Okay. Let me take this banner off and then how do I make the banner go away? Okay. There we go. Okay, let me check one thing. All right. So, what else was on the list? Let me look at your comments briefly and make sure I'm not overlooking anything. Yeah, JD, I'm not going to put your comment up because I'm moving on. But yes, my concern also on that note. I do have more to say and also just more to tell my viewers about the Nexium thing. I mean, there are other serious things that he's been accused of that I didn't have time to talk about, just like there's other problems that I have with the case against him that I also have not had time to talk about. So I was trying to just give you a little bit of a sense there. But anyway, okay, I can't remember what I was going to say about. I was going to tell you one more thing, but I can't remember now. So let's talk about something less controversial. Trump. I'm laughing at the idea of that being less controversial. One of the narratives about me online is that among people who don't like me is that I am this really big Trump head, and now what I've told you is the truth. I'm right of center. Now on some issues, very left and eclectic, very pro-choice, and there are other things, but so anyway, right of center. And yeah, in 2016, I'm sorry, I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. Guilty as charged. You can take me outside and shoot me, I guess. But no, no, I didn't vote for Hillary. And so yeah, who was the other person who ran? I voted for Trump over Hillary for sure. Who was the other person who ran? I've forgotten. Was it Gary Johnson? Was that the Libertarian? Was that the only other real candidate? I'm trying to remember. There's always like a spoiler. It's either from the Green Party or it's from the Libertarian Party. They don't always spoil outcomes, but like they're always kind of in play. So I saw somebody said that Trump was indicted. Is that true? Let me just look on the Daily Mail here. I'm ashamed to say I go to the Daily Mail for my first look at everything, just because they just got it there, You don't have to wade through anything. That's part of the problem, right? It's there. Okay. Sensation. Oh, let me show you what I'm looking at here. Just a second. I'm so terrible with technology. Okay. All right. So Daily Mail homepage. I'm gonna get this ketchup ad off. Yes. So it says sensation as Manhattan grand jury votes to indict Trump over $130,000 hush money paid to porn star Stormy Daniels becomes first ever former president to be criminally charged. So, what's funny, I probably have a lot less to say about this than you would think, actually. And I have become, and this is not, well, I don't know. I was going to say this isn't a judgment against Trump, but it may be. I became very bored with Trump after COVID hit And so, and I don't know why, but I became very bored. So I actually don't keep up with the Trump stuff, really, to be honest with you. But I understand the basic charge here. The charge is that he used money from a pool that he should not have legally used it from, like campaign finance money, right? And he used that to pay off this porn star so that she would not tell people that he was, you know, fucking a porn star. So I think that's basically, I think I understand what's going on. So I don't know. I mean, maybe some of you have some things to say. I'm kind of embarrassed to tell you actually what I'm most concerned with in this story. I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but do you know what I think about every time I see this story? And I've been thinking this way ever since the story first emerged. So what was that, like years ago? I think and I know this does not speak well of me, but my initial thought is always she would not be the porn star that I would choose if I were Trump. She's not an ugly woman or anything. I mean, I can see like objectively, like, you know, sort of attract. I don't know. It's just something about her. You know, it's just not. I don't know. It would not be my choice. Let's just put it that way. So that is my initial thought. I'm always like, oh man, like his life is like kind of ruined, or you know, or at least he's gonna be dealing with all this bullshit over over Stormy Daniels. And that name too. I know porn names are stupid, but what does that even mean? Stormy Daniels. She is friends with that Sydney Leathers woman who took down Weiner. You remember Anthony Weiner? The guy who was, he got in trouble for sexting, well, a number of women, and some underage women, but also, wasn't it Sydney Leathers who first, like, no, the story broke when I remember now. No, he put a picture of his own dick up on his own Twitter. That's what it was. Oh yeah, I forgot. Y'all remember that? The guy was trying to send an underwear erection shot or whatever to one of these women that he was sexting with, and instead he put it on his Twitter, right? He was trying to DM it and he just put it up on his Twitter. And it's actually really tragic. And so then he had to so then instead of acknowledging it, then he came up with this whole story about how he had been the victim of a hacking. I guess I'll take Trump off here. We'll get back to him in a minute. But Weiner had been the victim of a hacking. And someone had, I guess, hacked into his photos and put the erect dick picture up. And so anyway, as this story inevitably fell apart and his colleagues began to pressure him, Weiner, to come clean, then, I mean, he did. And then it was like people forgave him, but then he was caught doing it again. And this time it involved someone who was underage. And like there was a picture with his son in the picture. I mean, it was like, I mean, anyway, there was there was just kind of a lot going on there. I don't know. Speaking of craziness to try to unpack, but you know, there are some psychoanalysts who would say that with a last, and I'm serious, that with a last name like Weiner, you are psychologically sort of what's the word, destined or bound to have some sort of like dysfunction relating to your sexuality or to your dick. I mean, you know, he said his whole life he'd been made fun of for his last name, right? Weiner Dick. And so then what does he do? What is his downfall? So because he spent years and years building up this career, this prestigious career in Congress. I remember he was on like political shows a lot. He was one of the faces of the Democratic Party. I hear behind the scenes that he was an asshole. I actually know somebody who worked on Capitol Hill and knew him very well and said that he was known as being the dickiest congressman in more ways than one, right? So he was an asshole behind the scenes, apparently, but he had great prestige and great power. And then he married, you know, Hillary's second in command, whatever. Huma Abedin, remember that? She was real stylish, and she had like the glossy Vogue photo spreads and all of that. And then anyway, so Weiner married this woman, and then he had this sex scandal, and yeah. And so Sydney Leathers was a porn star. I don't think like grade A porn star. I think like it's more like the B list of porn stars. But she was a porn star she was one of the women that he was sexting with. I really hate that word, but he was sexting with, and so she helped to expose him. But there really is, it's sad to watch. It's also ridiculous, but there is a good documentary about all of this. I think it's called Weiner, as I remember, and you can find it online. And it's a good documentary, and it details like this whole thing, goes behind the scenes, and it shows like what was going on in his life and with his wife and everything when all these allegations were hitting, and then when it happened again, he did it again, and they're just trying to run for mayor. And anyway, so Trump, porn star, Stormy Daniels would not be my choice. Now, how do I feel about what he's actually accused of? I mean, I have to be honest with you, campaign finance laws are not something that I feel passionately about, but I think that I think that I could say that if he's breaking laws, then there should be penalties. Now, here's the rub, or here's where it starts to get complicated for me. I have a hard time believing, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm way off on this, okay? I have a hard time believing that Trump is the only politician who has committed a criminal offense worthy of being indicted for. Do y'all think that am I just crazy to think that other politicians that have not been indicted, that if we were to get, like a major like federal attorney on their case, like digging around and like find some shit? I would think so. I know some people just say that they just think Trump is the most corrupt person who's ever held office. I think that's a deeply ahistorical, it's not historically correct perspective, but I understand that there's, political bias that can be entering in on my part. Some people are so touchy about the political stuff too. Like I had some people leave the chat the other night. And granted, it was advertised as a sex live stream, or we were going to be talking about sex. And, I had a porn star and a BDSM expert and stuff on. But we did just briefly, we veered into a little bit of politics. And all that I said, I don't think I even provided a political critique of anyone. All that I said, and I may have gone a little too far with this, I did say that President Biden looks like Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I understand that might have set some people but like, I didn't mean that as like a deep critique of his character or like whether he should be president. I don't think that whether you look like Leatherface means that you can't be president. But I'm just saying, like, that is my initial impression. And so I was, we were having a late night chat. It was casual. We were joking around, and I said that, and then some people left. They said they were out of there after I compared Biden to Leatherface. If you've never seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, then that's probably not going to even make sense. But there's just kind of like a leathery, sort of mummified, slightly inhuman quality about something going on with Biden's face. But I also think that what we're seeing is old age with like a lot of Botox and filler on top, and it's not like really mixing well. I won't pretend that Trump is some hottie either. I mean, he's yucky too, right? Anyway, he's been compared to many people. I don't know Leatherface, but I'm sure there's many. There are many horrifying characters or animals or whatever that people have compared Trump to. Oh my goodness. Anybody have anything to say here? Kat. Oh, hey Kat, what's up? Been a long time. I didn't even know that you were still, don't take this the wrong way, but like, I didn't know if you were still around or whatever. Because some people who've been around from the early days, like Kat, like when I just first started, as you're saying right here, lose track of. So it's good to see you. I hope you're well. I always like your avatar. That's Aaliyah from Queen of the Damned, isn't it? Which is not, I don't love that movie, but I think there's some interesting stuff in it. She was like an amazing looking vampire in that, or whatever she was. Those Anne Rice books, man, they get racy. I bet you could definitely cancel Anne Rice today. Oh, now I'm starting to think about some of the stuff in Anne Rice's books. So Anne Rice is the Interview with the Vampire writer. She wrote a bunch of other books. And I reread Interview with the Vampire, I would say maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And I hadn't read it since when I was a teenager, and that's when I first read it. That was when Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise were in that movie that in hindsight is really homoerotic. But like, I didn't even see it that way, right? When it came out in the early 90s or whatever. I'm not saying they were trying to make it. I'm just saying, like, it's very, like, you look at it now and you're like, through 2020, 2023 eyes, and it's very different. But anyway, But that movie was big deal, and so I watched the movie, you know, and it's got all these hot guys in it. Remember, it was Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise back before people thought Tom Cruise wasn't cool, and Antonio Banderas and Christian Slater, and it's just like a smorgasbord of like hot men. Which, you know, pretty soon I won't even be able to say that because it'll be construed as some kind of sexual harassment. But I read Interview with the Vampire, and there, I don't even want to get into it, but there are definitely many things in there that are not in line with the woke sensibility. That's for sure, or with Me Too or anything. Clive Barker is another one who, if he had come along later, I think he might have gotten more criticism. Anyways, so yes, I guess that's all I have to say about Trump. Now, I did put in the description. I said I would talk about what kind of a president I thought Trump had been. And you know, it's like, it's kind of one of these things of like, I guess I have a libertarian sensibility. I do like mostly like, you know, want to be left alone, sort of in the larger libertarian sense, and in the sense that I generally am going to favor the person that I think is going to be less authoritarian. And so I guess how you look at Trump, it depends on what you focus on, because I know some people thought that there were some things like, you know, as related to immigration or whatever, where they thought he was being really authoritarian, whereas others, you know, and a lot of people in my milieu thought was just trying to enforce certain laws. Again, I see the other perspective there. Trump, you know, it seemed like we got into, and everybody knows this, but it seems like we got into a lot of military stuff with Obama, you know, for someone who won the Nobel Prize. And I'll say this, I voted for Obama, and in 08, I was a total like Obama head. So I have been, politically speaking, I've been kind of all over the map. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, I think that I hope that in my videos I bring sort of different things to the table, is because I have tried to go through life, and it's hard, and we all have our biases and stuff, but I have tried to go through life giving consideration to different sides of things, even to opposing, you know, viewpoints. And so anyway, I don't want to get boring, but I guess where I was going with that is that there's a lot of stuff about Trump's presidency where I felt like, for instance, it was good that it seemed actually less, and statistically, it's less militaristic than Obama's was. But I know there are other things that people don't like, and I did not like what happened. Look, I'm very above board about my politics on COVID. Politics on other things, especially things that I don't feel like I'm extremely well educated about, you know, I don't get into as much. But I really had and I know people don't like this either, some people, but I really had a big problem with the way that society seems to turn authoritarian in the face of COVID. And I'm not going to get into that right now. I don't feel like it. Maybe a little bit later tonight or whatever. And I put videos out on the topic. But I really, really resented the fact that I guess I was going to talk about the vaccination thing, right? So, you know, I did a couple of videos on why I wasn't vaccinated. I'm still not vaccinated for COVID, and those videos were not trying to persuade others not to get the vaccine, and I wasn't even trying to say that I strongly felt that the vaccines had side effects or whatever. My basic argument, it was a really simple one, and I really hate that so many people, I feel like, deliberately misunderstood it, because it seemed so obvious to me. My basic argument when it came to, and I know there were various COVID mandates, like I think the lockdowns were a mistake in hindsight, and I think there's research to prove that, and various other things. But just focusing on the vaccine mandates and on the fact that people were basically forced by their employers, if they wanted to keep their job or if they wanted to retain sort of full functionality in their professions, and various other sectors of society, if you want to travel, whatever, you all know what I'm talking about. I very much was against the idea that people had to show proof of being vaccinated, get vaccinated to live normal lives and to take part in community activities. And my thinking, which has not changed, was that settled science is generally a pretty ridiculous notion. Yes, of course, there's settled science about certain things. Like, I believe in gravity. Okay. I've also was vaccinated for various things when I was born. And if I had a child, well, I'm not having a child, so I haven't ever thought about if I would get them vaccinated. But like, I'm not one of these people, I guess I'm saying, who's like always doubting all science and like we can never really know anything. And I'm always looking at, I don't like conspiracy theories. Actually, it surprises people because, the Marilyn Manson thing is a big hoax and there's a conspiracy there. I actually don't like conspiracy theories. I generally think that they're stupid. And there have been some people actually behind the scenes with some of this Me Too stuff who have been, like on Twitter and stuff, who've been kind of pushing me to get more into the conspiracy level of things, like who was really behind Evan Rachel Wood, what politicians were behind, her and putting her up to it, and what bigger agenda is there and all that. And I'm just like, I think it's pretty obvious what happened with Evan Rachel Wood. She's fucking crazy. And she got another crazy woman who fell in love with her to do some crazy shit and bring in more crazy people. And then those crazy people, got some other crazy people pay attention. And then they made this crazy documentary and a bunch of crazy people in society ate it up. I think that's a pretty good explanation. And of course, there's lots of forces at work with, feminism, the evolution of feminism, modern feminism, Me Too, victim culture, cancel culture, the evolution of the media and all of that, right? But I'm just saying, I actually generally avoid conspiracy theories. And so my issue with the COVID mandates, the shot mandates, was simply that I felt like it was a new thing. In fact, it had been rushed through in various ways. It was a relatively new technology. I understand that scientists have been experimenting with that kind of like mRNA technology for years and stuff. But I'm just saying, there was enough reasonable doubt. Let's put it that way. Okay. There was enough room for reasonable doubt that I did not feel like I should have to be compelled to put this in my body. And to me, that seemed almost as self-evident, like they say in philosophy, like a priori argument, like it really did. But apparently there were a number of people like Sean Penn who felt differently. And Sean Penn said that if you were unvaccinated and you went around unvaccinated, that it was like you were taking a gun and shooting people in the head with it. I don't know what to do with that perspective, but it did not seem right. And so, and here's the thing, like my mom got the vaccine and I believe my sister got the vaccine and a number of my friends and pretty much everyone that I worked with at the time, because I was working at a school and the school mandated that I had to get the vaccine or I had to be tested twice a week. And so I ignored the email for as long as I could. Brian, thank you. Just a moment and I'll respond to your thing. I ignored the email for as long as I could from my superiors until it got more and more demanding. It's like it was very Kafkaesque, right? Because at first it's like, okay, this is our policy. You're gonna get the COVID shot, and for anybody, like any of you dumbasses who might possibly consider not doing that, yeah, we're also gonna make it as hard on you as possible. So you're gonna get tested twice a week. So I just kept ignoring it. And then the emails, they got more and more sort of demanding. And finally, I was up against a wall where I was going to have to start getting tested twice a week, or I was going to have to get the shot. And luckily, they just fired me completely. They didn't fire me. And they let me and like 7 other people in my position go because of like post-COVID, post-COVID budget cuts. And then also because they wanted to hire more minorities because they'd been sued by a couple of Black students for some really dumb kind of made up claims of racism, just bogus, frivolous lawsuits. And so that were aimed at the English department. And so the English department, because, it's a very woke, leftist leaning institution, typically English departments, instead of saying, oh, this is crazy, this is a frivolous lawsuit, and you're not going to find a place with more liberal, open-minded, less racist people than an English department in a modern university. No, instead, what did they do? They were like, oh my God, we're going to get a committee together and we're going to root out racist ideology among our faculty, or so racist behaviors, and there's unconscious bias and blah, 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 right? And so they had it set up a committee and they're doing all these surveys and evals and whatever. And one of the conclusions that they came to is that they needed to hire a lot more minorities. And so how are you going to hire people? Well, you have to get rid of other people. So this is not the way that they would frame it, I'm quite sure, if you asked them, but this was generally my perception. So, where was I going with all that? Yeah. So the point is, luckily, I was fired before I was compelled to take the COVID shot or, getting tested twice a week, which look, getting tested twice a week is not torture. I don't love the sensation of the thing like going up into my brain. It feels slightly invasive. Can we just say that about the COVID test? I'm not saying that like it's too much to ask necessarily in some circumstances. But like, let me stick this up into your brain. No worries, like it just seems invasive. I don't know. What happened to like, we're not going to coerce people into doing things and having their bodies or physical space invaded or whatever. Okay. Brian, I don't give away your name here. I'd feel bad doing that. But thank you, Brian. And you said, you said no public acknowledgement. Okay. So, he's just complimenting my Marilyn Manson coverage. It's a Marilyn Manson fan. So anyway. And then Gabriel, thank you so much. So thanks for being a critical thinker in your videos and not being afraid to say what's on your mind. Thank you so much, Gabriel. And I appreciate that, that large donation as well. And then Lisa. Lisa is another one of my big supporters there with AJ and many of the others, right? But thank you so much for that. And you say, I think all people want to fit in. And so, yes, we do things for our own interest. But I think the difference is when we only think about ourselves and we don't take others' feelings and needs into account. It's a fine line to walk. Refer to what you said earlier. Yes. Oh, you're referring to what I said earlier. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa. Okay. Y'all want to, I have other things to talk about, but y'all want to throw some things in the comments that you want to hear? Are you fine with we'll just keep going down the list of things I said I would talk about? Let's see. Oh, this is in all caps. John Thompson says, In the Mouth of Madness has no UK release. Are you talking about the novel In the Mouth of Madness? Are they remaking that? I know that was a horror movie with Sam Neill. It was a good horror movie. Wasn't it John Carpenter? I can't remember, but I may be totally off of what you're talking about. AJ, there are plenty of more schools to work at. Oh, yeah. Although they do tend to have the same ideology. I could talk ad nauseum about academia, and it wouldn't be all negative either. But it is also about what you'd expect. And it depends on the department you're in. An English department is going to be much more activist and woke or whatever adjectives you want to use than like an engineering department. But it's getting everywhere. It is spreading kind of like, what did Elon say, like a mind virus. And I know that I have a number of supporters who are on the left and on the far left. And I have a lot of sympathy for those perspectives too, because here was my evolution, okay? Without seeming wishy-washy, and maybe I am, I don't know. So I grew up, and this is something else I wanted to talk about, so I guess I'll talk about it now. Growing up, my childhood. I was going to talk about growing up Southern Baptist. I can also get the NPD dad in here now too. My dad is dead. And so in some ways that gives me some freedom to say certain things that I would not otherwise say, right? So in case, I say some things and people are thinking, wow, she's talking about her father that way, but like he's not going to know about it. So he was, my dad fit like basically every criteria for NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, and was like a classic case. I mean, I didn't realize this until much later, obviously. And what made me realize it actually is what often makes people have these realizations is when I dated someone who, shocking, was like my dad. Oh my God, I've never heard of that before. Such a rare thing to happen. So very NPD, all of those behaviors that you would expect. And he had a strong sadistic streak. It didn't manifest itself in, thankfully, in physical abuse or sexual abuse. And so I had it, I mean, in a lot of ways I had it. I was luckier than a lot of people, right? Because there's just a lot of people that grow up with crummy childhoods and crummy parents. And it's, look, we are animals and we're still the law of the jungle. We have built societies, we've built civilizations, we have rules that we've codified, we have repressed the id in a lot of situations, but there's still, all of that is just below the surface. And so that's why you see, as Freud understood and many others since then, the human being is at its core an irrational being. And, this was something I meant to say earlier when we were talking about Nexium and Keith Raniere, and how it is such a challenge to get to the core of who someone is, because I can't even get to the core of what I am. Now, I mean, does that make me a narcissist or whatever? But like, and what do I mean by that? I mean, gosh, this is going to be cynical. The human behaviors that we think of as being ethical, you could argue that they all have selfish motivations. And I'm not saying that I make that argument. I mean, I believe in God, I believe in spirituality, and that argument seems even a little too cynical for me, but it is certainly a legitimate argument to say that every unselfish impulse that you have could be traced to a selfish motivation or a narcissistic motivation. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, let's take, the impulse that most people think of as being the most unselfish, for instance, children. Evolutionary biologists would argue that in a selfish sense, the selfish gene, in a selfish sense, that you're actually strongly biologically programmed to protect your children, to feel that way about your children for the betterment of the larger species, but also for the betterment of yourself. I can't tell you how many times I've heard people say as one of the reasons why they want to have kids, and I'm not necessarily saying this is wrong, this is just kind of how life is, but I want someone to take care of me when I'm old. Now, I know that's not the primary reason for most people. The primary reason why most people have kids is because the condom broke, but no, I'm just kidding. There wasn't a condom to begin with, right? No. Boy, there's so many ways you could cut this up. If this is something I think about too sometimes with the Nexium stuff, is that there are so many things that I have said. I have said so many things over the past 2 years, and that doesn't even get into all the years that I spent teaching when I was in the classroom hours every day. I have said so many offensive things that if you took them in isolation and then you dug around into my background and you got the worst things that people could say about me and some of the biggest screw ups in my life, and then you put that all together, you can make me seem like a really bad person. But anyway, I'm totally lost as to where I was now. My childhood, we're going to be bouncing around a lot. Oh, it's hard to get to the soul. It's hard to get to the core of what someone is. And so, even think of a purely heroic act. Let's say that we're talking about a hero, in the military. Have you ever seen Lone Survivor? Have you ever seen that movie? And you look at that scene where Lieutenant Murphy, or whatever he was, he sacrifices himself to try to save the others. And so he's trying to radio for help. And so he knows that the only place that the radio is going to work. This is in Afghanistan, by the way. True story. It's about these American soldiers who were in Afghanistan, and they were ambushed by the Taliban, and one of them ended up making it out. Anyway, they're ambushed. And this guy knows that the only way that he can try to get help for his men, he's the guy in charge, is that this guy's name is Murphy, Michael Murphy. He knows that the only way he can radio out is if he goes to this high point, this peak, where then he can get a signal. But he knows that as soon as he does that, all of these Taliban are going to see him and they're going to shoot him up. And so he knows that what he is doing with that last act. See, I can be all cynical and I start crying about it. He knows that what he's doing with that last act is a complete sacrifice of the self for his fellow human beings. Now, I can get very choked up over that, and I can say that that is beautiful, and I can say that that is the height of what we should aspire to as human beings. And I can say all of that, and I can believe it. I can believe it to the point where I cry about it. And yet, it is possible that even self-sacrifice is an extension of one's narcissism, in that one's sense of self-esteem can be based on the idea of oneself as a hero. And so if one's sense of oneself that, especially some tough army guy, right? The kinds of guys who join the Navy SEALs, and I'm not saying this is bad. We need people with this attitude, but they have this sort of hyper heroic, a lot of them hyper heroic, hyper capable. I'm never going to not show courage. I'm never going to shirk a fight. I'm always going to sacrifice myself for my fellow soldiers and all that, right? That is selfless, yes, but it's also tied in with a certain conception of themselves that could have a narcissistic dimension. And I'm not saying they have NPD. I'm just saying that the human psyche is such a labyrinth, and it is such a mystery, and the mind is truly the final frontier. And we have, even the most brilliant scientists still have really no idea what consciousness is. And I do believe in a soul, and I do believe in spirituality, and at the end of the day, I do think that these things matter, but I also am very aware that we are animals. And so where was I going with all that? I was just trying to explain why it is that so many people grow up with fucked up parents or fucked up childhoods. And by fucked up, I don't mean that they're all bad. Most of us, what we struggle with in assessing our childhoods, what we struggle with is trying to sift out the bad from the good. And because we want to have this one unifying theory of the parents in our lives, and the people in our lives, and this could extend even to talking about some of these other cases I've been talking about. We want to know whether we can categorize someone as good or bad. We have a profound need to anchor ourselves and our relationships with others on that basis. And so one of the things that people struggle with so much with parents and with abuse and stuff is that it's rare that you would have a parent who's just generally all the way around the board bad. Not rare maybe, but like it's also not the norm. Generally people are a mix of, good and bad. And so we all struggle profoundly as we go back and we revisit things from our lives and our childhoods, and we try to make sense of who we are and how we got here and how to proceed. We're engaged in this kind of sifting where we're trying to not be in denial about our parents' flaws, and we're trying to deal with them, and we're trying to trace a kind of an architecture of how those flaws have now expressed themselves in our psyches and our lives and our vulnerabilities. And yet at the same time, we love this parent. This parent is the source from which we came. This parent is us. This parent was our God when we were born. And it's hard to reconcile. Those two things, right? And so anyway, so my dad, I guess getting back to my dad then, I think that he was a deeply unconscious person. And I say that he was sadistic, but I don't think it was a kind of a premeditated sadism. He would get like just really stressed out, and he would get in those narcissistic fits, people who have like true NPD. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? We heard Amber Heard have a few of those. His dad, beat him though. So, I mean, my dad had a lot worse than I did. And that's, again, when you start to look at to diagnose the cycles of abuse and the ways that the sins of the father really are visited, as the Bible says, on the third and the fourth generations and all of that, then, assessing blame becomes that much more difficult as well. A lot of people, and I've struggled with this too, they have anger over their childhoods, but they don't really know what to do with that or where to place it, or if it even needs to be dealt with, or you just say, oh, everybody's got it tough in some way and just move on. And I don't know that I've really solved that for myself either. Random comment, but Jennifer, Generation X bitch says, my mother-in-law is a narcissist. She's brutal. Sorry. I'm sorry, it's not actually funny, but I just love the mother-in-law, part of it. Do you want to expand? You want to expound on that? It's like, how do I hate my mother-in-law? Let me count the ways. No, I'm not talking about myself. Actually, I love the woman in my life with that role. She's actually never causes me problems. But and then Gray, which I'm super ultra ultra MAGA. Okay, well. Do you think, but tell me, Gray Wrench Mod, do you think that Stormy Daniels is worth the trouble that Trump has experienced since he hooked up with her? Oh my God. So yeah, so here's the thing about my dad though. The things that, generally speaking, I like most about myself have also been generated as a kind of a byproduct of my dad being the way he was. Now, my mom is super, super intelligent. You've seen her perhaps on my show before. We talked about Amber Heard from a psychological perspective. And so I get my intelligence from, whatever intelligence I do have from both sides of the family, right? And my mom is where like my sense of, ethics and all that, comes from. And my appreciation, I think, for the spiritual, whatever that may be. But in terms of like my interest, and in terms of like, I think what's really ultimately like driving me, kind of like when we were talking about Ranieri and the idea of the mother, right? I see it traced back to a lot of stuff with my dad. And so, like, for example, I did not understand. I talked about this a little, so I don't want to stay on it too long. But I did not understand when I was young that my dad had this issue and that he was off or whatever. And so I thought that he was not expressing love because there was something wrong with me. And the only thing that, one of the few things that I could think of was, well, I've seen him acting like cool with like like other people's sons, you know, because like we'd maybe go over to someone's house and son and he'd like throw the ball with him or whatever. And so in my mind, it was like, oh, it's a gender thing. He wanted a boy. It's crazy how kids get these like ideas. Like my dad never said anything like this, but I just, just thought it up from like observing the situation, trying to make sense of it, right? And so what I strive to do is to try to find ways to get my dad's attention, and those tended to be things that were more masculine in nature. And so like even like the Colonel Kurtz thing, and the fact that I love apocalypse now, like I love war movies and I love history. I don't talk about history very much, but I've taught classes, on it before, and like history and film, and I love history and I love war movies, and I'm not saying that women don't like these things or can't like these things, but I'm saying that there does tend to be more or less, generally speaking, a kind of a gendered nature of interest, and so like, and there are other things that are more stereotypically feminine that I maybe don't like as much, and of course. The people who critique me online, they'll say, see, she's got this internalized misogyny, but it's more like I was very focused on trying to get my dad's attention, and not just my dad, but I had another sort of male figure in the picture who was an uncle who was closer to my age and kind of had like more of a father figure role, and he was really into like film and science fiction and ideas and stuff. And so it's like, I guess what I'm saying is that there are things that I really like about myself, or that I think are somewhat distinctive, or that inform my life in a positive way now. And if, even some of the aggressiveness that I bring to the table in some of my YouTube videos that do to require a certain boldness, I even see that maybe in being more sort of stereotypically masculine identified with my dad and my uncle, and my perspective on these things. Is that internalized misogyny? I mean, I don't know. I'm very leery of words like internalized misogyny, because it's like that's packing so much of a punch there. And I continue to this day, and I could be deluding myself, but I continue to this day to think that my issue is not with women. My issue is with what I see are certain unhealthy patterns of behavior and certain unhealthy perspectives that have been exacerbated by modern feminism, by media, by the Me Too movement, and various other factors that are a problem. So anyway, but again, we all focus on things for deeply personal reasons, and getting to the root of those often impossible to do. So, but somebody tell me, okay, I haven't been following the Trump stuff closely. What is he looking at? Is he going to do time in prison if he's convicted? Like, I know I should know these things. I've just been bored by the whole thing. So somebody tell me in the chat, like, get down to the brass tacks. What are we looking at here for Trump in terms of if he's convicted, the whole shebang or whatever, what's going to happen? I'm curious to know. Okay. What else? What else is on the list? Oh, we were going to talk, more about my childhood. So, yeah, so I was raised in a really religious environment. It's basically sort of your cliche or your stereotype of a Southern Baptist, East Texas household, in the 80s and the 90s, and all that would entail, and very sort of traditional, like Christian right political perspective and all of that, right? Those of you who remember those days. I went to church 2 to 3 times a week. I was involved in other things, like I was in the choir, the youth choir. I did like a mission trip sometimes. I went to Juarez, Ciudad Juarez, and I brought several children to Christ. Make of that what you will, whether you think that's a good thing or you think that's crazy. And I've obviously kind of vacillated on my views of that. By the way, let me tell you something about Juarez, how much Juarez has changed over the years, because I'm sure that a number of you, if you've seen the movie, oh God, what's the movie? I can't believe how Sicario. The Sicario movie, I think one of them takes place in Juarez, right? And so it's depicted as being like a war zone, and it has had a terrible reputation for safety because of cartel stuff for the last, I guess the last like 15 years or so. And of course, the reputation sort of ebbs and flows depending on cartel activity and what's going on in Mexico politically and with the cartels and all. And everything's sort of, because there's constant like fighting over territory and everything, right? My point is, though, this is how different the situation in Mexico and in Ciudad Juarez was when I was going on mission trips there. So when I was in middle school, this would have been the mid 90s. we went on a trip, this middle school choir that I was in, this youth choir, because I went to a big kind of mega church, so there was more money for that sort of thing, like taking trips and things like that. So we went to Mexico, went to Juarez, and we did some different mission-oriented things, and also talked to people about Jesus and everything. But here's the thing: so I was like 12, as I remember, and there were people younger and there was people older, but like we're talking about, still a kid. They turned us loose in Ciudad Juarez without chaperones. And they said, run around, go do whatever, walk around for a couple of hours, and we'll see you back here in a few hours. That's how different it was. So you got all these these clueless, hyper sheltered American, Baptist kids or whatever that don't know shit about anything. And kids, and you're turning them loose in Juarez, Mexico for a few hours, and you tell them to come back. And it was fine, because back then it was different. But I just remember that. I'm thinking, what? It has really changed. But that was my life. And I did not question. And so first of all, I'll just say I absolutely believed that if you did not accept Christ into your heart, if you did not undergo a conversion experience, that you would be tortured, or you would be in a very bad place for eternity. I don't know if I literally believe that there was hellfire or whatever, because look, people are not stupid. All right. Well, some people are stupid, but like there's a lot of very smart people who are also deeply religious and who believe these things. And so, I don't want to caricature people as like, oh my God, it's so stupid. Can you believe what they believe? Because everybody believes things that people are like, oh. My point is, though, I was not critical of these beliefs to the extent that I thought that it might not be true. And it was simply because I had never been challenged. Like I grew, like I was in a kind of hermetically sealed universe or world where everybody, East Texas in the 80s and the 90s, and in the small kind of town environment, like everybody was on the same page pretty much. And even people who were sinning a lot, I still had these beliefs. It's like, yeah, I'm, getting wasted and I'm having sex and I'm doing all these things I'm not supposed to be doing. But we still know that this Christianity thing is true, right? So whatever. And so it was kind of but I will tell you what I had a problem with, though. And this bothered me a lot. I could not, even then, even though I was winning other people to Christ, I could not quite understand a system in which I supposedly, and you've heard this before, but in which I supposedly loving God would create a system where the majority of humanity would fail the test and would be sentenced to some kind of eternal damnation. It's just a ludicrous thought, because what that would mean is it would mean that God created a system. If we're going just by this, like just the letter of these beliefs, I'm saying, right? This particular, I'm not speaking about all Christianity here. I'm speaking about this particular kind. To believe this, that one can only go to heaven through this belief in Christ, and that many are missing the boat, would be to believe that God set up a system knowing that most people would fail. And that just seems to me, just inherently, it just doesn't make sense, and sadistic even. And so that always bugged me. And I would look around, and in my church, because it was Southern Baptist, dude, like we believed that non-believers were going to hell. Like it was not like bad things awaited. And so there was a sense of like urgency. And this is one thing that I try to explain to some of the Marilyn Manson fans who think these Christians are so fucking annoying. You have to understand that from their perspective, they literally believe that non-believers are in danger of eternal torment. Like that is heavy duty, people, if you really believe that. And if you really believe that, then you're going to be compelled to do something with that information if you have some kind of humanitarian sensibility about you. And so a lot of this zeal for conversion that you see within fundamentalist religions comes from this real sense of like fear and of like trying to help other people. Now I understand you may say, well, they're rude or they're annoying or it's presumptuous or whatever. I get it, but I'm just saying. But I would look around at church and I would see all of us, and I remember this thought from a very early age. I would look around at church and I would see everyone in this state of religion. Well, not everyone, but I would see lots of people in this state of religious rapture, having spiritual moments, communicating with God. And I actually thought that was legitimate, and I still do. I think there is a higher spiritual force, and people communicate with it in whatever ways they can. And some of it's off and it's distorted, but like there's still a connection going on there. But I would look at people around me who were singing about how awesome God was and glory be to God. And I'm so glad, victory in Jesus and all this. And then I would think, but wait a minute, all of this is predicated on the idea that the majority of people are going to be eternally tormented by this God or because of a system this God has established. What are we happy? Like, how can we be happy? So what that created in my mind, there were basically that, and I'm only saying this after years of therapy, right? And I don't know, maybe you don't even care about this stuff. I start to feel long-winded talking about myself. But I think what happened was there was this real extreme cognitive dissonance that was created in my mind, not only with the heaven hell thing and like good God, bad God, but also with my family, because my dad was a deacon in the church and he was a Sunday school teacher, and people looked up to him. He was charismatic, he was charming, he was all those things that narcissists are, and people looked up to him and they would say to me, "Wow, your dad is so awesome," and I would think, "Wow, he's really like terrifying." And so like I understand, and I want to stop for a second and I want to show some sympathy again here for like what I think Nikki was trying to convey, and what critics like with the Nexium key thing have tried to convey. I totally understand the idea of people who are charlatans or people who present the face of enlightenment and really they've got all these personal failings and they're hurting people in their lives and whatever, right? Like I'm not saying like that's a hard thing to understand, right? And I've made my issues clear earlier, so I'm not going to get back into that. But people would say, "Wow, your dad's so awesome. He's so laid back." That was the one people said a lot. They would tell me all the time, your dad's so laid back, because that was what he would convey. And I was just thinking, wow. So there, and then there was cognitive dissonance with my mother as well, because she was an extremely religious woman, but she was also allowing us to be emotionally terrorized by my father and allowing herself to be emotionally terrorized. Now, I didn't understand at the time that there were all of these good reasons for it. There were economic constraints. She didn't know what she would do. She hadn't been in the workforce very long. Like there was a lot going on. And so honestly, staying with my dad in hindsight might have been the right choice, because you're never given perfect options in life, especially in those kinds of situations. And so I know that my mom has a lot of guilt over the fact that she did not leave my dad and that we stayed in this environment with this man who not scared us in terms, well, yeah, I was scared. I was scared of his temper, even though it never really erupted, physically. But in hindsight, I don't know if the other way would have been better, because there were all sorts of problems we would have had if she'd left him. So anyway, I don't know. But all of those things, it created a kind of a cognitive dissonance. And I feel like that has never been resolved. And I would say probably, and this is something I've talked about in therapy and I've talked about with, boyfriends, but I am constantly in my life. I feel like I'm constantly trying to resolve like things that oppositions in life that don't fit. Or I'm always kind of in psychologically sort of mining the place of ambivalence or ambiguity between different things. And so maybe that's one of the reasons why I was able to take a contrarian look at some of this Me Too stuff, like Manson or Depp. Maybe those of us who are contrarians, maybe we are more comfortable with sort of staying in the realm of tension, whereas maybe a lot of people, they just have to run toward an ideology, right? Because ambivalence is a very uncomfortable feeling. It's a very unsafe, unsteady, tense feeling. It is not something that I like, and it's not something I don't know that I would even recommend, but it does seem to be the condition of life. And I talked about this in a live stream that I did for my Patreon last week when my mom had that surgery. I struggle in life with maintaining a positive attitude in a belief in meaning in the face of so many horrible things in the world. And that dichotomy is that juxtaposition, or that split, is very rough, right? Because I'll have moments where things will be going really well, or I something great happened, or I achieved something, or I had a great encounter with someone or whatever, where I felt like I saw God, like something synchronistic happened in my life. And I'm like, there was a reason for that, right? And then it seems like, though, I also look at life and I see like, well, what's the reason, for this child who was abducted by a horrible person and bad things done to them and whatever, right? Like, how can you explain that? It's like, and I've talked about this in my videos before. I've talked about the animalism of human nature, and that maybe in the much grander cosmic scheme of things, all of these things that we see as being evil are byproducts of a certain animalism that we will, through the course of evolution, we will one day move beyond. I mean, I think that's ultimately like what we'd all like to believe, right? And also, if you believe in an afterlife or another life, that there are other realms in which we're working these things out. But again, who really knows? I don't know. Let's see. Michael Brown. I like when I look at these quotes in isolation too. I'm not even sure what conversation or whatever, but you need that mental illness to believe in the first place. Well, so this is a big question, right? Is religious and spiritual belief just completely a delusion? And I don't, I could get into arguments that I've made before when I've talked about this. And I did a video, why I believe in God or what I believe about God. And I talked about how I don't actually think that it is irrational to believe in God or to believe in a God who is even in some way an interventionist in this world. I personally find aspects of Christianity and that religion and all of that to be irrational. And obviously, personally, I don't think the Bible is the inspired work of God, although I think great things can be found in it, has a spiritual dimension, whatever. But this is my evolution. I went to college and this sort of cliched thing happened where when I got to college, I basically it was like, oh, okay, there's all of this stuff that I was not told about my religion and about the history of the Bible and just about all of this. And there's also all of these questions that nobody was ever really taking seriously, or I felt was taking seriously enough that now there are people around me who were taking these things seriously. And so that it was kind of a cliched evolution from being super, super religious, fundamentalist, Southern Baptist, to then becoming what I would think at the time I would describe as deeply agnostic, not quite atheist, but deeply agnostic, and also open to the idea that maybe there could be nothing, or that what's there is so alien and so detached from us that we couldn't even conceptualize it as God really, in the sense in which we think of it. And then what happened over the course of my life since then, and where I've gotten now to the place where I'm at, which is that I don't feel sure of anything, but I do have some degree of a theistic belief and theistic feeling, and a sense that something has been working in my life in various ways. And how I got to where I'm at from where I was just, I guess this is a story for a lot of people, but I just had a lot of different experiences that you could look at, I'm sure, subjectively and dismiss, but that also seemed like there was a real sort of a force sort of going on behind the scenes. And, people would say that's psychological delusion or whatever. It's just not, you're not able to prove that one way or the other. And that's where we get into sort of a Pascalian dimension with all this. Pascal's idea, and I've said this before, is that because you cannot prove atheism or theism, there's no empirical way that you can prove to me that there is a God or there isn't a God yet, at least, right? And so we're left in the realm of wager. What we come down to is a bet. And so Pascal's thinking is that maybe a good way of dealing with this religious uncertainty or spiritual uncertainty is to go with what, yes, is not crazy or delusional, but also with what works for you, what makes you more motivated, what makes you a better or more successful person, or whatever your definition of meaningful life is, whatever belief system, as long as it's not wrong, as long as it's not, I should say, immoral or unethical or leads you to do really bad things, right? Or makes you deeply guilt-ridden or whatever. And so, yeah, so I guess that's my view. I go back when I go home now, every now and then I'll go to church with my mom. I haven't gone lately, but my mom, she is, she's hardcore Southern Baptist Christian. She is very open-minded for someone with her beliefs. And like, she loves the fact that I'm doing this stuff for Marilyn Manson. She thinks he's innocent and all that, even though she thinks that, I think her opinion on Marilyn Manson and religion is that Manson had, and I talked to her about this, and I still have the video. I need to put it up sometime. I just haven't had time to edit it. But I think she thinks that he had, very unfortunate experiences with Christians and with the church, and that set him on a path to be perhaps overly antagonistic or dismissive of Christianity in general. Although my mom is not a Marilyn Manson expert, so. But I'm just saying she is, but she's open-minded about things, and as much as she can be. But these are her beliefs. And so, like, when I go home, like, there are crosses everywhere. Like, she likes crosses like as a decorative motif, and so we literally have crosses all over the place in my house. It's like we're warding off vampires. Like, I don't have to worry about vampire attacks. That's for sure. When I go to my house, when I go back home, and she blares the Christian music. and she's probably not going to be listening to this live stream, so I can tell you, and no offense to her, but she's a little bit hard of hearing. She has a hearing condition, and so the Christian music, the contemporary Christian music, it's not only playing like all the time, but it's like really, really loud. And then also she likes to watch televangelists a lot. And so when I go home, there's a lot of televangelists. And so, yeah, so I'm like deeply immersed still in that in that realm when I go back home. And there are some times when I think I've got to get out of here before I get reprogrammed. So I do understand and I guess that's kind of where I come from too with the discussion about cults, is that, you know, by any reasonable definition, I think I was raised in a cult. I'm not saying it was like the level of some of these other ones or whatever, and Nexium itself is not a Jim Jones situation or a Charles Manson situation, right? It's unfortunate that like all of this stuff gets lumped in together. But I look at how I was raised and I see that it had negative aspects and it also had positive aspects, and that there were things that I guess you could say were psychologically coercive, but that any institution, any institution has a certain coercive aspect. So, grotesque hydra, you're talking about Paula. Yeah, so I was talking about her earlier. I'm almost finished, but the first video with her is going to be her actually talking about um the interview that she had with the police, the LASD, about Manson. So it'll be interesting. And then, yeah, she's going to talk about other stuff. But my mom did have surgery. I've got all these things on me. People expect different things. Just understand that I've tried to describe this before. It's like an iceberg. People only see the top of the iceberg, which is, why don't you have this video? And I'm not saying you're doing this, but why don't you have this video out fast enough? Or you told us this was coming, or, why haven't you posted more on Patreon, or why didn't you get back to my DM or whatever? And I'm just saying, like, there is a whole like depth of stuff going on where I'm just trying to keep the plate spinning and not just like crashing and falling apart. That's the best metaphor I can give you. So anyway, it is coming though, and it will be interesting and you will like it, I think. Okay, y'all. So we have been here an hour. I need to take like a real break, like to actually get food. Like I want to keep this going. This is fun. I need to get back to some people, speaking of, who have messaged me about things and whatever. So why don't we do this? I know it's going to be a long time to sort of keep this on the chill or whatever, but how would y'all feel about taking an hour off? And those of you who want to come back, you can. I'm going to keep it going through the night. And so I'll keep this link active. I don't know how long, but for a while. When I come back, I think I have a few more hours in me at least, right? Maybe more. But and I'm going to try to get some guests on for a little while, a little bit later as well. But I've got a lot of topics to go through, a lot of different things still to cover. So let's get off the hook for. I'll keep this on, but I'm going to get off the hook and take a break, get something to eat for an hour. I'm going to come back at 7 o'clock Central, and we'll keep going. All right. So I appreciate y'all. If I missed your super chat or anything, let me know, remind me, whatever, as usual. But we will be back at 7. Okay. Bye-bye. There we go. It should be back. My hair is kind of gross looking. Well, first of all, people have commented before, and by the way, let me know if you can't hear me. People, and there's an air conditioner on, but it's going to go off in a minute in case you're hearing something. People have commented before, hey, Jessica, people have commented before on how I always seem to start my live streams with some kind of self-deprecating remark, often about my appearance. It's not like for instance, I don't like the way my hair looks. I'm kind of sweaty. Well, there's two things going on. I actually walked somewhere to get some food, not too far, but I walked somewhere, so I'm kind of sweaty. And then secondly, I dyed my hair. I dye my hair like once a year when I'm just finally tired of seeing, because I do have a lot of gray. I know I look maybe younger than I am, but I do have a lot of gray. And so but I'm lazy. So I'll dye my hair like once a year. And but then, when you dye it, it's like better if you don't shampoo it immediately. So I actually have a oily, sweaty head of hair. So that's really appealing, I know. But the reason that I start most of my podcast with a self-deprecating comment, it's not that I'm feeling bad about myself. I don't think I mostly ever obsess too much over my my image. I mean, I don't know how to say this without sounding pompous and also self-deprecating at the same time, which is kind of a feat. But my feeling about the way I look is that I'm as pretty as I need to be, put it that way. And I feel like, in life, whatever path you've chosen, whatever person you've chosen to be with, whatever, there's a certain standard in which you can kind of say, okay, I'm as pretty as I need to be. But I'm not trying to be, who's someone who's really hot? I was going to say Megan Fox, but she looks so much like a Kardashian now. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. So, but I do start my programs with a self-deprecating remark about my looks typically. Sorry, I have allergies. Typically because it's one of the few times that I actually am really focused on how I look, because most of the time actually, I dress casual. I don't really care that much. And so it's one of the few times when I'm actually looking at myself and I'm like, oh, my hair looks a little dirty or whatever. Oh, eHacker. Do you remember the time, eHacker, you gave me a bunch of money in a super chat and I didn't see it? Let's replicate that, shall we? No. Hello, eHacker. He is, I'm always going to say this, check out his YouTube channel if you haven't, because he is the only other person, there might have been one other maybe, but the only other YouTuber I remember when I was making the Marilyn Manson innocence videos, or the videos early on of Marilyn Manson may be innocent. He was one of the only ones expressing reasonable doubt and talking about this. And so anyway, I just always like to recognize him, and he's got interesting content. So let's see. I want to say, okay, I know there's a bunch of other topics, but I want to say something about, what was I going to say? I want to say something about hypocrisy, because I was talking about in the last hour. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. One more thing. Is this video on YouTube, is it set to unlisted? I tried to look for it. People have told me that I'm not getting the viewership that I should have because the video is set to unlisted, and so only some people are seeing it. But when I set up this video in StreamYard, I clicked public. I wanted it to be public. So I don't know if someone wants to give some insight. Yeah, eHacker, you can come on. I'll put up can you wait for can you wait for 15 minutes? Because I want to talk about one thing, and then and then I'd love to have you on. But in the meantime, okay, so Jessica, it's on there. It shows up. Okay, great. Well, then we're good then, I guess. Somebody tell me in the comments if there's something I should be concerned about regarding the YouTube and everything, because I don't know. Okay, so hypocrisy. I talked about Nexium some in the last hour, and it kind of gets over into this larger discussion about hypocrisy and about the fact that people that we see as gurus, or that set themselves up as gurus, and I don't mean that in just the strict religious sense. I mean any organization that is centered around a particular personality or person who is leading the group or offering enlightenment or whatever, right? We could even be talking about a business or a corporation, right? People talk about cults of personality and whatever, right? one of probably the biggest complaint that people have about gurus, whether we're talking about a preacher or we're talking about the leader of a self-help organization or whatever, and I'm not talking now about Nexium and Raniere, like I'm just making a broader point that I thought about, and you can decide for yourself if you think it applies or not. But people are very sensitive to perceived hypocrisy and or hypocrisy. In particular, if a person is advocating a particular lifestyle, or let's say someone is advocating or saying that they're celibate, or presenting something that's false, either presenting the idea that they're celibate, or maybe they're just advocating something that they themselves personally are not living according to. And we see this, we see this in all walks of life, all kinds of hypocrisies, and yet we are understandably a lot more sensitive to it when it comes in the form of someone who is taking up some kind of position of enlightenment or supposed authority or supposed insight, like a preacher or a self-help guru or something like that, right? I am not saying that we should necessarily not hold gurus or people like that to higher standards. And I'm not saying that people like that who aspire to that kind of a role, that they don't have a higher burden or higher obligation to live by what they recommend for others or live by their own insights or whatever. But what I have observed, having read a lot and studied a lot of people and studied a lot of thinkers, whether we're talking about religious figures or we're talking about philosophers or we're talking about even professors that I've known, professors that I've had in college or whatever, or preachers, is that there is this interesting phenomenon often with human nature where we actually focus on principles and ideals that we often feel that we are actually personally deficient in. And so, I guess what I'm saying, let me give you an example. Okay. So like Nietzsche, for instance. Nietzsche is a real interesting philosopher. Some people talk about him as the father of modern philosophy. His philosophy is not without its issues and its, flaws or whatever, right? But it's an interesting philosophy. It was very, very important for later philosophers and for 20th century thinking and beyond. And one of the basic premises of Nietzschean philosophy, well, there's several. One is independence. One is a sort of libertarianism of spirit, an independence from the communal or group thinking and the stupidity of the group. So celebrating the idea of individual freedom, individual conscience above groupthink. Now, there are other ideas in Nietzsche that are also significant, and one of them that kind of goes along with his independence thing is the idea of a superman or an Übermensch, the overman. And that is someone who has reached such a degree of not only enlightenment, but of like self-control and of strength, that they have a kind of a will to power, and a sort of a natural dominance over their weaker fellow human beings who just kind of go along like dumb sheep with the crowd. And I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff to this, and you can see how it's spun off into Ayn Rand and into other philosophies. And a lot of us just understand this intrinsically as well, that there is something inherently problematic about just going along with groupthink, and that ultimately morality should be boiled down to an individual morality, right? In the sense that if you force people to just follow laws and rules, that's great, but that's not like the kind of morality that Jesus talks about, like the law of like the letter of the law versus like the spirit of the law. And so my point, what I'm trying to say, is that there was a real sort of independent and also powerful sort of dominant strain in Nietzschean philosophy, and he liked to write about these larger than life like Übermenschen figures and stuff. But the real Nietzsche, if you look at his biography, he was, in some ways, you could say someone who was very psychologically weak, psychologically troubled. He ended up having to be committed to the equivalent of an insane asylum because he had psychological weaknesses and frailties that made him so vulnerable that he saw a horse. This was back when people used horse-drawn carriages and stuff, and he saw someone whipping their horse, which was a terrible thing to see, right? But Nietzsche had a psychological breakdown. And so what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that here was a man who was actually, in a lot of ways, personally, psychologically very weak and struggling and tender and sensitive and hypersensitive, overly sensitive. And yet he was not only fixated on this philosophy of powerful individualism and strength, but he actually made he created really beautiful philosophy and wrote some of the most incredible works of Western philosophy and Western literature. It is out of that very frailty that this powerful philosophy emerged. And there is something to the saying, is it by Rumi, that the wound or the broken place is where the light comes through? And I think most of us understand that to mean that it's the trials and the tribulations and the struggles and the hard things that we go through in life, those kinds of woundings that create a deeper sensitivity and understanding and a sort of power. But you can also read it in a way too that it is the things that we struggle with most deeply, even on an ethical level, that the frailties that we cannot conquer, that out of that really powerful things can emanate. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is it never surprises me. Maybe it did when I was really, really young and I didn't understand how the world was, like, like a child or whatever, or first an adult, but like it doesn't surprise me um, anymore to hear that gurus are hypocritical or that they're telling their flock one thing and they're doing something else. And I'm not making excuses for that. And again, I'm not referring to individual situations, but I want to tell you a story and then I'll bring E-Hacker on if he's still here. I want to tell you a story. It doesn't make me sound very good, but I think maybe it'll help you to understand a little bit what I'm trying to get at. I used to teach college courses, and I don't anymore. And this is a whole other story, and it's nothing horrible or anything. But I used to teach college, and I used to teach. Have PhD in English. Spent many years in school, too many years getting that, and then for the rest of my life, up until I started this YouTube channel, was teaching college English. And I taught courses in literature, a lot of intro courses. So I taught courses in literature. I taught courses in film. I taught things with historical, like history on film, because basically you can make anything into a film class. So I would just, each semester, I would choose something that I wanted to get into, right? And it could be something as specific as the French Revolution through film, and, or it could be something very vast. Sometimes I would teach courses entitled The Meaning of Life, which sounds really pretentious, but we would actually do is we would just spend the entire semester looking at different perspectives, spiritual, philosophical, and what have you, on possible meanings of life. So one of the things that I have over the years liked to talk about and liked to explore with students in class are ideas about addiction, because most people in their life, it may not be specifically drug addiction, but most people in their life will struggle with some kind of addiction or some kind of compulsive behavior. Not everyone. There's a few people, I guess, who come out unscathed, although some behavior doesn't get classified in our mind as addictive, but it actually is. If someone is eating themselves to the point of obesity or unhealthiness, right? Or if someone is playing video games to the detriment of other things in their life, or whatever, right? You know what I'm getting at, okay? And people can become addicted to religion, and anything that you can enjoy, anything that can set off the dopamine, you can get addicted to. So anyway, I thought it was a really, I thought that I felt like, I've always felt like the education that young people get in addiction, kind of the way, like many things, like the education they get in lots of other things, right? It's not exclusive to this, but the education, it's kind of limiting, it tends to be like, stay away from that. If you do it, you're going to overdose, or or that's bad, you could get arrested, or whatever. And what happens is people tend to then experiment with things, perhaps, and see that it's not exactly as they were told, and they miss the much more insidious process of addiction, which is taking place while everything seems okay. And I'm not just talking, again, about drugs or alcohol. Again, it's anything, it can be anything. And the way, and so I feel like, a lot of our addictions, myself included, and I mean, I've talked about some of this in other programs, live streams. I've talked about it a little on Twitter. And so I just don't want to get into it right now, just because I feel like things are already getting so heavy, right? But it's like, I've definitely had experience with substance abuse, we'll put it that way. And so but I thought it was really important that, while I had some of these kids in college, and since I could basically talk about whatever I wanted, well, one of the things that we would talk about, we would read a little bit of literature. Like, there's a lot of like junkie or addict literature where people talk about addictions. We watch sometimes films about different compulsive behaviors or whatever, and we talk about like some of the science and all that. The idea being that I thought, if I could get them while they're young, then maybe it could head off some of this stuff that becomes more entrenched as you get into your 20s and beyond, perhaps even. And also because I think that, like, most of the time it isn't about the horror stories. I mean, I know people are, can OD instantly on things, but I'm just saying, like, addiction in general, for most people, it's much more insidious. So here's my point. I had this whole like lesson. This was years ago. I had this whole lesson planned, and it was like this really great lecture, and I was pulling in all kinds of different things and whatever on addiction. And I think what I was talking about that day, I think I was getting into this analogy that I like about addiction, about how the process of addiction is kind of like when you're going down the highway, and that there's an exit that you're supposed to take. So like I'm supposed to take exit 22 or whatever, right? And so I'm going on the highway, and I'm expecting in there in 10 minutes or whatever, exit 22 is going to be there. And so I'm going down the highway, and I'm kind of just doing whatever, and I keep thinking, okay, I've got some time on that exit. I'll see that exit coming. I'll see that exit coming. And then what happens, so often is you get distracted or whatever, you miss the exit. And then it's like, oh, you've missed it. And now you have to go like way down that. If it's like a busy big highway or interstate or whatever, you have to go way down that road, much farther than you wanted to go down that road. And you might even have to take some detours. You might get stuck in the mud. You might even go off the bridge and die. But the goal is you eventually get turned around, and you start going and make the painful, difficult journey back to where you got off track. And then you try to find your exit. Now, the analogy is pretty clear. It's that we don't see that what addiction has done to us until we've missed the exit, until it's in the rear view mirror. And so right up until the point when someone crosses that, whatever that line is, that imaginary or real line, but metaphorical line between having something under control and being addicted, before that the brain, makes that final shift, or the chemistry gets, finally just kind of fucked up or whatever, there's that moment, or those moments when someone sees the exit and they can take it, and then there's that line that's crossed, and then there's like a spiral of addiction, and then it's a whole other story getting back to where you're going. Now, I was using that as a metaphor to talk to these kids, and I had some other stuff that I brought in about like how the brain changes over time based on activities that we engage in. And so, if you want to change your brain, you literally have to make yourself engage in those activities before eventually the brain will get reoriented or reconnected. And most people understand that, like with substance abuse, it takes people years for their brains to recalibrate to what they once were. So it's not, with a lot of substances, substance abuse, especially serious, it's not just the withdrawal period, right? But it's actually, I'm talking about even just with something like pot that people see as harmless. And I'm not, believe me, I'm for liberal drug laws, and people do what they want. And I don't think, pot's as bad as alcohol, but I'm just saying in general, get addicted to everything. But like, even with something like that, people have to get used to living again and to enjoying life without those things. Now, where am I going with all of this about hypocrisy? I was, at the time that I was going to give this lecture, I was like in like the worst point with my addiction. And in fact, I gave the lecture high on the thing that I was trying to get off of. And I remember that and it's not some deep, dark secret or whatever. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to explain hypocrisy and how we sometimes, we have to understand that it's more complicated than like, oh, that person's just a hypocrite. So like, here I was really trying to help these kids, really trying to help them, telling them something that I thought was going to make a difference for the better in some of their lives, perhaps. And I was wanting them to avoid the pitfalls and the torture in which I was in, or the position that I was in at that point. And yet here I am, I'm telling them, you don't want to take this road, and I'm literally doing the thing at that moment that I'm trying to warn them against, and I'm trying to be a figure of enlightenment in their lives, and yet here I am, a complete hypocrite. Does that mean that I shouldn't have given the lecture? Does that mean that I should have said, you guys, I'm just as fucked up as anybody is. Good luck, like, and I understand when we're talking about these gurus who use their position to sexually and romantically and erotically ingratiate themselves with women. I understand it's different. I understand that we're talking, it's one thing if I'm just up here, like talking to students and it turns out I'm, not living by what I say. Whereas if I'm actively like in some way bringing damage into their lives, I understand we're talking about something different. But I'm saying that even that stuff is not necessarily always clear cut, because one thing that I've observed is that in nearly every guru situation, especially when the quote guru or the professor or the movie star or the rock star or whatever we're talking about, is a man, there is a kind of an erotic charge and an eroticism that just sort of gets going among the women around them. Not all of the women, but like, I guess what I'm saying is the groupie phenomenon is a real thing, and we can just act like it's not, and we can act like every time a guru figure or rock star or whatever has sex with someone that she totally has no role in that, and he's just using his position to take advantage of her. I guess we can say that, but it's not true. And there is a whole other, in a sexual encounter or an erotic encounter or romantic thing, liaison or whatever, there are two people there. One person may have more of an authority, be more of an authority in life or in their position, or older or wealthier or better looking or whatever. And usually there's a mix of things going on, right? But there are two people there. And there is a whole other set of desires, unless we're actually talking about actual, physical assault, people being actually forced or literally threatened or blackmailed into doing something. But that's not, that's just not what we're talking about in general in a lot of these situations. So I guess what I'm trying to say there, I hope it's obvious, is just that human nature is extremely complicated. The dynamics that get going in these types of situations, particularly these sort of like guru, like new agey, like spiritual things, or in the case of Nexium, I know it wasn't centered around God or religion, but it had sort of this, guru self-improvement flavor. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of complicated dynamics going on. Also, I have to say, it seems like to me there are certain types of people. How do I want to put this? In Moses and monotheism, Freud talked about how religion is, one aspect of religion is the expression of a wish for an ultimate daddy. That feeling that we had, with our parents or with our fathers or whomever, that there was an ultimate backstop in life. There was an ultimate authority that even if we don't have it figured out, there's someone else who does. And this drive, this desire to hand oneself over to someone who is more enlightened, or to idolize, to create an idol out of a mere human being. This to me is a deeply complicated drive and desire, and I don't fully understand it. I did see it, growing up in the church and the way that people were around the pastor, but it takes on new dimensions in some of these groups. And I understand too that the leaders of these groups, they have a hand too in facilitating this, right? I get it. Like with the Ranieri stuff, there, in the curriculum, the curriculum paid homage to him, and there was like sometimes there were big pictures of him or whatever, and people lied about, he has a highest IQ in the world or whatever. Like, I get it. Like there was a certain priming that was being done, and that is done in these guru type situations, to give the guru this authority. At the same time, though, I guess what I'm trying to say is there is another person in that equation. And to say, well, someone was brainwashed. I'm sorry, it's just not that simple. You say that word to me, I don't know what that means. And there are many different ways to be brainwashed that society seems to condone. I don't like Nexium's multi-level marketing business model. I don't like that business model. I think it's messed up. I also think it's messed up when the Arbonne lady next door is trying to sell me on that stuff too. But I would remind you that my own mother who, as I said, is very devout Southern Baptist Christian, she gives 10% of her income to the church because that is what she is told. And there's a Bible verse to back it up, of course. That is what she's told that she should do. So she, for as long as I can remember, I guess since I was born, she gives 10% of everything she has to the church or to televangelists or whatever. Do you think I like that? I mean, do you think I think that's good for her, especially when I see her in other ways, trying to save money? Well, I'd like to get this, but I got to save money. I want to be like, what about that money that you're giving to the church every year? That's not even helping anybody mostly, because mostly they don't give it to the poor or whatever. It's about indoctrinating new people. Well, you know what? That is sanctioned by society. People even see that as a good thing, as a noble thing, to give your money to the church or to give it to Bill and Hillary Clinton's foundation back when that was a thing. So, I mean, I don't know. It's not my business to say what people should be doing with their money. Is something an actual scam? Is there actual theft going on? Is there actual severe misrepresentation? Is it an actual scam, or is it just a business that we don't like? And a lot of racketeering seems to fall under that heading. Okay. Those are my rants. To those of you who accused me of sneaking a Dr. Pepper during the break, that might have happened, but look what I've got now. So can you just forgive my sins from earlier? The Topo Chico just does not have the same effect, I have to say. It's okay. I get it. It's good mineral water, but it does not give me the enjoyment that Coca-Cola does. Nevertheless. Okay, E-Hacker, did you leave? Are you still there? Let me send you, how do I give you the link? Can I just post it here? Let's see. Let me get the link. 1 second. For E-Hacker to come on. I've got other people who are coming on a little bit later too, supposedly. All right. E-Hacker. Ooh. How do I private message? How do I private message you, E-Hacker? Yeah, I'm just going to post it. It's not like everybody else is going to jump on. What if everyone jumps on? Okay. There you are. So yes, as soon as I see you in the queue, I will bring you up. Let me see what's been going on over here. I think somebody gave me some money on PayPal. Thank you, Julie Moss. I appreciate that. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say last name. Oh, just ignore that. I'll edit it out. But thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. Yeah. All right, E-Hacker's here. Save me from myself. Can you save me from myself? Do you want to be my guru? That was actually my question. All right, let me put.
How do I look? How's my hair? Is it all right before we start talking?
I don't think they can see. Okay, there we go.
Am I centered? Am I centered on the screen? Everything
yes.
good?
Okay. You look good. You sound good. Are you ready to be the guru for everyone for the next 30 minutes or so?
Not a guru, just a hack. Yeah, I got about 30 minutes. It's perfect.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
So,
well, what would you like to talk about? Or do you want me to ask you something?
Well, we could talk about what you were just talking about appearance. Because, I think about this once in a while. And, if you want to appear nice on YouTube, it's not because, I'm insecure, I want to look good, what do people think of me? It's kind of like a professionalism. When you see, Ben Shapiro or anyone like the Young Turks or Bill Maher, they don't present themselves because Bill Maher's do I look handsome? Or, Camille Vasquez is not do I look pretty for people? It's a professionalism that you want to have. So I've kind of been thinking about that. I don't like dressing up. I like to just be myself. But when you're talking about just people passing by, seeing you for the first time, I'm like, well, that guy's just sitting in his bedroom making a video. I don't want to watch it because I want to watch something someone put more effort into. So, some people well, Colonel Kurtz, don't worry about how you look. We think you're pretty, or you're pretty. But that's not what it's about, really. It's really about, the presentation is one side of it. And the side of it about you, how you feel about yourself, who cares? Doesn't really matter, So am I starting off good?
Yeah, no, you're great.
Good start.
I totally agree.
Good start.
Hey, I felt bad the other day about that comment I made about Japanese food because I realized I left out something, and so it did sound bad. So he's living in Japan. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's been living in Japan for a while, and he said something about it. You said something about it on Twitter, and I made the comment of did you? I said something could you ever adjust to the Japanese food or what? Anyway, it was like I was trashing Japanese food. And I realized when someone was, so somebody else was like, that's so racist. And I was like, huh. So I went back and looked. I realized I left off the second part of that, which is that Japanese food gives me how do I put it this way? Eating really any kind of food a lot that's not American food that I wasn't raised with, sometimes I have like stomach issues. And so what I kind of was trying to say is, and you can answer this for me, as someone who was raised on American food, I would imagine, right? Did you feel when you first moved to Japan, like there was a kind of like a dietary adjustment period because you were eating mostly Japanese food then, right?
Okay, here's the thing. For me, it's kind of like you're not satisfied. Like if you eat just like rice and fish and like Japanese vegetables, no matter how much you eat, you're like, well, I kind of have to eat something else because I just don't feel like I'm satisfied from the food, if that makes sense. Like,
No,
and I've heard
exactly.
Japanese people say, if I eat bread all day and American stuff, I've got to have rice and noodles or I don't feel totally satisfied. And you go through that for a little while. But since I am in Tokyo, this is the best part of the country to get foreign food, and which is one reason I'm here. Like if you go outside of Tokyo, aside from a couple other cities, it's real hard to like find an American restaurant, hamburger, pizza, pasta. But in Tokyo, it's like everywhere. It's like on every corner. So, you know, you can just get it here.
That's true. You don't
where
have to.
Where
you're
I
in a city.
specifically
Yeah.
live, because
That's
I'm in like one of the biggest metropolitan cities in the world, basically. So it's like you got like Indian food, Turkish food on every corner. So
That's true.
when I first was in Japan, I wasn't here though, and it was tougher. You know,
Where were you when you first moved there?
I was in a prefecture called Miyagi-ken, and I was in a town called Sendai, which is not a small town by Japanese standards, but compared to Tokyo, it's like nothing. It's like a bleep on the map. But they don't have, I mean, I went to a family restaurant there, and the pasta was straight up like frozen food aisles, like terrible.
Yeah.
Like even in Tokyo, a lot of it's like frozen food aisle. Like if I try to explain to Japanese people how bad the Italian food is, I say think frozen food aisle. That's about how it seems to me. That's what you're getting there for like $12 is like that kind of level, you know. So
it's interesting how when you're in when you get away from the geographical location in which things are typically served, it does, unless you're in a big city, right? Like Tokyo sounds like New York or something, but unless that,
it's like 100 times what New York is. Like you
Oh,
see those
wow,
pictures,
really?
like I'm sure you've seen pictures of, I guess, people complaining like how America could be if it got its act together. Like you see Singapore and China with these huge cities.
Oh,
And
okay.
like, you know, New York felt like, oh my God, I'm from New York. I'm from the best city in the world. And I got to Tokyo. I'm looking around. I'm like, this is like New York on, you know, times a million. It's like insanely blows away New York. There's like corner to corner stores, people. It's insanely like more big than New York. And my friends can't imagine that. Like, shut up, dude. New York's the best city for. So I'm like, I mean, sorry. Like, it's not even close. So, I mean, I don't know what's going on, but New York's got culture, it's got size, it's got magnificence, but these pound for pound just doesn't have what Tokyo has. Like, not even close. So,
I would love to go to Tokyo. The only place that I've been to in sort of in that part of the world, which I know has a very different feel apparently, is Bangkok. And I thought Thailand was really interesting. And the beaches were beautiful, obviously, but I thought that I thought it was just really interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff to see in Bangkok, but
there's some interesting stuff there, yes.
It's like, are we both thinking about the ping pong shows? No.
Yeah.
I did not know what they were talking about when I got in at first. Speaking of naive, but I wasn't that young. I was late 20s. But when we got into the cab and the guy was like listing off the things we could go to, and it's like ping pong show. Anyway, y'all can look it up. But
I might get a call from work, by the way. So if I split out,
you're fine. You're
seconds,
fine. So okay,
probably not. But just so you know.
So tell me what have you been covering lately? Are you into the Gwyneth Paltrow thing? Because I know nothing about it. Tell me what's going on.
It was real. It was pretty quick and easy. Like, all right, when I heard about it, this guy, Terry Sanderson, I think he's an eye doctor, something, I don't know, bone doctor, whatever. I don't know exactly what he is. Some kind of doctor said that Gwyneth Paltrow recklessly slammed into him. He's suing her for $3 million. They dropped it, so he's going to settle for $300,000. And what happened was, I was like, well, I don't know. I think almost anybody who crashes with a celebrity is going to try to sue to get some quick settlement. Like, if I was on a ski slope here and I crashed into like Taylor Swift, I'd be like, let me try to sue. What's the worst that could happen? You know, like anybody, it doesn't matter, you know? So I think that's what happened. And the thing is, the way the guy got caught in his lies was the same way Evan Rachel Wood and Amber Heard got caught, which is social media trails for a mile.
Oh, tell
so
me.
what happened was, he said, well, I had this brain injury, a concussion. He said his personality changed. He couldn't talk to his friends as well. And then what Gwyneth's lawyers did was they found trips of him around the world, skiing, having a great time, having fun after the crash. In the same way you see Amber doing all this stuff after her injuries, right? You see Evan Rachel Wood doing fun stuff with Marilyn Manson when she said it was this period of starvation in that. So it's the same thing. And I guess the lesson we're learning over the last 10 years is that most people have got a trail of their life on social media. And if you tell a lie in court, they're going to be able to get you on that. So it's a very different thing than a false allegation as far as abuse, but it's the same thing as far as telling a lie in court and your social media says something else.
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, it's true. Like we do have, there's so much more that can catch us up. We can get our lies, you know, called out. Like for instance, even the Alex Murdaugh thing. Like it was, wasn't it some phone footage from his son that ended up being one of the things that convicted him because he claimed he wasn't at the kennel at a certain time, and then they found on the son's phone he had taken a picture or something that showed him there in the background. I can't remember, but anyway,
I can't recall, but that makes sense, and I think people are forgetting this when they go to court and accuse these days. They still have the old mindset, like, I'll accuse him. People will believe me, but they forget we're in 2023 now. We're not back in like 1999 where it's just like your cell phone and a couple of text messages and some pictures that are physical. Maybe now they could really, you know, get you on your past by looking it up like that. And most people are careless and incriminate themselves.
So how much is he suing her for, or is there not an amount he's asking?
It was 3.1 million that got dropped and thrown out, and then he went for 300,000.
Oh, it's kind of a big gulf between those two, huh?
And I kind of like both closing arguments. Like, you know, what she said was I could have asked for more money for a counterclaim, but I didn't want to. I wanted to, you know, and she's like, I could have just also settled out of court for like, you know, 200, 300 grand, which is nothing to her. But the lesson to teach people and her kids is that, you know, well, if there's a false allegation, let's try to call it out, which was a good message, you know.
No, if she's being falsely accused, then I made a joke about her sour face today, but I have no idea what's going on. So if she's being falsely accused, as it sounds like, by someone who's trying to take advantage, you know, of a celebrity through the legal system, then, you know, I hope she wipes the floor with this guy.
It also could be it was unclear what happened, because when you have a crash, I was thinking about you a little bit because you had the accident not too long ago, right? You posted on Twitter, you had it. So I'm sure you're not thinking about it. Like,
right.
It happens real quick and you're trying to figure it out after. So it's not quite like he was falsely accusing her. He might have really thought maybe she was at fault. It was kind of a gray area. You know what I mean?
Right.
But he definitely had to, in court, go 100% and say, yeah, it was all her fault, or you don't really have a case. You can't go to court and say, well, it was kind of both our faults. Can I have some money? It doesn't quite work like that. But, you know, I think he knew it was probably a gray area and it was unclear who caused it. And
so Paul says here he lost. They announced it tonight, so I didn't know that. Okay, so the guy suing Paltrow lost. Okay.
Yes.
What else? What else is going on? What have you been covering lately? So you covered that. Anything else that's interesting to you? Celebrity news?
Well, here's the thing, which I keep telling everybody on my channel, is that you probably know that the Star Wars franchise got bought by Disney, and a lot of people just really dislike it, right? And there's similarities with Disney and Disney Star Wars and what happened with Amber and Johnny. Now, obviously, you know, Star Wars is not personal, and Johnny and Amber is, but the fan bases got split, right? So fan bases are split, and they're fighting, and the Star Wars fan base split, and they've been fighting for a long time. So that's still going on with Amber fans and Johnny fans. So now I'm covering like the more fighting between the fans and things like that. And of course, trying to keep up on Manson. And that's about it. I can't remember because I do like 2 videos a day and I forget things real quick. People think like you remember things.
I know.
Like, well, in this video, you said that. I'm like, I don't know. Like,
no, you know, and it's so true. not only do I say things and not remember, at times, even in a sober state. No, but also sometimes when you're talking, and anybody who's done public speaking, or this, there are just things that just randomly come out. Like, there have been times when I have thought, okay, I don't want to talk about this, or I'm not going to say this, and then it like slips out. Or sometimes random things where I'm like, I don't even really believe that. Why am I saying that right now? But it's almost like the unconscious sort of just kind of set free when you start talking. And so anyway, but people latch on, and I understand it, but like there are people who just like latch on to every little word. And so you're right. Sometimes they can like get like so fixated on certain things that you've said, and like, you said this and I didn't like that or whatever. And it's like, I don't even remember.
Well, before I started making my own videos, I kind of thought like they did. I understand. Or like when I was trying to get the attention of a YouTuber, especially, and I thought they were ignoring me, I'd get a little irritated. Like, they ignored me. Like, they answered my comment. I talked to them in Twitter DM, and now they're ignoring me in the chat. And it's hard to understand, when you're not actually managing a channel. But I totally understand now. So if I give someone a shout out to say, what video? I have no idea. I really have no idea. I give a shout out, click, videos off, edit, boom, next video. I have no idea,
So how long have you been doing the YouTube thing? How long have you been in this?
Over 2 years now, maybe 3.
Oh, so you didn't come on really much earlier than I did. I thought you'd been around a long time for some reason.
I had my channel a year and a half before Depp started. The Depp Amber stuff.
Well, that's pretty close. So I had mine like about a year in front. So that's interesting. What do you think, like, after covering all this stuff for a couple of years, like, what do you think you've learned? Have you learned anything from the process, or have you learned? I mean, even just having a YouTube channel, do you feel like the process has taught you anything about human nature?
I definitely learned that I judge stuff too quick, because I used to just see a couple of basic facts and make up my mind and be like, I kind of think that. But with obviously Amber's the best example, seeing what a deep history she has. If I just view a couple of surface level things, it's going to be totally different than, checking out someone's whole history. And Johnny's got a whole history too, which is totally different. Like, people like to point out the text messages, and Johnny said the effing C word. I'm like, when has Johnny been caught saying stuff like that ever in his life in 35 years? Not really. So, you could check out these trails of, Johnny is before the days of social media, but you still got a trail of videos and interviews and things for 30 years or something. So, you still got to check all that stuff out before you make a decision. You can't just be like, well, Johnny called Amber an effing C word. He's a horrible person. Whoa. He's been around 35 years or something. Go find him saying that about someone else. You can't, because he doesn't. It's an isolated incident based on the context of what was going on.
Based on the fact that she actually is that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we know it was built up anger, and, it was coming out at, like, he kind of got, like, forced into saying that. But you could look up the history and find out these things without judging too quick. So that's the answer to your question, is I definitely judged too quick, I think, in the past.
Well, I think that what you get at here too is one of the things that's challenged. Well, one of the things that takes up time with having a YouTube channel that I don't think occurs to people really, is that a lot of your time too is spent just becoming familiar enough with something, or going over the details of a story you're going to be going over that day or night, or whatever your topic is, to where you can feel reasonably good about what you're putting out there. I have definitely reported on things before, and it's turned out that I was wrong. And I think that I've tried to make corrections in all those cases. But I mean, I'd say in every video, there's something I'm saying that turns out to be a little off or factually inaccurate or whatever. And it's not that's what I'm trying to do, right? But you know how it is. Like, we cover a lot of different stories, or with some of these stories, like the Manson thing, it's so complicated, and there's so many new developments and everything. And so there's times, like with the legal stuff too, it's hard to stay on top of everything. So a lot of time spent, like, for me, like kind of what you're saying, is just becoming familiar enough with what you're about to talk about that you feel reasonably authoritative on it.
Yeah, I mean, we have vastly different styles. Like, I've said this publicly, I don't do a lot of research,
Oh, okay. No, that doesn't apply.
I do enough where I need to know what I'm talking about, but it's more like quick news and discussion, throwing things back and forth, and you have, like, get into more deep philosophical points and things, and I watch them like, how is she going to keep talking for like another 14 minutes. I'm like, I got 3 minutes. I'm like, I better make another minute, and my outro's like 5, you know.
Oh my God.
So
well, yeah, I don't know how much of it is hot air though, is the thing. But you know what? It's just years of teaching, like teaching heavy loads, because you know I wasn't a researcher. I wasn't like tenure track, so I just taught a lot of classes. So it was like I would wonder sometimes too, how am I going to keep talking for 15 more minutes? So let's see what else. Somebody had said in the comments. They asked us about Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. Do you have an opinion on any of that? Are you conflicted?
Well, it's one of those things where, like I was just saying, I don't have like the full spectrum of research to make a good judgment,
Right.
you know? And the one thing I could say is the incident I covered the most was the jet plane incident, where she said I think he choked their son, or he kicked or spilled soda, you know, something, you know, pretty physical.
Mhm.
And my whole thing is, look, you're bringing that out in front of millions of people and you can't prove it. So even if it did happen, there's no way for anyone to really know, you know? Like if
Right.
it happened, that's terrible, but that's between you and your family. You know, no one had a permanent injury. His son didn't come out with a broken neck or whatever. So it's like, you got to realize, same thing I keep reminding people with Amber on the other side, is it's about defamation. I'm like, whatever happened with the abuse was on the side, you know, whatever happened, that's terrible, but it's ultimately about defamation. No matter what happened behind closed doors with Johnny and Amber, she brought it out to the Washington Post. She called the paparazzis. That's what it's about. You know, the abuse is secondary, whatever happened. Same thing with Brad Pitt. Whatever happened on that jet, no one's going to know. And you made a decision to bring it out and, you know, kind of smear his name like that. So that's what's wrong. And whatever happened with the abuse and everything, that's between you and your family to go to family court and work out. You know, it's really about defamation and fame that concerns the public, I think.
Well, the point that you're making, the one point that you're making that I agree with, is that, and I think what you're saying is that there are situations where apparently there's no way to get to the truth, right? Because we've got these different versions or whatever. I don't know if the kids were involved with that. I can't remember, but just what you're saying in general, a lot of these like sort of he said, she said, or they said, or whatever. And it does make you wonder. I know that Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt are involved in very contentious divorce proceedings. I know they both have really high-powered, you know, Hollywood divorce lawyers, and it does make you wonder if these allegations are grounded in truth. I know the FBI investigated and nothing came of it. Now, whether that means something or it doesn't, I don't know. But it's like, are these grounded in truth, or are these attempts just to basically wage this divorce war on each other? I don't know. I do not know, but I bet Brad Pitt does regret that he. It seems like that relationship was very dysfunctional. Whoever, I bet they both regret that they got involved with each other. So, anyways,
yeah, obviously, I can't understand like meeting somebody in a movie set and thinking this is the right person for me. There's like millions of people. Brad Pitt's got his choice of millions of women. Could be doctors, lawyers, scientists, you know, real women who would love to have a family and support him. And he picks someone who's like, you know, dancing around shooting fake guns. And I'm like, I don't get it, you know? So
she was pretty hot when she was dancing around though, shooting those fake guns. That was Angelina. I will say this, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, he met her and she met him. They got together when they were both in their prime. I don't want to get in trouble like Don Lemon did by insinuating that a woman who is post-menopause might not be in her physical prime. But Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt, both of them, you look at pictures of them, like they were definitely in peak form then. And so anyways, I mean, they're still attractive and whatever. I'm not saying that, but I think Angelina Jolie, you know, and I say this as someone, I'm too thin, so it's like the pot calling the kettle black, but she does look thin. I know she's had a history of anorexia, so I hope that, you know, I hope she's not unhealthy or whatever is going on there. Who knows? What else? What other celebrity? You want to bring up anything else, or politics? What are you into these days? Ian?
Oh yeah, I watch politics. I wouldn't talk about it on YouTube because, you know, rules and regulations. I'm serious. You can't, and it's a serious problem that we can't talk about certain things. So
well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bring it up on your channel. I mean, you know, so it's like. But that's mostly what I do. Like, people always say, well, did you see this YouTube by Popcorn Planet? Did you see Colonel Kurtz? I'm like, no, I don't really watch celebrity news videos. That's what I make. So when I'm watching videos, I watch, like, I hate to say it, like, more important stuff.
No,
like politics and things going around the world. So, like, you know, but I can't really talk about it. Like, I have a second channel, and even then I'm like, well, what's the point of talking about it when that could ultimately just get, you know, whatever, like taken down because of something I say.
The censorship. Yeah, I mean the suppression or the censorship, whatever you want to call it, it is a real thing. I am shocked that the anti-COVID mandate videos that I did several of them. They didn't even get demonetized. Like my Marilyn Manson stuff gets demonetized and whatever, like before that one. And I would have thought for sure, you know, that would have been considered, you know.
Well, there's things you could do to get around that. I don't know, but because mine used to, but it like keywords can actually affect it.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's
Maybe
some. I know we could maybe talk about that later, but
Yeah,
I
yeah,
haven't
that's
had a
fine.
video demonetized in a long time because you could kind of fudge it. But anyway.
And I'm not careful enough with that stuff. That's something that I need to address, you know, just for the future, so that I'm not getting demonetized so much. What else? Anything else you wanna share with us while you're here? It's nice to see you. The floor is yours.
Well, to be dead honest, news has kind of slowed down. I mean, you know, we're kind of on like a low peak right now. So
right.
I even did a video on Brie Larson, and I don't know. I have to actually look at my channel to tell you what videos I've been making. That's how busy I am. How much like let's see. Yeah, it's like, okay, obviously the Amber Johnny social media stuff. Johnny Depp alone and what he's doing, the positive stuff, the no drama stuff's been doing really good for me. Like when he went to the antique store, right? And just when he just kind of started out his life, and I guess the UK now, he bought a mansion.
Supposedly. I don't know.
But there's like a lot of fun stuff. Like, you know, there's a lot of Twitter users I've known for a while, like Bernice, what's her name? I'm sorry, not Bernice. Beatrix Kiddo, and like a couple other people. I forgot their names, but they keep up on what the Amber fans are up to and things like that. And I check the media and what they're saying. And, you know, the media is going and taking old Amber clippets and trying to pass them off as if it just happened. No one knows where it's from, but then someone, you know, debunking stuff like that. Harry and Meghan on South Park did kind of well for me. That lasted a little while.
The Harry and Meghan stuff. We could talk about that a little. I don't know if you have to leave now, but the Harry and Meghan stuff, it does well. It does well with views. And the other thing is, when I do videos on that, they get monetized much more than when I cover, you know, the SA stuff and like Manson and so forth. I don't think we've talked about Harry and Meghan, and I don't think I've seen your videos on the topic. What is your position on them? Is he a whiny baby? What do you think? What?
Come on. I mean, all right. Before his book and South Park, I was really, really like lukewarm on him. Just like, okay, I guess I'll cover it because like, why not? But when you write a book about like private conversations between closed doors with the royal family, the only intention could be money for the book. And I guess spite, I don't know, but mostly money for the book. I mean, what are you thinking when you write that and you release it? People want to buy it because they want to know what happened behind closed doors of the royal family.
Right.
Okay. And what else? Like, what does that say about you as a person, your character, your progression in society, in your career? Nothing. You just thought of a way to make money and let out some secrets. So he's got a deep history I don't know about. I know he was in the army. There's a lot of stuff he did before he married Meghan that maybe were honorable, respectable. But, I mean, even like after he married, I just don't even understand exactly what he saw in her. Once again, like Johnny and Brad Pitt, he had his choice of millions of women.
You don't think though? So you don't see the appeal? I mean, okay, not knowing the stuff that we know now or things that we don't like about her, but Meghan Markle, when she first came on the scene, like you don't see the appeal, really? I think she's really beautiful and very polished and stuff. No,
it's tough for me. No, I'm saying like she's not really like my type.
Okay.
Like, I'm more into like Asian women. So
like, careful. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying they're just.
We already cleared the woke people off. I scared the woke people off.
These women aren't my type, and I mean,
yeah, I understand.
Like looks are important, but like it's like really 50-50 for me. Like I'm not dating someone I'm not attracted to. Like hands off, looks are important. Don't get me wrong. But it's like more like 50-50 for me. The other side is really important too. Where, I don't know, maybe the average guy is like 70-30 or something like that, you know?
You mean 70-30, like 70% of it?
Like look 70, like personality 30 and things. Like, You know, it's really important. I have to be attracted. I've got some pet peeves about physical things, but you know, that's why, like, someone like, again, what's her name? Angelina Jolie. I can't see. Maybe they had a great conversation off screen, off camera. I guess so. But compared to the other women who Brad could have great conversations with, same thing with Amber. Like, you know, oh, I guess I better know what happened with the books thing. Like, Johnny was like, we talked about reading books all night. You ever think about that?
Oh yeah,
You know what?
she mirrored all of his interests, right? Didn't she
Right.
like research on all? Yeah. Oh,
So
yeah.
here's what I think happened. Johnny read the books, and as he explained what he liked about the book, she mostly agreed when she didn't read the books. And she was like, oh yeah, I read that book too. Oh, I did like that chapter too, and kind of that kind of thing, and kind of went along with it. You know, that's just my opinion.
No, I think actually, so I've been kind of laughing, you know, what you're saying and stuff, but I think that I think what people are looking for, men and women, and I understand that with men we can make a generalization that looks are more important on the whole. Although I've seen a lot in my life, I've seen a lot of attractive men with women that I felt like were definitely not attractive. But here's my point. I think people are looking for, but when you say attraction, I think they're looking for chemistry as a basic, right? And so whether the chemistry comes from like the person is objectively beautiful, or they've got a certain sultriness to them, or intelligence, or something. Like, when would you say chemistry is maybe the right term?
If you say not attractive, we have to be more specific.
Okay, not physically. Okay, let me put this way: not physically beautiful. Like, you look at them and you're like, they're acceptable enough, but there's something else that's doing it for you.
Okay, you have to be more specific. Sorry, because okay, no, what I'm saying is a girl doesn't have to be necessarily beautiful in the face, but if she's got a really nice body, that's going to make up for a lot of the face, right?
Okay.
So she could be like really average in the face. So do you mean like really not attractive all round, or not attractive in maybe one or two ways? You know what I mean? Because I knew this girl who just really didn't have a cute face, but she had this whole package. It was just the hair, everything except the face. I know I'm Italian Jew, kind of New York, using my hands. So it really depends, you know, on like your definition of beauty for the woman.
Yes. Well, yes. I guess I don't know. I mean, I'm constantly amazed that anybody's attracted to anybody. So, like, I'm just, no, I'm serious. Like, I look at, there must be something wrong with me, because when I'm around like other couples, like in my mind, I'll be like, huh, you two have sex. That's an interesting, I mean, there's something wrong with me, but I'm like trying to put it together in my head. And most of the time I'm like, So this is why I say that I don't think people's personal reactions to sexual activity govern whether that's like right or wrong, because all of us, I think, at some point would be creeped out by other people, you know, having sex. But anyway, I hijacked what you were saying. So 70-30, okay, but
just a roundabout. Maybe when I was younger, kind of, you know. But Brad Pitt and Johnny were not younger when they, you know, got with these women, so we could already start from a point of, you know, wisdom in life.
I think that in addition to being physically very beautiful, I think that these women had, both Amber and Angelina Jolie. I'm not saying that they're equivalent or whatever, but I'm just saying, since we're talking about those, I think that they have very like bold personalities. I think that they come across or present themselves as being like very deep and having a lot of depth and intelligence and well read or whatever. Now we talk about Amber's case, it's an act, but I do agree with you. I think there was something about the personalities that beyond just being really beautiful women, but of course they were really beautiful. You don't think Amber is very beautiful now, though, right?
She was. Yeah, when she was like in her prime, yeah, she was pretty good looking. So aside from Asians, like I like blondes and Asians, I kind of like. But yeah, no, to answer your question, yes. Like now, no, like I've kind of been doing like gender studies and things like that, and I guess like once a woman hits like 35, 36, it starts to be, they're in a different league. They can no longer compete.
Are you saying that I'm not in my prime? Because I will banish you from this show.
Okay. I'm not talking about you, because you're the host of the channel.
I'm just kidding. Of course you're right. Of course you're right. Yes.
You know, but so Amber's past that. She's past that like competitive age. You know, no longer the prettiest in the room age, and that's it.
Competitive age. I have this like vision of like BBC, like beautiful but heading toward middle-aged women, like in a ring, like a room, like boxing it out for the available billionaires or whatever. Now, you know, I was going to talk about skincare in a little while, so when you get off the program, that'll be an interesting segue.
Do I need it?
No, no, no. No, I went to, no, I just, my sort of in-law is a skincare doctor. And then the guy that took out my mom's breast implants, he had all these new procedures that he was, that were demonstrated in this doctor's office. So it got me to thinking about like all the different procedures that people have now to look younger. Anyways, okay. What else? So what's going on is there anything interesting going on in your life recently?
No, not really. I mean, I don't talk about my job, but I work in an office, and as you could tell, I don't always go out. Since whatever you want to say in your channel, the pandemic hit, the thing happened, I stopped going into the office totally. And then I think like a lot of other people, I told my boss, I was like, do I even ever have to go back for any reason? And I guess he was like, kind of like, I guess not. So I work from home, that's why I'm just, that's why I'm just here. So I've got clients I go to see once in a while, but I'm home like 70% of the time.
Well, like you said, increasingly these days you can do that and it's not seen as abnormal. I'm looking up your YouTube channel because I want to make sure and put a link there. I'm terrible. I'm always forgetting.
Yeah, that'd be
to do
nice.
that.
No
So,
pressure though.
No, I want to. 1 second. Let me pull this up. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to put a link here.
Andrew Tate was also pretty big in the news. I know a lot of people don't like him.
Please tell me what you think about that.
Well, like everything else, we need to see the evidence, and we haven't. And he's been held for like months in some Romanian prison. So whether you like him or not, whether you think he says bigotry or sexist things or not, it's not the point. It's just not the point. The point is he's been held for a long time, and there's no evidence. So that's not just. We're not talking about the U.S. We're talking about, I don't know how to classify Romania without being insultive or anything, but it's not, it's not a major modern country. It's kind of, a smaller country, let's just say. So we know there's different standards, but still, it's not right. And with Marilyn Manson, what a lot of people did was they find him guilty based on what he said on a podcast, in an interview, something like that. And the thing that's really hard for people to understand is that just because you said it doesn't even mean it's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, I like to say I slept with 1,000 beautiful women. Now, 10 years from now, dig this up. That's evidence that I did.
Right.
Because I said it.
Right.
Like with Marilyn Manson, he said some, pretty sick things about Evan Rachel Wood, but he has a sick brand. He sells things based on being, scary and sick and things like that. So he says these things.
Right.
People just talk like that more than
being
90s
outrageous,
anyway.
Right.
So you can't just like, he said it, we got him. No, it's not how it works.
Right. I agree with you on Andrew Tate. I don't talk about Andrew Tate on my channel because I don't like to talk about things that I'm not educated on. And so I haven't talked about it and I won't talk about it unless for some reason I decide to look at it, which I probably won't because I do find him really annoying. But I
okay. You don't
well, but it's just a personal preference. It's not like I'm not saying it's not worth my time. I'm just saying, we only have time for what we have time for. But I do I do think though that it's what I've heard that there's some fishy stuff, at least from what I'm hearing, and like what you're saying, like in Romania, detained in Romania, has no evidence that we've seen, and and maybe in due time everything will work its way out. But I saw in the news that there were several women who worked for Andrew Tate and lived in that house or whatever, and where these other women complained that they were sort of captive. And these women basically said, well, no, we can come and go whenever we want. And these aren't bad guys. And we were not doing anything against our will and whatever. And it's like when you do have dissenting voices like that, it should raise some reasonable doubt as to what's going on with these other women. What are they incentivized to be doing? I don't know.
I mean, it's also a little bit more complicated than that. Is like Andrew Tate is like a unique voice, kind of speaking against popular culture right now. And there's also, I really probably shouldn't bring this up, but like a former president in the United States who also says things unpopular. And it seems like when you say certain things, you go to jail. And I'm really suspicious because of that. Like, so there are definitely other people saying similar things, but it's, if Andrew Tate was saying like everything that's acceptable politically, I just don't think he'd be in jail. I just don't think so.
No, I
You
hear
know,
you, and
I
I
just
hear
don't,
you.
I just can't see it happening, but he's not. And, you know, he was the most searched person on Google in 2022. He estimatedly influenced about 400 million people. And he did so because the culture has pretty much turned on masculinity in men and just a traditional strong man. And that's what he was saying is terrible. And I can't help but think that's part of it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's too suspicious. He's not just some random guy making random OnlyFans videos. And then I'd probably think he was guilty if he was, you know.
I guess what his detractors would say is that there to be devil's advocate, there aren't too many YouTubers that are openly bragging and sort of putting on this persona of some questionable behavior with women. Like I've had people send me out of context, I know, but like send me clips, and it's like it was kind of like almost like he's saying to the Romanian authorities, like nah 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 or whatever. But
he did.
I
He
don't know
said that
much
flat.
about
He
it.
said that straight up. He said, I go to Romania and I'll just pay them off. I'll laugh in the cop's face. He said that straight up.
I
But that
know you're
still
saying
has
it's
nothing to
facts.
do with
I
the
know.
guilt. That still has nothing to do with the
You're right.
allegations. So,
No, you're right.
but
You're
no,
right.
you heard correctly. And there's a video out there where he's like, I'll go to Romanian prison and throw money in their face. He said that. I mean,
Yeah,
sure, but
so like Harlot Oscara, I love that name. Yeah. So again, like I don't know. I'm totally uneducated on this, and I do appreciate your perspective. And I think again, you know, you were one of the early people to the Manson thing and to questioning that narrative. And I think in the absence of evidence these days, with all the media hype, and also with the expansion of some of these ideas of predation to include like verbal coercion, you know, I mean, as you know, now it's not just enough, it's not enough, it's more than women accusing men of using actual physical force or actual threats of violence. There's this idea now of psychological coercion, and maybe some of that is legit if we're talking about out and out, you know, blackmail or threats, but a lot of it is not. And I do see with the Tate thing, there were a number of women who it seemed like were going there to make money doing this webcam or porn business or
yeah,
whatever.
and you can make a lot of money for the time you do it for a very short time, as long as you're comfortable doing that stuff.
Right. So
Okay.
I don't know.
Here's the thing people don't understand is that there's different layers of proof and evidence, and no matter how much one certain layer has, it can only hold so much weight, right? So I think your commenter said Andrew Tate admitted everything himself, but words themselves can only go so far as proving something, and then you need the next level. So if your case is only based on words, I don't care. They're just words. After the words stop, you need something else. Like Depp's a great example, okay? If Johnny only had his words against Amber and not a picture of his finger getting cut off, he didn't have these documents, you know, we didn't see her fake photos, we can only derive so much from words. So the argument about words is surface level. That's okay. You might think Andrew Tate's guilty based on what he said, but we still have to dive deeper than words to get to the next level is my point.
Well, I mean, I totally agree with you, and I think that's a great point, and that's not one that I've delved into on my channel. So it's it's kind of an original way of looking at some of this, which is that we, you know, when we're thinking about evidence, get beyond reasonable doubt or legitimate doubt, like they should be ticking multiple boxes, right? And not, it shouldn't just, and so much of it in Marilyn Manson's case, which I do know more about, you know, so much of it is about he said this in an interview or his book. You know, I mean, somebody earlier in the chat mentioned Marilyn Manson's autobiography, and we've talked before about how not only was it ghost written, and I would think probably, you know, some of it, a lot of it written by Neil Strauss, but also that there are things in that book that are just fantastical, that like literally like supernatural, like that couldn't have happened. And so, you know, it's clear. And so, and the other thing is, of course, that multiple people who were discussed in the book, many people have come forward over the years and said that's made up, that didn't happen, and whatever. So to me, it's very obvious that that book was a part of his strategy, Manson's strategy, to promote himself in those early years before he had become a really big star. And so for people to take that at face value, to me, that's messed up.
It's a hint. Like you've said in one of your videos, it doesn't mean nothing that he dresses up in all this makeup and does this crazy stuff on stage. Because the logical thought is if you would dress up and think about that, you must think about possibly doing it. And
Sure.
it doesn't say nothing, but it can't really, you know, bring the point home. It can't take you all the way. It could give you a hint. It could maybe 10%, 15%. It could raise concern, but in the end, words only go so far. So we're going to need more. Is, you know, we could go in circles till the end of time with words.
And again, it's really important with, well, let me just say this. One of the other things that I think you've been really strong on in talking about these Me Too cases is knocking down the idea that numbers mean anything. You talk about that a little bit, right?
Yeah, I've got a whole theory about like mathematical probability, and I can't see the fault in logic. And, you know, basically if you've got one accuser and she loses the evidence and doesn't have it, maybe I believe you. Okay, that's reasonable. Now maybe 3. They lose the evidence, they can't find it. That's still kind of reasonable, right? 3 people lost it. Oh, okay, maybe. Now you've got 5 who lose. Now you're like, well, wait a minute. Out of all the 5 of you, none of you has proof and evidence? Okay, maybe. Now we get to 10. That's hard to believe nobody has anything. Go over 10, and now mathematical probability says someone should have it, or else you're getting into the chances of him not doing it higher and higher as no one has evidence. So some people would believe, well, 50 women said Marilyn Manson did it. Okay, well, if there's 50 women, mathematical probability says if there's no evidence against him, they're not telling the truth. Because probability says they would have evidence, right? You live your life, you do things. You take photos, you write text messages, you write memoirs, you do things in your life. So for that many people not to have some kind of evidence, it just doesn't make sense. But a million people can just say he did something. Anyone who met Marilyn Manson, like Phoebe Bridgers, whatever her name is,
Phoebe Bridgers,
like went to a party and he was there and she had a concert ticket, can say, you know, she heard something and they just count that. Well, that's complete BS. And that adds to my theory of probability. The more people out there, the more probability you have of evidence in any case in life. So people just kind of get blown away by numbers like, oh my God, how could 15 people be lying? Well, it's actually the other way around. 15 people can be lying. How could 15 people not have evidence? That's the question.
I love that. I love that.
And, you know.
And, you know, in the Manson case, people might say, well, you know, there's been a little bit, like people like to point to the Esme Bianco photo she claims is of her back after she's been whipped by Manson. But as we've talked about before, yeah, well, I know I'm talking, well, there was Ashley Smith.
Oh, the Shutterstock one, right?
Yeah, that one. But with Esme's, the head is literally not in the picture. It is literally a photo from the neck down of someone's back, and the back, it's not even whip marks. It's indentations, like it's fine, temporary indentations from being tied up. It's very obvious. And so, like, you know, we should have some incontrovertible evidence, particularly because Evan Rachel Wood claimed that she had all of this evidence. She had videotapes and all these photos and everything. And she took it to Gloria Allred. She took it to a lawyer, and a lawyer said, I'm sorry, you've got all this evidence, but the statute of limitations has passed. Well, I'd like to see some of that evidence. And of course we haven't, and I don't think we will. But that's a great point about numbers. And the one thing I want to add to that is that, and I've said this before, if we were talking about just a normal guy down the street that nobody knew about, and you had, you know, say 10 women coming out and saying things about him, that still would not be definitive. But that, I would say, I'd be more likely to say maybe there's some fire here if there's some smoke. But these media
cases, they've got nothing to gain. They've got no motivation to actually gain anything because he's not famous. Right. So I tend to believe them more.
Right. But these media cases, these big media cases where, frankly, with all the attention that people get, I'm surprised that there are not more false allegations. Like, I actually am surprised that we're just, we almost are at this point, but where we're just like constantly
hearing. There can't be. Well, here's why. If your friend goes into a certain store and steals something, then another friend does it, you're like, well, if I do it now, I might get caught because they're getting suspicious. So they have to spread it out. You know what I mean? No, it's just like stealing anything or like some kind of hoax. You got to spread it out. If you keep going back to the same place that everyone's going into, you know, to do something rotten, you got to think that they're going to catch on at some point, and I don't want to be the one that they catch on to, you know? So which makes it harder, like we've been saying, for the real abuse victims to come out. Because now, like, well, no
Right.
one's going to believe me because now I'm the boy that cried wolf in the situation, but I actually really. But that's where evidence just diffuses everything. So it doesn't matter who thinks what. As long as you have evidence, that should be okay. Like Rihanna had evidence. Her photo, I think Chris Brown, I can't remember her boyfriend's name, but that looked pretty legit to me. I wouldn't doubt that. So she had that evidence. Obviously, Johnny had some evidence. So you shouldn't doubt that.
Right.
So, you know, the second Evan Rachel comes out with evidence, I'll have to do 180. I'll have no choice. I'll have no choice. If she's got real evidence, Marilyn Manson's side admits it was him, it's not a fake thing, okay, I've got no choice. But that hasn't happened, so.
No, it hasn't. And I think that, you know, again, these media cases, like there's a lot of incentive for people, if nothing else, for just attention, for some people who want more attention for these types of things. Timothy Vaughn, I have not, but I will make a note of it. Something important you have to tell me. So I will check. Maybe send me another too, or resend it, re-forward it. Okay, so what was I going to ask? There's something I was going to ask you about. Oh, Armie Hammer. Someone wanted to know if you had any thoughts about Armie Hammer, or what
No,
our
I have
thoughts
no
are.
idea what's going on. Nope.
So my thoughts,
totally out of loop.
Having looked at it, I think that's another hoax. I think that Armie Hammer, you know, for those who don't know, there was a really great article that came out in Airmail magazine, probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it was the kind of actual reporting. Yes, there was an interview with him, but there was also some actual investigative reporting there. And it does seem like he was the victim of a hoax too. Now, he has admitted that he was an asshole to women in terms of dating women and then dumping them. You know, he said I did invite women into this magical life of mine, and we'd go on some trips and we go to some premieres or whatever, and then when I was tired of them or whatever, then we'd be done. So, but again, that's not cancelable behavior, and I don't like the idea of punishing men for ungentlemanly behavior that doesn't rise to the level of actual crime or serious sexual harassment.
Well, right. There's also two sides to that coin. Like, you actually brought up the point that, like, when somebody who's like 24 dates Leonardo DiCaprio, they're not stupid. They know what they're doing.
Right.
Right. They know there's a chance. They can't realistically think, oh, I'm going to marry him. This is love. You know, they've got to at least, you know, have the strong suspicion that he just wants, you know, the physical end of it. And if some guy's like taking you to movie premieres and things, you got to think like, well, do I actually have a chance with this guy? Am I going along with it because we're actually falling in love? Or, you know, am I one woman he's seeing? Like, how stupid do people think these women are?
That's right. That it's the whole female side of the responsibility is out the door in a lot of these cases, or how they're perceived. And the thing with Armie Hammer, Gina, you're right. She's talking about Armie Hammer's primary accuser, Efrosina. You can make a false allegation, get an innocent man kicked out of his band. Oh, well, that's Manson. Sorry, never mind. But you were talking about following him around. So the primary accuser of Armie Hammer was a woman who had been stalking him in various ways, was really into S&M and kink and stuff like that, and blatantly lied, and there's proof of her lies that's come out. And so I think with Armie Hammer, you have someone who did some stuff that wasn't gentlemanly or whatever, but was not what he's been accused of, and that man's life has just been totally like ruined. Like his career, he struggled. I know he came from a wealthy family. It doesn't seem like he was rolling in the dough himself, but his career, you know, he struggled for 2 decades, almost 2 decades, to become a leading man. And then it's like, that's all down the drain. And then he was trying to sell timeshares in the Cayman Islands to have some kind of a job, because he'd been cut off apparently by his family due to the scandal. And the media exposed him and made fun of him for selling timeshares in the Cayman Islands. And so he had to quit that. Or it's just sad. But anyways. What else? The Tate, I see you posting some things, Harlan, about Tate. So again, like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to plead ignorance there. And I think what we're arguing for ultimately is that society reserve judgment and not cancel people.
Well, can I ask a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, the one about Tate teaching boys to be pimps. And like, I mean, here's the thing. Andrew Tate has a really mixed bag of advice, okay? And the advice he has about getting your life together, work ethic, is golden. It's some of the best I've heard in my life. It actually changed me. So to just simplify it and say, well, he made guys pimps is I think it's wrong. He could have, because he says like very fluctuational things. So he could have said some bad things, but I think you might be concentrating only on the bad things he says. And, he talks a lot about time management and like your psychology as you're going through your day and accomplishing your goals. He's got some incredible advice. So for me, I ignore the bad things he says, and the good things he says are true. He talks about the people you hang around with, how they influence you and how you become like them, and how it's best to surround yourself with people who are successful. And that might sound harsh to some people, but it's absolutely true. All right. If you've got a couple of best friends who are gaining weight, playing video games, watching porn or whatever, you're going to talk to them and you're going to look good to them and you're going to feel good and you're not going to be motivated to make yourself better. Okay. If your friends are above you, you'll be motivated to catch up to them. Like, oh man, my friend's got 100K on YouTube. My other friend is studying for an advancement in his career. I'm going to be like them. So he says a lot of great things like that about like your posse. And, he says a lot of great things about how you should treat women. And it comes off wrong to certain people. Like, if he's like, well, if a girl won't shut off her Instagram for you, then that's not a good thing. Like she should want to shut off the Instagram, and there's a pretty big debate about this and like the whole like, dating community about Instagram. And if a girl's got like 30,000 followers on Instagram, which isn't that hard for, just a hot girl, and she doesn't shut it off for you, then she can't be that serious because she wants to keep other options open. She won't close off her other options for you. And I get that, she's uncomfortable, but if you're talking about possible marriage and a future together, she should just, okay, I'm going to quit Instagram or whatever for you. And that's it. And the girl says, well, you're insecure if you can't deal with that. Well, no guy can compete with every damn day. Let's hang out every damn day. That's not insecurity. That's just not, the capability of the average guy or even above average guy to compete with that. So, there's a lot of great points he brings up like this that have nothing to do with like the pimp stuff he says or the lifestyle stuff he says, so he's just like a mixed bag. Mm-hmm. And I think if you hate the guy, you're only focusing on the bad, because I've got a ton of incredible life advice he gives. And, but on one hand, I'm not saying people are wrong about the negative stuff he says. If that makes sense.
I think we understand. No, I think we understand your point. And
he's a real tough character to judge.
And Harlot says was talking about there were 3 separate women in the UK. The UK wouldn't bring charges. They had that there were voice messages. I mean, I just don't. I don't know. Like, it's one thing to actually have this evidence or to be sure of it. It's other thing to just hear secondhand that this stuff is out there. So I can't really comment on that. Do you know anything about this? What she's talking about?
No, I don't think that the public has heard anything, any voice about it, right? So, like, I mean, the thing is, like, when you're going to put someone in jail for 3 freaking months in a dark cell, you can't just go by someone they said to some woman without full context and knowing the relationship. We're not talking about just thinking he's a scumbag. We're talking about putting someone in jail, okay?
Right.
So if he said the R word to some woman, I mean, I don't know what goes on behind closed doors with people. Did she let them say that previously when they were, having sex or something? And now she's saying he said it. Now it's an, I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. This is what I was saying about words going so far. You could take all your words that you've got about Tate from the day he was born, and I don't care, because we need to go to the next level past words. Like, words only go so far. You hit a wall with words at a certain point. So I get that. You've got some words out there that you think are incriminating. You think he's a terrible person. But what else you got? Like, after the words, what else you got? And if you don't have anything else, we can't put someone in jail. He's in jail. He's in a cell. You're sitting there in an uncomfortable whatever, watching a screen, thinking something about him. He's in a jail cell because he said something behind closed doors that you don't actually have context to because you don't know the relationship, So you just can't go around thinking people should be in jail because of what they say, or lose money like Marilyn Manson based because he said he wanted to smash Evan Rachel's wood head in with a sledgehammer or something. And like, that's how people talk in the 90s, like whatever.
Yeah, that's how people talk.
You could think he's a scumbag. You could hate him, but you can't put him in jail for that,
Hey, is it, I think I understand your points, and I think excellent points. Is it true that Tate has lung cancer? Do you
I
know?
doubt it.
I'd heard something about how
No
that
one
was.
know. No
No
one
one
knows for
knows.
sure except the X-ray machine. I'm
Yeah.
gonna doubt it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, why? He doesn't smoke, I don't think, and he's in great health. So if he got lung cancer, it's a really random thing for a healthy 35-year-old guy to just randomly get lung cancer. I
Yeah.
don't know how much it happens.
I
I
was
don't know
just curious
statistics, but it just
if he was, yeah, if he had a terminal illness and that was going on too.
doesn't seem right. It seems like a desperate attempt someone threw out to try to get sympathy.
Well, I appreciate your perspective on all of this stuff. And everybody, I'm going to put, we're about to take a break, but I want to put up one more time. I want to put up the link to his, I don't know why it won't hyperlink it when I put up, but this is
It's
the
all
link
right. It's
you
all
want to
good. You
copy
know,
and
don't
also
worry
when I
about it.
replay this, I'm going to put it also in the comments and the description so people can
Yeah,
find it
no,
that
cool.
way.
Whatever. No pressure. You know, I just come on to have a chat and stuff.
Well,
So
I appreciate you coming on, and so everybody check out his channel. Obviously, you can see he's got a lot of interesting ideas. He's not afraid to express them and to stir the pot when necessary. And so I appreciate all of that. And I'm going to step away. We're going to take a break for 10 minutes, and then I'm going to come back, and I've got some different things to talk about. Later on, we'll have some other guests come on as well. But I'm going to try to work my way through more of the things in that list that
yeah, good
I wanted to
timing.
get to. Yeah. Thank you so much. And yeah, everybody, we're going away for a little while, but I'll be back in 10 minutes. All right. Okay, everybody, here we go. Continuing our night. It's now turned into night, or at least where I am, live stream. I don't know how long we're going. It's not going to be the 20-hour marathon that I did that one time. That's funny. I didn't know how long I would go. I knew I wanted to do a long live stream, and so it was like every hour, I'd get to the end of the hour, and I'd be like, well, I need a break, but I can keep going. And so I just kept taking breaks and just kept going. Anyway, so one of the things before I get into talking about some other topics, my hair is a mess, but whatever. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, I wanted to briefly talk about. I already told you about the t-shirt company, and again, let me go ahead and say this is my friend Zach Schiffer. He's actually been interviewed in my program before, but he does these really awesome shirts. He's a graphic designer, and the name of his company is Augury. And I'll put the name in the comments. Just go to augury.com. But it's got a lot of cool shirts. But anyway, sometimes I'll have people send me stuff that they're working on in terms of writing. I guess because I used to be an college English teacher, and who knows, right? But people will send me things that they have written, and obviously I don't have time to be reading those sorts of things. But every now and then someone will send me something where the plot or the subject of this essay or this work of writing is something that is really like interesting to me. And and I'm like, well, I'd actually just for myself, for my own interest, I'd like to read this. And so every now and then someone will send me something that does get past that barrier. It's been a while though, because I'm just so inundated now. I have got to get an assistant or something. I don't know, because there's so much communication. I can't keep track of even like probably 20% of it, but that's a whole other topic. Point is, this guy, he slipped through, and I really ended up reading the book, or rather the way that I read. You have to understand, okay, because I went to grad school, for English, not trying to tout my credentials, but I got a PhD. And the only reason I say that is just to indicate to you how much reading I had to do, right? And so like when I was studying for my exams in grad school, we had to read a book a day. Obviously, when you're reading a book a day, especially if it's something that's really thick or whatever, or difficult. And when I say a book a day, I mean like generally, like in order to get through your reading list and study enough, you would need to be reading close to a novel or the equivalent a day. My point is, though, when we were reading like that, obviously it's a different kind of reading than people think of like normal reading, right? You're not literally reading every single word. What you're doing is you're doing the equivalent of like something in between skimming and reading, right? And so, and when you get, and this is one of the skills, there's a lot of things, maybe I'll talk about it someday. There's a lot of things about grad school that I couldn't recommend, or that I would say maybe is not, is not the best use of people's time or whatever. On the other hand, it did give me a hell of a lot of time where I was, directed to read and to read quickly. And I got very good at reading quickly. And so it got to where I could skim a page, and then I could tell you basically what was going on, right? And so that is not how I read all the time, because like this, as you know, it's really important to read for details when we're talking particularly about news stories and things like that. But when it comes to things like fiction, or if I'm just reading for pleasure, then I tend to read very quickly like that. So anyway, the point is, like, I more or less read this book, skimmed this book or whatever. And so I wanted to recommend it to you. And I was just going to do like a blurb. I was like, I want to promote this. This is cool. But it turns out that the author, and I think he's here somewhere, Paul, but he actually had a trailer that he had made to promote this. And so he said that he would give everybody the book for free. So he's not even like selling, like I'm not selling anything to you here, and he's not selling anything, but I want to show you the trailer, see what you think, and then I'll give you the link. And if somebody wants to, if any of you want to read this, then you just go to the link and you get it for free. And there's no catch or anything. There's no payment. He's just wanting to share his writing with people. And so since he sent me this stuff and I got to read it for free, I was like, yeah, I'll promote that. The thing that I like, let me just say, one of the things that I really like about his writing is it reads like a Michael Crichton novel. Like the language is used very effectively and very sparely. I do not like really pretentious writing. It's one thing and long-winded and very flowery. It's one thing like if we're studying, Yeats or a great poet or Shakespeare or something, then yeah, the flowery language in the hands of an absolute master is amazing. But generally what people want, and myself included, in a novel is something that's very clear and that is sophisticated, but also like concise and just interesting, clear language. And I felt like it was kind of like reading like a cross between maybe like a Michael Crichton novel, and like Jurassic Park or something, or a Timeline, and a Tom Clancy novel. And so anyway, you're going to see in a minute what the plot is, but it's like this whole thing about, it's like historical fiction and also this alternate, like what if the Nazis had cloned Hitler, and that's been dealt with some in movies before, but this plot does some different things with it, with the idea of cloning, and also with the idea of like modern media and our modern political system. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff going on. It's interesting. So I'm going to show you this trailer and then we're going to move on. But I like to use my platform when stuff I think is legitimately interesting to help get the word out. So I'm going to watch this and then move on to other topics. Let me share my screen. Okay. I will say this actually, things that I show on StreamYard, they don't tend to sound very good. So maybe the better thing to do, I'm just going to give you the link and I'm just going to go away for 2 minutes, or a minute or whatever. Let's just do that. So if you'll look in the chat, I'm posting the link. I'd love for you to watch it and whatever, but I'll be back in a minute. Okay. So there's the link, and yeah, I'll be back in a moment. Yeah, no, so I gave people the link because when I show something in StreamYard, it distorts the sound a lot. So I'm just saying, like, the link is in the chat, or you can Google this in YouTube. But the title of it is Forever Changed. So what this trailer basically does is it gives you kind of a preview, a taste of what the book's about. It's really well done. I couldn't do a trailer like that, so it's kind of humbling. But anyway, so here's the final thing that I want to say. Literally, like, he gave me a free link. You don't have to pay anything or whatever. And this is kind of how all this started. Is I actually read this, and I was like, oh wow, this isn't crap. This is actually good. Because most of the time, again, no offense to anybody who's given me something and I've not shared it. I'm just saying that I get a lot of things from people, and it's rare that I really like something enough to share. Okay, so yeah, so Paul, I don't know if you're on. I told him I was going to show this, right? I don't know if you're still here or not, but yeah, so check it out, paulsandy.com, downloads, and it's forever changed. And I will put all of this when I finally do save this live stream. I'll put all of that in the description and the comments and everything too. Okay. What else? I'm trying to think of some of the more interesting things that I wanted to get to tonight. So I have a couple of guests that are going to be coming up in an hour. And one of them is my usual friend, Celtic Iron. He's going to be on for half an hour. And then I have a couple of other people related to the Manson thing that I was hoping to have on. We'll see. In terms of what's coming up on my channel, tomorrow I have 2 Manson related things. One of them is going to be the final installment of the interview with Vanessa. She was the one who was present during Heart-Shaped Glasses, remember, and refutes Evan Rachel Wood's story. And also that, you know, they tried to recruit her, contact her. She was contacted 3 times. She was contacted by the production company that put on Phoenix Rising, that produced Phoenix Rising. She was contacted by Ilma Gore, Evan and Rachel Wood's girlfriend and co-conspirator, and she was contacted by BuzzFeed. And so anyway, they were all like trying to get at her, you know, because she had been on set when this scene was filmed in which Evan Rachel Wood was claiming that she was ARD. And so anyway, they tried to contact her, tried to get her on board, and she ignored them or said, I can't talk to you, sorry, or whatever, right? But anyway, I did an interview with her, 3 segments, so that final segment's coming out tomorrow. And then also the interview with Marilyn Manson's ex-girlfriend, Paula Weiss, in which for the first time she is going to talk about, or did talk about, her meeting with the LA sheriff's detective in this case and the extent of that conversation. So I think it'll be really interesting. That stuff will be out soon. Okay. What else? So, you know, Me Too. I saw an article, and I talked about this in a video recently. I saw an article in Variety magazine which is like the industry, you know, trade paper, the industry source. And it was talking about how Me Too the premise of the article is that Me Too has stalled out in the entertainment industry. You know, it started as a Hollywood movement, you know, with Weinstein and all of that, but that now it is stalled out. And you know, women, have they made the progress that we wish they would, et cetera, et cetera. And it just occurred to me that we frequently see these stories in the media and these exposés and whatever about about Me Too and about the time that's elapsed since Me Too and what have we learned and how much progress have we enjoyed or how much haven't we and all of that. And I don't know, you know, I guess I still have these expectations that our media that our mainstream media will actually wake up and try to do a decent job. But like, you know, again, it's kind of surprising to me that we have not, since the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, you know, that's coming up on a year in the rearview mirror. That thing, I looked it up, it started early to mid-April. And so we're coming up on a year anniversary of that. And it's just interesting to me. Oh, there's Paul. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry, Paul. So at that link, the password is Kurtz. Let me post that one more time. So the book that I was just telling you about, I'm going to put the link up here one more time. And the password. Yeah, you need the password. Thank you. Password is Kurtz. So sorry about that. You go to paulsandy.com, downloads, and then to get a free copy of the book, password is my name, my last name. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think here. Make sure I've got this up. All right. I just think it's interesting and annoying that we don't have any mainstream media stories or exposés or we don't have any real recognition of what the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial meant, like societally and culturally. No positive recognition, I'll put it that way. There's tons of these retrospectives and that look at it from a negative light in terms of, oh, you know, wasn't it horrible to see a woman raked over the coals like that in Amber Heard's case? Or, you know, horrible to see all of these YouTubers and these, you know, non-professional online outlets and pseudo journalists reporting on this, you know, actually telling the truth about it. And, you know, it's the same old thing about, oh, the misogyny. But what I would love to see is a retrospective piece in the media, in Variety magazine or the Hollywood, and I'm not going to see it, but the Hollywood Reporter or whatever, that examines the collateral damage that has occurred since Me Too. And I talked about, as a result, as a byproduct of Me Too. And I talked about that in a video recently. And because look, here's what I'm getting at. I feel like all of us who are sensible with minds, I feel like we all recognize inherently on some level that there has been a hell of a lot of collateral damage. Even if Me Too did positive things, which it certainly did, and there were very positive aspects and so forth. And of course, Hollywood sleazy and could use some reform. I guess, I actually have no experience really with Hollywood, but anyway, even in the most noble ideologies, and I'm not saying Me Too is necessarily the most noble ideology, but even in the most noble ideologies and even the best ideas and the best movements and whatever, there's always collateral damage. And I talked in the last video about even like World War II, there was a situation where we were on the side of good, we were battling the Nazis, and yet I'm talking about the United States and our military, killed a lot of innocent people as a part of that. And like the firebombing of Tokyo. I'm not even talking about the atomic bombs, although there's that, but like the firebombing of Tokyo and hundreds of thousands of people dying and whatever. What is my point? I'm just saying that Me Too was, as the proponents of Me Too like to remind us all the time, it was a huge moment. It was a huge cultural moment. And there were a lot of people canceled, and there were a lot of reverberations felt from Me Too and from what it brought about and from Time's Up and all of that. And really, you have to be a dumb shit to not see that there was a tremendous amount of collateral damage, and that there were a lot of people who, yes, there were people who should have been canceled, like Harvey Weinstein, but then there were other people who were caught up in a kind of a fervor or a rabid, rush to judgment by the media, and also by this feeling that because the entertainment industry had excused predatory behavior for so long, and because people had not listened to these women, et cetera, that was the narrative, that now it was incumbent upon society to quickly sort this out, kick all of these, Neanderthalish men out of their positions in the studios or whatever, and basically believe women, like to take it at face value going forward. If a woman said that something had happened to her, what have you. And so, like, for instance, I'll give you a case in point. I want to bring up one case because I think that it is interesting and I think that it's instructive, but I don't think that it's gotten very much attention because it happened at the same time as the Weinstein stuff happened. And in fact, I think that that's one of the reasons why this guy ended up going down. But I just want you to understand that this past week, I have been looking at the different Me Too cases, or the men who were canceled in the entertainment industry, either in front of the camera or behind the camera or in the executive office, and looking at those, and now, since some time has passed, seeing how many of those turned out to be bullshit. And so you actually, if you take the time, and maybe I'll do this on a future episode of my show, but you can actually, and I've done this, you can actually make out a list of all of these different men. I mean, they're ones that people have forgotten about, like Chris Hardwick, for instance. That guy was canceled for a while. He's back, but that with some effort. But that guy was canceled for a while, and that was just total BS. It was based on one lone girlfriend, Chloe Dykstra, one lone girlfriend's Medium post, her blog post, in which she used really slippery language to accuse him of things without actually accusing him. For instance, Chloe Dykstra said of Chris Hardwick in this blog post, and this was, by the way, the allegation that got the most attention and that got him canceled for a while. He basically lost everything for a while. I mean, he had money in his bank account, but professionally. She claims, and I'm quoting directly, that because he was in a sour mood, she says, quote, "I let him sexually assault me." So she says in this passage, Chloe Dykstra of Chris Hardwick, she says that he was in a bad mood and that he was being very sort of verbally demanding, not yelling or anything like that, but like trying to persuade her to have sex. And I believe that she said that he brought up an example of a previous relationship he had been in which the sexual aspect had died, and that had contributed to the demise of the relationship when they stopped having sex as much. And so Chloe Dykstra says that when she told him she didn't want to have sex, it sounds like very gently reminded or said to her, well, okay, but this is it's kind of a big deal to me or whatever. In my last relationship, this was an issue. So then she says, I let him sexually assault me. In other words, okay, I had sex with him and consensually. Okay, look, I have news for some people. Consent does not mean that someone absolutely 100% is just raring to fuck. Okay, that is not required for consent. Because if that were required, there would be a lot of what we know as consensual activity that would not be going on. All right. There are many times in a healthy relationship, okay, when one person does not want to have sex so much. I'm not saying like they're completely against it or it's like, oh, it's disgusting or I don't want to do it or no, but just kind of like, I don't feel like it. There are plenty of times when one person is like, or maybe even, and the other person wants to. And you know what? Consensually, the other person says, okay, I can get in the mood or whatever, or what. That's just, it's how relationships work. And this reframing now that she did in this blog post, in which what she was clearly saying is that, okay, so I let him talk me into having consensual sex, but of course she knew that wasn't going to get the job done. So Chloe Dykstra says, I let him sexually assault me. And it's a paradox. It's an oxymoron. Letting someone, and it doesn't make sense. So he was canceled. He was canceled. He had created this giant podcast industry company built around nerd stuff. It was called The Nerdist. I have no idea what that is, but apparently it was a big deal. And he was like the CEO or whatever. They kicked him out. He had some talk shows, like he did that Talking Dead show. Remember that after The Walking Dead, they would talk for 30 minutes about the episode, whatever. And he had other shows. So he was like fired from all that and, was branded overnight, this, this R guy and a guy who had hurt his girlfriend, whatever. And if people actually read it, what they would see is it was ridiculous. And then, of course, it came out later in text that I guess Chris Hardwick, leaked to TMZ what the real story was on their relationship. The real story, hang on, guys, it's shocking. The real story is that she had cheated on him, and you can see it in these texts, it's her speaking, and she's begging for his forgiveness or whatever. She cheated on him, and then she like strung him along, and then he finally had enough, and he finally said to her, I just realized that I'm too vanilla for you, and you have to always, create drama, and I'm never going to be good enough, and you're going to probably cheat on me again. He's like, he sounds like a very nice guy. He's like, for my own sanity or whatever, I love you, but I got to let you go. And it's very clear what happened here is that he broke up with her. And then guess what? He started dating this super, super rich heiress by the last name of Hearst. Yes, the Hearst. So he started dating and got engaged to and married this, what's her name? God, I'm blanking on her name, but last name is Hearst and she's Hearst family and whatever. It seems like a lovely person. But this guy is moving on with his life in style. And there's the disgruntled ex who knows that she screwed things up because she cheated on him and she treated him like shit. And she can't stand to see it. And so she waits until I guess society is at the point where it'll take girlfriends, past complaints really seriously. And a ridiculous blog post will just summarily cancel someone based on one disgruntled ex's blog post that when you look at it is not actually identifying any crimes or even any abuse. I mean, one day I just want to read it. Actually, I want to read her Medium post. Hell, maybe I'll do it like later on if we keep going into the night with this, because it's really funny. It really is funny. And this was before Me Too was even really on my radar. It was like a canary in the coal mine, the Chris Hardwick thing. But the point that I was trying to make earlier is that you can look you can look at it, you can make a list, you can look at a list of all of these different Me Too cancellations in the entertainment industry in Hollywood. And you can now look at the results and sort of what's happened, and you can see that a significant number of them were BS, were just obviously BS. And then, yes, there are some like with Weinstein that turned out to be legit. And then there are some where we just don't know. But enough of them turn out to be BS. I hate this one piece of hair. I'm going to have to like go and make it go away. It's driving me nuts. I hate that. But there are enough cases that are deeply problematic or just clearly BS to raise concerns. And so we know that there's been extensive collateral damage and there have been people who have been canceled. So this is a perfect example. There's a guy, I want to share just a second, share my screen with you. So there's a guy named Roy Price. And Roy Price is one of these, you could say, this is not a comment, I'm not meaning on his personality or whatever, as I would perceive it, but it's sort of what people talk about, like, oh, the suits in Hollywood, right? The executive, like they're, sometimes they get discussed as like, oh, they're squares or whatever. But in fact, like, Harvey Weinstein was one of those suits, and he's definitely not square. So there's a great sort of variety in these personalities. And certainly Harvey Weinstein, head of the movie studio, he harassed women, he abused women, he assaulted women. Like, so clearly there was some predatory bad players. But this guy, hold on one second. Okay, here we go. So what happened with this guy, his name is Roy Price. And just kind of to make a long story short, the reason I'm telling you this story is because to me, as I was looking over lists of previous Me Too cases and guys who had been canceled due to Me Too type infractions in Hollywood, this was one of the cases that stood out to me as just being like so unfair. So here is what, through reading different sources and taking a very fair look at this, I believe this is kind of what I've been able to piece together happened. So just a little background, this guy, I read up on him. He's the son of the former head of Universal, was it Universal's or Columbia? But one of the major movie studios, I think it was Universal Studios. So there was this guy named Frank Price, who was the head of Universal Studios in like the late 70s, early 80s. And so big, Hollywood guy, Hollywood executive producer and all writer as well. And so my point being that the guy who I'm about to talk about, Roy, who ended up getting canceled due to Me Too, this guy was carrying on like this kind of long and noble tradition of family pride, I should say, of generations of this family being big people in the entertainment industry. And on his mother's side, his mother's father was a big writer, apparently screenwriter in Hollywood, and was also a big person, right? And then his mother was an actress. And so I'm saying all this because I'm just wanting you to understand, I guess this is what I'm saying, is that when people get canceled, they lose more than just strictly their jobs. There's a whole milieu, there's a whole, there's a whole life built around and a sense of identity that people have built around who they are and what their profession is, especially when someone expends the time, the amount of time and effort that is needed to become the head of a movie studio. And in this case, this guy, he had this long tradition, this long proud tradition in his family of his father and, his grandfather and his mother and all these people being in the entertainment industry. And so my point is, this Roy Price, he goes to Harvard and then he goes to law school because he said that it was important, that knowing the law was important for working in the entertainment industry, that a lot of people who did well as like studio executives, they were lawyers or whatever. So my point is, like, he went to all of the, these fancy schools, worked really hard, excelled, and then started working his way up in Hollywood, first as a lowly production assistant on like Return to the Blue Lagoon or whatever the movie was, right? To then like various things up the ladder. Well, finally, culminating in the mid 2010s, I can't remember when exactly, but let's say up to 2017, he became the head of Amazon Studios. So, oops. Yeah, so this guy, Roy Price, he became the head of Amazon Studios, and he was the founder of Amazon Studios. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I'm talking about like any movie that Amazon makes, so Amazon makes a lot of movies now. And so when you go to their website, you're not just seeing other companies' movies, but you're seeing a lot of movies that Amazon themselves actually greenlit and produced and made. So that this guy set all that up, and his people under him and everything, right? Or like Amazon Prime, like all, our ability to get movies on Amazon Prime or Amazon On Demand, like so basically the point is he was working like under Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos was in charge of Amazon, the larger company, but Roy Price was the founder and was the head of Amazon's studios and Amazon's entertainment wing. So huge, 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 absolutely groundbreaking work that he had worked for many years to achieve, to get to that position. And it's a once in a lifetime position that most people wouldn't even aspire to. And so, he's greenlighting projects. He's working with, great, brilliant directors and screenwriters. He's also trying to figure out the business end. He's trying to marry two different cultures, that of Amazon tech with Amazon, Hollywood and the movie studios and all that. So my point is, a hell of a lot of work went into all of this. And I'm saying this again because I want people to understand that when you cancel these people, anyone, man or woman, but in the context of Me Too, when you cancel these people, you are taking away a lot from them. Because I get sick of this attitude sometimes that people have, that just because someone has money, just because they might be financially better off than your average person, that just invalidates any rights that they have, to a particular destiny that they've worked for, or they've sacrificed for, or they've spent many, many, many long hours in pursuit of, so, so there's this attitude that like, well, so what? So he was canceled, but he's still got some money or whatever, try being homeless. I mean, I just hate arguments like that. And I think that there's something really sort of vulgar about them and disingenuous, but anyway. So, so this guy, Roy, this is what happens. In 2015, he was, and you can read about this yourself, right? It's in articles and whatever, but in 2015, he was helping to promote one of Amazon's new series, The Man in the High Castle, which I've seen like 1 or 2 episodes of a long time ago. I think I remember thinking it was pretty good or whatever, but it's based on a Philip K. Dick, the science fiction writer. It's based on a Philip K. Dick novel, apparently. And so this was being released by Amazon, and there was parties and Hollywood parties and lots of, promotional stuff and whatever you can imagine. And so the daughter of Philip K. Dick is dead. He's like a writing legend now. It's like Arthur C. Clarke or something, right? But his daughter, a woman named Isa Hackett Dick, or Isa, I don't know how you say it, but anyway, Isa Hackett Dick. This woman has been helping to produce her father's works, or she has been running this company that kind of oversees his estate and decides like who's going to get to make movies out of his stuff or whatever, right? Well, so the point is, she was at these parties or whatever, and at a certain point in the night, late in the night, it was 1 a.m. This is after people have been partying a lot, Hollywood parties and whatever. 1 a.m. She gets into an Uber with this Roy Price guy, and then also with another Amazon executive, a male. And apparently there was some banter and some joking around that took place. And it seems like at one point there was a play on the word dick too, because, like that's Philip K. Dick and Dick, it's probably, I'm not saying it was funny banter, right? There's some kind of like banter going on. And there's a kind of a he said, she said in that he claims, Roy Price claims, that he made some awkward like jokes or whatever with this kind of banter that, you know, were not maybe the most tactful or the most well received, but not a big deal and not any kind of harassment. And why would he be harassing her with this other executive right there in the car? You know, she claims that in fact he was hitting on her, and that she was, not that he touched her or did anything like that. It's very mild stuff, but she claims that he was hitting on her, and he kept like asking her out or whatever, and that he said, "You'll love my dick." So he claims that there was some kind of a joke he had made involving the play on words of dick, and she claims that he was asking her out too aggressively and that he said something sexual about his dick. And then she claims that later in the night, he came up to her and whispered something in her ear, something vulgar in her ear. But again, like nothing, like she doesn't allege anything threatening. She doesn't allege she alleges some like tasteless moments, you know, it seems like to me, and some moments that, yeah, were not probably the high point of this man's professional career. But this is literally all that is alleged, is these two things. Now, she complained to Amazon apparently, and Amazon did an internal investigation, and apparently nothing was done, or if it was, nobody was like suspended or fired or anything. And the impression that I got from reading about this is that basically they looked into it and they found that it was baseless. And so anyway, you might say, okay, you're talking about something, some bad jokes or some flirting at 1 a.m. in the morning at some Hollywood parties. Yeah, that doesn't really sound like a fireable offense. How did this get this guy fired? Well, here's where it gets kind of interesting, is that all of this was no big deal, obviously, until 2017. And what happened in 2017, as you'll remember, is that a number of women, including Rose McGowan, came forward and accused Harvey Weinstein of, you know, all the bad stuff that he did, right? And Rose McGowan tweeted, okay, so apparently Rose McGowan says that she at one point had been in the process of making a series based on her childhood growing up in a cult, that she had been in the process at one point of collaborating with Amazon on that. I'm not clear, and like they were going to produce it or what exactly was going on, but apparently she had some contact with the higher up executives at Amazon, including Roy Price, and she claims that she told them that Weinstein was a sexual harasser, that she said basically this was my experience and they didn't do anything. So apparently she expected that after she told this Roy guy her story, that he would then stop Amazon from working with Weinstein's company, even though at that point Weinstein had not been exposed. Well, so here's what happened in 2017 when Weinstein was exposed and when Rose McGowan came forward. She tweeted at Jeff Bezos and at this Roy Price guy. And, you know, you tweet at someone, but everyone else can see it publicly, right? She tweeted at them and she said, basically to paraphrase, she said, I told you that Weinstein was doing this stuff and that he was an abuser and all of that, and you dismissed my claims. And basically the tweet was very angry and agitated and hyperventilating, and it made it look to people who didn't know what was going on that these guys had, like Bezos and this Roy guy, had been like basically covering up for Weinstein, or were like, you know, like in bed with him somehow or whatever, right, beyond just like, you know, business studio stuff. And when that happened, and this is where, you know, you never know what's coming out in life to get you. I just want to say, as an aside, this is unfortunately why we can never be too comfortable in life. And I'm not saying people need to be anxious. You know, you got to try to chill as much as you can. But the thing that is one of the things that's deeply unsettling about life is that you never know when that other punch is coming, right? Like things can feel very placid. They can feel great. 1 minute you're on top of the world, you know, you're running Amazon Studios and you've got this vibrant, you know, creative life and all of this power and acclaim and all of this stuff. And you're about to get married. In this guy's case, he was about to get married and the fiance dumped him right after this happened. And then the next minute, you know, something comes up. So what happened was when Rose McGowan tweeted at this guy and at Jeff Bezos, it got a little media attention because people didn't really understand what's going on. And this Isa Hackett Dick lady, it reactivated her basically, so that she is reanimated. But no, like it reactivated her or whatever. It's like a case of herpes. She reactivated. Don't sue me, please. She reactivated. And she then went full on huge Hollywood Reporter story, blasting the sexist culture at Amazon Studios. I was sexually harassed by the head of Amazon Studios. And you read the interview with her and she's like, I have to stand up for other women because I have a place now of authority in society. And I can't remember, but she's like, you can look it up yourself. It was very pompous. And it's like, she was on some kind of crusade, to eradicate I guess to eradicate edgy humor in cabs at 1 a.m. in the morning after a night of partying. Here's my thing. Okay. Tell me if I'm crazy or not. All right. I'm serious. You can tell me if I'm off. You can tell me if, after I explain this to you, if I'm like some dinosaur or something and my ideas need to be put, out of their misery. Okay. I can take it. But let's just say the worst case scenario with this guy. Okay, and I'm not saying that I believe that. I'm more apt to believe, honestly, his side of the story, because I think there's some fishy things going on her side, and so he says it was a joke that was taken poorly. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's say that I totally believe her and I take it at face value. What is she describing? She's saying that at a series of Hollywood parties, late night, after everybody had been drinking. And she gets into a cab where there are two people present, and this guy, he didn't touch her or anything or threaten, or she says he repeatedly asked her out, probably drunkenly, if that's what happened. I'm not saying it is. They repeatedly asked her out and then made some lewd remark about his dick. And then at one point later in the night comes up and whispers something briefly in her ear and moves on. Like, I wouldn't even blink an eye at that. I don't know. Am I just a dinosaur from like a period that should be put out of its misery? I've told y'all this story before about the guy that I worked for. Well, maybe you weren't, not all of you were there, but the guy that I worked for when I was in high school. So when I was in high school, underage, in my teens, whatever, I worked at an Allstate insurance agency. It was the first job that I ever had, was working at Allstate insurance agency. I'm now just looking at the chat for a minute and trying to figure out what y'all are talking about. I'm like totally talking to myself right now, but no, it's okay. I see there's like 100 people here. I worked at Allstate Insurance Agency, and I had a boss who would definitely get sued for sexual harassment. In fact, I used to joke when I worked there, I would regularly tell him, and this was back in, the 90s, I would regularly tell him that I was preparing my sexual assault, my sexual harassment lawsuit against him. And that was actually, it was kind of like a joke, but also a way I'd sort of put him in his place, like to just let him know, like, be on notice. Okay. Like, yeah, okay, I see what you're doing. Take it down a notch. Anyway, I came to work one time, and look, I've said before to you all that I was a born again Christian, Southern Baptist, church going girl, virgin, didn't drink, like very innocent, right? And I remember I came to work, and he was sitting there behind the desk, and then another high school girl, a friend of mine who also worked for him, was sitting there, and she kind of looked at, when I sat down on this couch in his office. I sat down, come in there to say hi, and she kind of gave me this look. It was almost a look of like, oh God, you don't know what you've walked into or whatever. And so I look at him, and he's got a magazine on his desk, and he passes, and he had this like grin, this sort of like lascivious or lecherous grin on his face, but also just like he was getting sort of a kick out of the situation. He passes me the magazine, and so when I actually get it, I can see it's an open Playboy magazine. And she was kind of looking at me like, oh, this is uncomfortable, or isn't he a creep? And then he was kind of looking at me as just like, as if like, what are you going to do, kind of, or whatever. And I remember like, and I'm not saying this was a deeply traumatizing event. I'm actually trying to make the opposite point. I remember that like, I looked at it, and it was like, I thought, well, I mean, what kind of a reaction am I supposed to have? You know, so I was like, and I'd never seen, actually, this is kind of funny. I'd never seen a Playboy magazine before either, like up close. Like I never actually looked in one. And so I just kind of like, flipped through some pages and looked, and then, you know, like getting a sense of the magazine, what was there. And then I closed it back up and I just passed it to him. And I had absolutely no like embarrassment or no, I mean, there was nothing. It was just like a total nonchalance. And I know that not every woman is capable of that. I'm not trying to elevate myself here. I'm just saying that there are ways to diffuse these things, often, not always. And that completely diffused the situation. He gave a kind of a chuckle and shrugged and put it away, and then it was on to other things. Now, of course, I know women who have been really seriously sexually harassed, where their workplaces were made a living hell. You know, watch the movie North Country with Charlize Theron. I mean, that shows you what sexual harassment is. And I mean, I think they won their court case, right? I don't deny that sexual harassment exists, or that particularly in historical periods when it was more openly acceptable, it was really a problem. But I'm just saying that, like, in general, what I've encountered in my life has been extremely, extremely mild and was not difficult to deal with. And, you know, and so my point is, partying late at night, even a professional event, but partying late at night, a Hollywood party with some producers and studio heads and people, we've all had too much to drink, and this guy is awkwardly hitting on me, but not invading my space. I mean, not touching, not doing any, you know, not violating, just annoying. I guess I just don't see what the big deal is. And I think that if this guy had the kind of record, this kind of stellar record that this guy had, then I would not fire him, cancel him based on the word of this, you know, one woman, and then Rose McGowan hyperventilating over BS. You know, Rose McGowan, I am very ambivalent about Rose McGowan. I wish Rose McGowan could have a little of the bravery that she had with the Weinstein thing, and that I think she would still like to be celebrated for regarding the Weinstein thing. I wish that she could exhibit a little more of that bravery when it comes to maybe trying to address some of the overcorrections of Me Too, or some of the negative byproducts and the collateral damage and false accusations and allegations and all of this of Me Too. You know, who better than you, Rose? You know, if I go to Rose McGowan's Instagram page, one of the ways that she describes herself as I think I'm getting this right, as the creator of the cultural shift. Oh gosh, what is it? Someone go to Rose McGowan's Instagram. I guess I'll do it. There's something on it. There's a way that she describes herself that I was like, huh, that's interesting. 1 second. All right. So Rose McGowan, she says that she created the cultural reset. So in other words, Me Too was what she's saying, Me Too was a big moment. It was a cultural resetting, you know, the way we think about gender and harassment, and I don't know, whatever, right? Well, if you were the creator of the cultural reset, Rose, like if you truly had that kind of a dramatic and significant effect on gender dynamics, well, maybe as the creator of the cultural reset, maybe you want to address some of the negative bullshit that was created by your cultural reset. Because as I said earlier, every big movement, all right, even the most noble, they create negative byproducts. And so it would be nice to see Rose McGowan and people like her standing up against some of this. And Rose McGowan, you know, she did do an interview a couple of months ago in which it was on Eliza Blue's show, which I know that aspect of it didn't age very well, but it was a good interview. It was a good conversation. It was a Twitter Spaces conversation in which Rose McGowan affirmed very, very emphatically that Marilyn Manson Brian Warner did not abuse her in any way. And also that she had been, as she described it, her words, bullied severely by Evan Rachel Wood supporters into making the statements that she did make against Manson. Because some of you will remember that although Manson did not abuse her and she was clear on the fact that he didn't, she still came out and blasted him. She totally, and it was a big story. Rose McGowan blasted Marilyn Manson when all those allegations against him hit. She blasted him in the media, and she blasted all of those who supported him, the label, this company, the label, the manager, all of you, the promoters, you knew, how dare you. Well, you knew, Rose McGowan, how dare you? You knew that this guy was innocent. How dare you? And yes, I do think she has a responsibility to help him. So I'm just not impressed, I don't know, with some of her behavior. And I'm it's very unfortunate that she did what she did, calling this, if I'm piecing it together right, I'm reading these articles, it seemed like her, getting on this guy's case and calling him out on Twitter for not being attentive enough to her story about Weinstein. That's what got him. That was the catalyst that set off the chain of events for him getting fired. So anyway, so he was fired, and I looked him up. Looks like he's running some kind of film company or something. Looks interesting, right? But I can't imagine what it's like to go through something like that and to have worked your entire life for decades, climbing up the ladder, lots of late nights, lots of sacrifices and what have you. And you get to a point that few people could even dream of in your career. And then to have all of that taken away very quickly, and to feel yourself socially isolated. His fiance left him apparently. And I don't know, maybe there was more to that. I don't know, but that, and then to have to see all of these stories. And I tell you, one thing that concerns me as well is that it seems like the media, and this is not some great revelation, I think we all know this, but it seems like the media are becoming more and more unmoored from reality and less interested in actually representing a reality, and more interested in just creating and reproducing like their own woke narratives or their own favored choice narratives. And so I saw that. Well, I was looking at some of the coverage, for instance, that Roy had gotten. And what you can see, I was trying to piece things together from the different articles about his situation and figure out what had happened. And what you see is that the initial article, states some things. And then the next article, there's more rumor and more gossip. And then the next article, more rumor and more gossip and more innuendo, right? And so by the fifth article that this spawned, by the fifth article on this guy, people are complaining that he scowled too much at meetings. Like, that is literally held up. It was like Ellen DeGeneres shit. Like then it got into this toxic boss thing where I'm telling you the truth, literally. One of these articles complained that he scowled too much at meetings, that it was unnerving for people. Well, I scowl too, especially when I'm paying attention to someone. In fact, the more that I'm scowling at you when we're talking, you one-on-one, if you're actually here in my space and we're talking, the more that I furrow the brows and narrow the eyes, the more that I'm actually listening to you, because that's how some people concentrate. But apparently in, this brave new world of hypersensitivity and, oh, my boss is so mean, I couldn't handle it, it's a toxic work environment, you cannot even scowl anymore. You can't. Or they will add that to the list of sins that you commit when one day you're in a cab late at night and you make a dumb joke to a lady, and or you hit on her in a tactless way, or who the fuck knows, because everybody's drunk anyway. And then that's it for you. So I don't know. What do y'all want to talk about, y'all? I've got 30 minutes until Celtic Iron comes on. Should I try to have him on early, or what? You raise some topics. I feel like I've been kind of talking my way past the chat right now. Let's see what we got here. I'm just going to start going down the list. Oh, no, we're not. We're moving right on from that. Danger. Oh God, this comment, no. For reasons some people will understand. Okay, Paul. All right, great. Thank you so much for dropping in. I'm glad I could get a few people interested in your book. Hopefully on the repeat too, when this live stream gets filed away and re-aired, people watch it, you'll get more takers. All right, Gina. Thank you for this comment. Patricia says, Paul, Sandy, thank you for your incredible generosity and letting us have your book. I really appreciate that comment. Thank you, Patricia. I appreciate that. So this is a list of celebrities. Were these people attached to like Me Too and Time's Up? I'm not sure. Rose, Milano, Heard, Wood, and Jennifer Lawrence. So now Rose McGowan, apparently she and Alyssa Milano had a falling out because Rose publicly accused Milano's husband of being like kind of a modern day pimp or a high class pimp because she said that CAA, which is the main agency that represents actors and actresses and talent and all that. She said that it was like a glorified pimp agency, and like Alyssa Milano's husband like runs CAA, or he's really high up in it. So anyway, they had a little bit of falling out, a little Me Too fracture, but I don't know. Jennifer Lawrence. Okay. Is it okay for me to hate on Jennifer Lawrence? Is it okay? It may not be okay. Now, let me tell you, she is a great actress. I cannot deny that, nor would I want to. And I do feel very badly for her, what happened with that hack and that, you know, her naked photos and all that were exposed and all that. But she just seems to really have a pattern of saying some really ignorant things. And I think maybe the most ignorant, and some of you might have heard about this, she was talking about her role as Katniss Everdeen in the Hunger Games. And she was talking about how one of the things that was so groundbreaking about it was that it was the first time that there had been a female heroine, like a tough, like female hero in the film. And that really, that was the first time, and that we didn't have that before. And people were kind of unsure about how, you know, that would be received and everything. And she was such a groundbreaker. And of course, it's utterly ridiculous because there were like decades and many, many years as of late recently of all kinds of heroines, female heroes in these films. You know, I think if you wanted to look at like early examples, you know, like Princess Leia, certainly Sigourney Weaver's Ripley in the Alien movies. What about Uma Thurman in the Kill Bill series, and on and on, and all the female superheroes and Wonder Woman and Catwoman, and like all of this, right? Come on. So anyway, I don't know. Maybe she doesn't get out much. I know that she was a child actress. And so, you know, from an early age, maybe you're just always on movie sets and you're maybe really not paying much attention, but it's like, come on. And so anyway, there is apparently a video, I think it's on, you can find it on YouTube, but it's a video of her saying this stuff, Jennifer Lawrence saying this stuff about female action heroes and how she basically invented it. You know, they didn't have them before, Katniss Everdeen and Hunger Games, right? And then that with a kind of a montage or a kind of an unspooling of all of these different past female heroines. And so scenes from, you know, Sigourney Weaver, Ripley, and the Alien movies, or Princess Leia, or any of the others that I've talked about, right? So while Jennifer Lawrence is talking, you just see all of these examples. Anyway, but no, I don't have really strong feelings about her. Sometimes it seems like she does say stupid things, but then again, don't we all? Leftist realist. I have a theory she'll drop in like Kate Moss. She's probably working with Howard King. Well, from your lips to God's ears, one can always hope. But, you know, this is kind of in the zone when people say of like leaving things alone. You know, this is kind of one of those indeterminate zones where I also think that something could be gained by pointing things out as well. And so there's always kind of this back and forth with this YouTube stuff of people saying, don't talk about that, don't talk about that. And like I said, pretty much everything that I discuss, people say don't talk about. So sorting out the things that really shouldn't be talked about versus the things that there's always going to be a segment of people saying not to. It gets really confusing sometimes, but we will see. I would certainly be happy if that were actually the case. And again, maybe as we get closer to trial, then we will see more involvement of this nature. The same idea in mind. Yeah. You were literally murdered. Wait, what is this? You were literally murdered. Why are you minimizing your experience? I think I missed something there. Okay. Patricia, you said Ilma Gore is a very toxic female and she should be canceled. Yeah, I don't know that she really has. Does she even have much to be canceled from? So I know that she did the anti-Trump painting. and got some acclaim, a little bit of notoriety for that. And then there was the thing that she was going to get, you know, people's names tattooed on her if they donated. And that kind of turned out to be, I think, sort of a bust. But I don't know. I mean, I think, unfortunately for her, I think Phoenix Rising is going to turn out to be the thing for, and all this whole hoax is going to be the thing that she's going to be known for. I do have a little sympathy, perhaps misplaced, for Ilma Gore, in the sense that I do think that she was in love with Evan Rachel Wood, and I think Evan Rachel Wood sold everyone in this situation a bill of goods. I think that Evan Rachel Wood was very good at selling people on the fact that Manson had abused her. And I think that is one of the reasons, and Ashley Smithline said this in her recantation, her declaration. And here's the thing. You just have to put yourself in the shoes of some of these women. It does make a kind of sense. Let's say that I want everybody in the audience, let's do this thought exercise. Think of someone that you, and it worked for guys too, whatever. Think of someone that you once dated, and anyone, whatever. And someone who maybe they weren't abusive to you, but maybe they also didn't treat you great. Maybe they cheated on you. I'm trying to think of the things that Manson did actually do to people, right? And maybe they cheated on you. Maybe, you know, sometimes when they get fucked up, they would say some mean things, and then they dumped you. Like, those are the three things that I think would happen. Just my opinion, right? In a number of these cases. So let's say that there's someone in your past who cheated on you and then ended up dumping you, and maybe sometimes occasionally it could be a bit of an asshole. I'm not talking about abusive or whatever, but a bit of an asshole, right? In certain moods or whatever. Now, let's say that I come to you, and let's say that I am someone who's really credible. Like, let's say that I'm a major, very successful A-list actress, and someone who seems, as Evan Rachel Wood seems, to be above board and credible and poised and stable and all that. I'm saying, at first glance or whatever, right? Let's say that I come to you and I say to you, hey, that guy that didn't really treat you very well, or in the sense, or at least he cheated on you, dumped you, or kind of a cat or whatever. Well, it turns out that he hurt me in all of these terrible ways, like really grotesque, horrible things, such as we know they've accused Manson of. He did all these things to me. Also, he's being investigated by the FBI. He's under investigation by the authorities. And there's all of this evidence I've got. I haven't made it public yet, but I mean, I've got like videos, and I've got pictures, and I've got audio recordings, and there are other women too, as well, that he's done this to. Do you think that maybe you could help us? And even if you don't have, maybe specific things that you want to speak to, like just they're supportive, or, hey, were there ever any times when he was kind of an asshole, or like maybe when you got really messed up, you were drunk, maybe you don't even remember everything that happened. Is it possible that maybe, some stuff happened and you just kind of repressed the memory or whatever? Like, this was the pitch that I believe Evan Rachel Wood gave to these women. And that is also what Ashley Morgan Smithline, in her recantation, that is what she claims. And so, to me, it actually makes a lot of sense. Now, you might say, well, no, I still wouldn't lie or whatever, but things just people don't process things that simply, especially, again, when they think that they might be lying to help put a bad guy away. Especially when that person maybe, dumped them or cheated on them, so they don't have the best, taste in their mouth about him anyway, right? And this is basically what Ashley Morgan Smithline describes, and this is what I think happened. And so my point with Ilma Gore is that I certainly recognize that Ilma Gore seems to have thought up and enacted a lot of really shady things. And I don't think this hoax would have happened as it did, or with the severity that it did, without Ilma Gore very much involved. But I also think that Ilma Gore was acting, at least I think that she probably believed Evan Rachel Wood, and I think that Evan Rachel Wood has put on a good show, and also I think that she was in love with Evan, and I can see how someone could say, well, whatever means necessary, like we're getting a bad guy or something. I don't know. I try to put myself, I really do, despite what people may think, I try to put myself in these people's shoes. And because I think it's valuable and helpful. And so that's kind of how I think about it. But I don't know these people, and I don't know Ilma Gore, and she could just be like this totally diabolical personality, and could really, who knows, could even be like the real brains behind it, such as it is. I don't know. Okay, Gina, what is Tucker Carlson doing? Let's see. It's called Creating a Hostile Work Environment. Yeah. I guess my question is, who gets to determine what is a hostile work environment? Because I actually don't think that if I'm and I'm not saying that you're saying this, I'm just responding more generally. Like, I don't think that if I am in a cab with a guy and we've all been partying, even if it's a professional event, going to parties, it's 1 a.m. and he hits on me, like that, I guess I'm trying to say to you is that does not create a hostile work environment for me personally, that my bar is higher. And I think what I was trying to tell you with the Playboy story is that even that did not create a hostile work environment for me. And I guess it may piss some people off, but I do think that women who are more sensitive could maybe learn a thing or two from my perspective, because it's worked for me so far. I don't mean like I've come so far in life or whatever, I didn't choose a path that's paid off very well, but I'm just talking about my interactions with men and how I get along with people in the workplace. And I'm just saying, like, I've just never had an issue really with, knock on wood, so to speak, with men causing me problems in these ways that some of these women describe. And so either I have been lucky enough, and I'm talking about whether we're talking about workplace harassment or we're talking about some of the more serious stuff, like SA and stuff. I see some of these statistics that get floated around, like 1 in 4, and I hear some women saying who talk about relations between the genders as if it's like a hellscape or there's an ongoing war zone, or like our college campuses, or like we might as well be talking about post World War II Berlin when the Russians came through, in terms of the situation with SA on our college campuses. And I just don't understand that, because it doesn't gel with my experience. And I dated a lot of guys. I lived in a very edgy way at times, and it's not like I was living after I got out of high school some really sheltered experience, or haven't dated a lot, or had sexual encounters of various kinds or whatever. I mean, I've actually lived a kind of an edgy life in some ways. And I've had situations where guys have been annoyed. I've just never had a real issue with guys. So either I have just been extraordinarily lucky, which is possible, and just out of just extraordinary luck, I have not had an issue with predatory men, or there is some way in which I am comporting myself or carrying myself in the world that is discouraging of that kind of behavior. And I know we're not supposed to be allowed to say that, because people say, oh, victim blaming, you're saying that she asked for it because he's acting a certain way. No one's ever excused in behaving badly or in hurting other people or whatever. I'm just saying that I'm trying to account for, I'm just saying that I have not had these experiences, and I don't know how to explain that unless you're just going to say I was really lucky. And so if I haven't had these experiences, maybe there can be something that one could learn from my attitude as to how to discourage these things. There was a study that was done that, I'll have to look it up, but basically the study was trying to determine how to reduce SA instances or complaints of SA in college. And it looked at various things in prevention and various approaches. And, basically what it found was that the most effective thing was to teach women how to clearly enunciate and make clear their desires or their lack thereof. In other words, if you don't want to have sex with a guy, you say no, as opposed to situations that you see in a number of these cases that are adjudicated on college campuses, where both parties are really intoxicated and there's murkiness surround, and women will even say, well, I didn't say no, but it was still coercion, or it was still, I'm saying that there are studies indicating that if women can be taught to be more assertive or aggressive, not the old 50s style bullshit of like, you're going to fight a guy off. I think that's bullshit too. I'm talking though about being I feel like one reason why these things have not happened to me in life, despite dating all kinds of guys and being in all kinds of sketchy situations, is that there's some way that I'm behaving that is discouraging it. So I'm just trying to say, be nice if we could isolate what that was. Not that we're going to put all the responsibility on women, or we're going to say it's okay for men to act boorish. I'm not saying that. I guess what I'm trying to say is, a guy coming on to me verbally in a cab at the end of the night in a party, and again, he's not even saying that's what happened. He's saying it was a joke, but I'm just saying none of that stuff. I just don't understand someone saying that is placing an undue hardship on them, because I want to tell you something, and I'm sorry I overlooked someone's super chat. Just a moment. Thank you so much, Third Eye, $2, and thank you, Gina. You said, if you pay for my course, I can teach you how to exaggerate harm and use it to your gain. That's funny. Thank you. Oh gosh, what was I going to say? There was something that I was going to say about, about the guy in the cab. And okay, I know. So here's something that I wish more people understood, okay? Every behavioral constraint that you impose on people, and by behavioral constraint, I mean any kind of prohibition. For instance, you will not date someone at work. There's a lot of workplaces now that even prohibit workplace dating. Or if you want to date somebody at work, you have to go through this like Kafkaesque bureaucratic process, to let everyone know and get it all cleared and all of that. You're not allowed, so you might not be allowed to work to date at work, people from work, or you're not allowed to flirt, or you're not allowed to hit on someone in a cab, at 1 a.m. when you're all, driving around social events in Hollywood or whatever. Okay. These are all constraints that can be put on behavior, saying you should not do this, you cannot do this, this is a fireable offense, or this is making a hostile environment or whatever. But understand that for every behavioral constraint, there is always a trade-off. There is no such thing, and this is a basic philosophical premise, and we could talk about it at an abstract, deep level, but I won't. I'll spare you. But every course of action that you take in life produces a downside. It's just the dialectical nature of things. And you can see it even environmentally speaking, right? If you have like a delicate ecosystem, like you're out in the jungle or whatever, and you change one thing, like one species goes extinct, it has a huge effect on other things, right? Everything in life is a kind of an ecosystem, and there are social ecosystems as well, behavioral ecosystems that govern the dynamics between people and the interactions between people, and what's coded as being acceptable and unacceptable and prohibited and all of that. And Jeff the Wildcat, I'll get you in just a second. And what I'm trying to say is that anytime you do something, then it's going to have an effect in other places, and some of those effects will be negative, because everything creates a positive and a negative effect. It's just, again, it's dialectical, right? It's kind of like the idea of when you have like a sweater, and when you have those like single threads, and you're trying to pull, and you start pulling the single thread out, and what does it do? Well, it's connected, down here now, it's pulling this, and it's like that one thread, you see, then you can't just pull out the thread. I am saying that every behavioral restriction that you impose on people, every time you say, this is no longer appropriate, this is no longer acceptable, this might offend people, this might make someone feel kind of bad or annoyed or what, like, you will not do these things anymore, that there is a kind of a chilling effect that occurs, and there are other behaviors that you might actually like, or that you might think are positive, or there's just a certain like easefulness that people want to feel in social situations, to not feel like they have like the fucking like Stasi, analyzing their every word and ready to report back if it doesn't fall in line with the party code. And so we already are scared to death, people are already scared to death. And there are a lot of women who actually, I think, would like certain men in their office place that maybe they are interested in, because it used to be in my day, a ton of people would date from work and at work. Like, that was actually one of the things that you were hoping for back in my day when I was entering the workforce, was like that there would be someone at work, if you were single, that you might connect with or whatever, and something could come out of that. Now everybody's like scared to death. We've gone from one thing to the other. You know, it used to be too, when I was an undergrad and even in grad school, that dating, professors dating their students wasn't something that everybody thought was great, but it was something that on some level or other was tolerated, because sometimes they would end up like marrying and having lives together. And there's sort of this laissez-faire attitude in academia way back when about relationships like this. Well, people decided that there was a need for a correction in that. And I understand, understandably so. But then it got to the point where, when I was in academia a few years ago, when someone of the opposite gender would come into my office, and this was a common thing, would come into my office, you know, for help with an essay or whatever, into the office. It's not my house or a bar or anything, it's the office. There's this like uncomfortable dance that we do about like whether the door should be closed or not, because he doesn't, you know, it's one of those things, like he would actually be more comfortable closing the door because he doesn't want people in the hallway to hear him telling me things about his life, or why he was late getting his paper turned in, or why he's failing my class or whatever. So he would like the door to be closed. Generally, the male college student that I'm interacting with in this story would like the door to be closed. I would also like the door to be closed, because I don't want people in the hallway hearing what I have to say either, especially if I have some shitty things to say to this guy about his writing that sucks. We both want the door closed. Guess why we can't close the door? And so what I'm trying to say is that all of these behavioral constraints that are catering to the lowest common denominator of who is going to be the most insulted and the most offended, and who's the most delicate, and who just doesn't want to have to deal with a guy hitting on her, we can make them happier, but we are also going to create a chilling effect and unintended consequences for a lot of other people. And so what I am asking and what I'm suggesting is that we need to be carefully attenuated to both sides of this equation, and not throw the baby out with the bathwater in our zeal to try to eradicate these deeply entrenched dynamics of human behavior between the genders. All right, who did I just skip over? Jeff the Waffle Cat, you said, do you feel like these false accusers know that it's easy to emotionally exploit well-meaning people on the internet? I feel that ERW exploited Ilma. Yeah, I mean, again, like, I don't want to go quite so far to say that I would describe Ilma as well-meaning, or that she's a shady character, but well-meaning in the sense that I do think she thought that Evan Rachel Wood legitimately had been abused. So do I feel like these accusers know that it's easy? Yes. Look, y'all, we are psychologically primed to respond to people crying and to respond to women crying. And this is no big shocker for people. It's truth. I'll get to you 1 second, Beats. So yes, you know, when someone cries, or when someone says someone has hurt them, particularly a woman saying a man has hurt her, like, it is a basic instinctual and healthy response. Like, I'm glad we have that response. We have that response because it has served us well over time, for people to have a certain tenderness toward the female of the species, and the one who, historically speaking, we could say was more apt to abuse, exploitation, whatever, right? But yes, it is being manipulated now. And, you know, the thing is, media, we're not evolved for media. Like, our natural, biological, physical evolution is a finely tuned process that has taken place over, you know, millions of years or whatever. I'm not an expert in evolution. Don't even want to get into that conversation, but I'm just saying, these biological selves, our natural selves, these processes, who we are, it's taken a long time to develop, and they're finely tuned machines, or finely tuned organisms, right? You take media, which is a brand new, evolutionarily speaking, modern media, totally brand new invention. And what we see are the dramatic effects of taking a delicately evolved system, organism, and interjecting into that something very disruptive, like media in general. It's all disruptive, right? And we know that. You know, we all wish that we could get the hell away from our iPhones, but we can't, right? If only we could go back to a simpler time before iPhones. I have that thought all the time. I'm like, damn, I was the last generation. Those of us who were Gen X to millennial, right in there. I was in college when I first got my computer and started using the internet, and when I got a cell phone. And it wasn't an iPhone, it was just a normal cell phone. But I got all the way through to college before what it meant to be a human being existentially in relation to technology began dramatically changing. And so I do remember what it was like when, if someone wanted to get in touch with you, they had to call your landline and they had to hope that you would be at home. Can you believe that? Can you imagine? For a while, you couldn't even leave messages. You didn't even have an answering machine. My God. And if that didn't work, if you couldn't get them to pick up the phone, to pick up their landline at their house or their office, you had to get in the car and you had to drive over to their house and ring the doorbell to see if they were there. And you know what? I felt so much freer back then. So much freer, because you could avoid people a lot too. And that was the upside of that. All right, $9.99 Beats Kill Bean. Where are you? I overlooked your, how did I not see yours? Just a minute. Here we go. Beats Kill Bean. Women complain about chivalry being dead, but will turn around and berate a man for offering to assist them with something. Can't have it both ways. I mean, the thing is like most women won't. Like, that's the other thing too. I mean, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying that's the other thing I always want to make clear is that when we talk about these ridiculous ideas that I don't agree with and ways in which, you know, I feel like a lot of women have let us down with their attitudes, it's important to know also that I actually think like most, like your average women are actually in touch more with reality. And like, it's like, I talk to normal people all the time, you know, online and offline, who see the light on all this. A lot of it is like this sort of like elite, really more extremist stuff that's like tied to like, you know, sort of the Kat Tenbard, Charlotte Proudman perspectives, you know, mainstream media, and like elite sort of like these movements that started in academia and then proliferated into journalism and all this. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. I'll get off my soapbox. So I think Celtic Iron is going to join us. I need to take a break. So, and also I need to get him the link and everything. So I'm going to take a break for, I'm going to take a break for 15 minutes. And then, yeah, I'll be back on with him. Or I don't know, maybe it'll just be him. I don't know. I'm coming back on eventually, but he's going to come on for a half an hour at least. So let's take a 15-minute break, everyone. I'm going to get him the link and then we'll be back at 10:15 Central. So 15 minutes. All right, everybody. Oh, and also, Strange History, Scott Cardinal, you said great stream. CK, where did you get that shirt? Ha! I've been trying to promote this throughout the night, but you might have missed it. So it's augury.com. It's by the artist Zach Schiffer. And you can see it there. There's the name, Augury. So go to augury.com and you will see it. All right. Thank you so much for that. All right, everybody, back in 15 minutes. AJ, if you are leaving us, thank you so much for your support as always. And hopefully you enjoy the rest of the stream if you can watch it tomorrow, replay. All right, everybody, I'll be back in 15.
Hey, yo. Good evening. Okay, so am I live? Oh, I am live. I am live. I can't see the chat. Can I see the chat in some way? Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining me here. I, of course, am Celtic Iron on Colonel Kurtz's show currently, and I'm just texting her, am I live? And how do I see the chat? That's what I'm asking. I trust everyone has seen the Gwyneth Paltrow news today. Also, our great leader, Donald Trump. He is getting indicted. But more importantly, let's keep it light. Let's keep it away from the politics, perhaps. And so, the Gwyneth Paltrow, yeah, she was found innocent. And I saw there on Twitter that she was telling the guy that she wished him well. She wished him well, and that's Brentwood for good on you. You know, so she did she was just better. She put on a really good show. You gotta give credit where credit's due there. Gwyneth Paltrow just presented it as a more, completely narcissistic, but she played a great version of Gwyneth Paltrow. That's the most important thing, in that she didn't deny anything. It's like, yeah, I played Pepper Potts in Iron Man, and I've been making pussy candles for the last decade. You know me, in the 90s, I won an Oscar for Shakespeare in Love. You remember that film? She dated Brad Pitt. She's Hollywood royalty. Her mother and then her grandmother were all Hollywood royalty. Why do I not see any chat? Is there no one in the chat, or have I done something incorrect? Colonel Kurtz, she'll be back in 30 minutes, she says. Okay, so she's watching. Thank you very much. Can someone write something in the chat to me, please, to see if I can see it in some way? Because I currently can't see anything. I can say hello, so I have no interaction. But yeah, other than that, my week has been going wonderfully. My laptop was delayed a lot today. It was very difficult. I had a live stream earlier on for an hour. I was trying to go live. I wasn't able to access my account. And before that, I shot a lot of OnlyFans content with a girl. We shot 3. I don't know if I can say the sexual act, but we shot 3 of them anyway. So whatever your particular choice, action, fancy is when it comes to adult time. That's it. I just imagine, yeah, we shot 3 of those today. So she needed very particular content. So I was very happy to assist my fellow comrade, Kitty Valance, produce content for her OnlyFans. So I did that.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, hey, I just noticed Celtic.
I can hear you.
Sorry. There was like a delay. I don't know. Are people seeing? Oh, just a minute. Just a second. All right. There was like a delay when I was watching you. Are people seeing that? Or maybe it's just my internet, but it kind of looked like it was sort of slow. Are other people seeing that?
I can't see a chat, so I don't know what anybody is responding to. It still says that it's live on my end.
Okay, now maybe you're just getting bad reception for a minute, because I noticed that it was like freezing up, but now you seem fine, so maybe it's okay.
I do seem fine, thank you. But I still can't see any chat. Just is it live?
If you click on the comments, do you see where it says comments on the right?
I see there's like a chat in studio, and I wrote hello.
Yeah. So you don't see like all the names, like all these people making comments?
No. I'll send you a photo of what I see right now, and you can see for yourself what my screen looks like. There you go. But it's a live show. I'm not just talking to myself. I'm talking to people.
No, we're all hearing you. It's just every now and then it was like freezing up. So someone's saying that. Okay. Do y'all see Celtic Iron? Like, you see Celtic Iron right now, everybody, right? Or you just see me?
Love this.
It says that you're in the chat. That's weird. Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
I said hello and I text hello in the chat. That's about
Yeah,
it.
okay, they're seeing you. They're seeing you. All right. Well, I tell you what, y'all, like, what you can do, maybe it was just me having these audio visual problems. So if there's a delay, then you can just listen to them like it's a podcast. So I'm gonna go away for a little while because I need to get a snack. But I will be back. It is in Celtic Iron's hands. Hopefully you will not get me kicked off by the time I come back. You've got 30 minutes to keep this boat steady. I'll be back, y'all.
No pressure at all. Okay, well, I have no way of accessing the chat, the whatever's going on here with the chat. I can't see it. And if I click this, is that doing it? Remove edit name, avatar, stop mic. No. All right, so I can't see the chat. So if anybody wants to DM me on Instagram to ask me a question, my handle is CelticXXIron. That's if you want to DM me on Instagram.
Well,
you can also.
if you go to YouTube, you can here. Let me just give you the YouTube link because if you can see the chat.
Oh, I could see the chat on YouTube. You're so clever, Colonel's so clever.
I know. I'm so tech savvy. It's amazing. All right, so I
think
we got it now.
Okay, smart, super smart girl.
All right, I'm removing myself now, so good luck. But I will be here. If something goes south, you just get out, and I'll come back on. All right.
Yeah. Okay, enjoy your cocaine break. Rock and roll. Here we go. Lovely. So now I can see the chat now, everyone. This is lovely. So right, the shirt. Thank you very much from QA. And then SD Studio Chat. This is the StreamYard. Thank you very much. I see Celtic and it's Hawaiian shirt. Okay, thank you everyone. I'm now here. I'm running the show. We got it. We're rocking, we're rolling. I was talking about Gwen Stefani, another blonde white woman, American entertainer. There you go. Gwyneth Paltrow, famously husband of Iron Man, playing the role of Pepper Potts. She was found innocent today at her accusation. People were having a lot of fun last week, giving her a hard time about going to court and the ridiculousness of some of the things she was saying. But I have to say, she played the role of playing Gwyneth Paltrow brilliantly. She was flawless. At no time did she break. Did she crack under pressure? It was, dare I say, beautiful. And yeah, I was very proud of her as a human being and as a woman. It was a great testament to the strength and the humility. And for then afterwards today, once the verdict was arrived, she went up to the fella and said, "I wish you well." You know, so very sad, very sad. Got a lot of publicity. She looked good up there. And then Johnny Depp, he's been living in London for the last while. That's good. I hope that in the future we're going to get that original verdict against him when he sued his son that time. I hope we get that overturned. That'd be great, you know. That'd be a great move by this king or the future king, whatever king. But yeah, I like just hanging out, and it's a beautiful place, that part of the world, Ireland in winter, you know. Very nice. Hello there, Dylan Letter, love that. And Mary Zombie, Ms. Zombie, there you go. I can read stuff. But yeah, I've been trying to put up things on my own channel all week. I've been getting up at 4 a.m. Running into a lot of technical difficulties with the camera, the memory on the camera, memory on the laptop. Spent hours yesterday reformatting my laptop. Did that again today. And yeah, went to jiu-jitsu last night with a friend of mine. Today I was shooting content for OnlyFans with a beautiful girl, Kitty Valance. She's in the same agency as me. Yeah, I that's all the details I can give on that. If you want to see any of it, it's on OnlyFans. My OnlyFans links, I'm sure, somewhere easily to be found. And I also I shot a music video yesterday for an artist with Columbia Records called Dylan Francis. He's an EDM performer. and he was wearing a lot of prosthetic makeup, and I was playing the role of a saxophone player, a shirtless, might I add, saxophone player, a shirtless saxophone player, with a big silver chain around my neck. It was funny. It was funny. But yeah, it was a nice bit of 3 hours work. Got a real nice lunch from I can't remember, some fancy salad place. And yeah, then last night, I can't. Yeah, I think there was a. And it's life in fast lane over here in Los Angeles. I tell you, I know there's war going on in Ukraine. I know America's going back into Syria and Afghanistan. Trump's getting indicted over on the East Coast, but over here, man, you know, I have to turn down the amount of work that I get offered with, and the sex. The sex is the main thing. The managing my body, managing my mind. Some days I burn 3,000 calories. That means I have to eat up to 5,000 calories just to maintain my body weight. I'm not trying to maintain my body weight. I'm actively trying to lose my body weight. Got to reduce that. You know, I'm 170 now. I should be 155. That's my fighting weight. You know, competitively, anywhere comfortable 145 to 155. This being 170, man, it's tough. Throw too much weight. You know, that's a lot of weight coming down on a poor woman's hips. You know, these girls. Celtic, haven't you got any other shirts or what? No, I love this shirt. This shirt doesn't matter who gave me this shirt. This is my favorite shirt. I love this. It's Tommy Bahama. There's no greater testament for, you know, an Irish immigrant rocking around America. There's no greater sign of wealth than me to have a Tommy Bahama shirt. I got a Rolex on my wrist. That'd be nice. Or I could have a bit of Cartier going on if I still wanted to represent Europe. But no, I love this shirt. It's a blue shirt. It's a blue Hawaiian shirt. I keep it simple. I get it dry cleaned once every 2 months. You know, what more do you want? What more do you want? You want to pay the dry cleaning bills to get it cleaned more often? I have a yellow one, but I like this one. I like the blue. I don't know. Maybe I'm unbuttoned too much. It's getting a bit... See, this is the thing as well. At 170, it doesn't really fit. When I'm 155, oh, baby, this thing fits beautiful, beautiful. Ooh, an Adonis. But no, the shirt, it's, I'm overweight, I'm fat, I'm morbidly obese. So I gotta bring that in. I'm gonna maybe go start doing some meetings, sit down with all the other fatties. I go in there. The funniest thing is I love walking by a gym, eating ice cream, you know, shoveling croissants into my mouth. Just as people are on there, gigging away, you know, just walking by. I'll watch them. I'll stop and I'll watch. I'll linger and I'll look. Eating croissants. That's me, the nutritional terrorist of Hollywood, the Equinix of Sunset and Vine. Oh, the chat's popping off. We're blowing up in the chat. Hang on, let's see here. Let's go. LOL. I don't think I have noticed your bracelets hanging on your bed. Bracelets? Ain't got no bracelets. The only bracelets I know about are love bracelets made by Cartier. All right, look up the story. It's beautiful. Let's see. The West is the best. West Side, baby. West Side. We out here. We out here. Gucci gang. Anybody see that film on Netflix, Dragged Across Concrete? It's called. It stars Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn. Oh, it's wild. I watched it last night and I had not 1 but 2 points of Ben and Jerry's. On that note as well, I will disclose that Dr. told me I had high blood pressure last week. And I told her, don't you lie to me, how dare you? I don't need you to tell me my blood pressure's fine. I know my blood pressure's fine. Every time I cut myself, it comes right out. There are handcuffs on the bed, military grade. Gina, not that time, but your date will probably leave you. You can't get pregnant on your own. Pregnant? Who's talking about pregnancies? Jessica, true. Then there's emojis, LOLs. I don't know what these things. Tell us your feelings on Harry and Meghan when you finish your biography. Okay, well, Harry and Meghan. Well, I feel sorry for poor Harry. He's clearly a little Down syndrome boy. His mummy was murdered when he was very young. She was murdered because she was pregnant with a Muslim's baby, and you can't mix royal blood with Muslim blood. So the Mossad's clipped her. I'm just telling facts. Right? And yeah, I mean, when you think about it, I've watched the body language of Harry, and when he was playing polo with his father and his brother. I'm like, man, what a laugh. His father's patting on the back, giving him a massage. You know, his brother, they're making fun of each other, getting up on polo ponies and riding around and hitting the schlitter, you know. Don't worry how I know what the ball and polo's called. And yeah, the Meghan Markle one, it's just a rough one. He obviously has never had any really good kitty cat in the bedroom. And she just knows how to throw one, you know, or maybe she keeps a lot of eye contact. Maybe, I mean, she probably has her, wisdom teeth and tonsils removed. She was surfing around the social scene in London, trying to climb the levels. Just kind of overshot really and landed with a prince, and a stupid one at that. So now she's got 2 kids and this redheaded retard to kind of manhandle and browbeat. That's my views on Harry and Meghan. I mean, I'd love to throw her one. Like I'm so, when I see women able to control powerful men like that, I'm always curious. Like what are they throwing around in the bedroom? I mean, it's got to be spectacular, or the guy like, and then the same with myself. You're so dominant in so many different assets of your life. Sometimes I get, now not me personally that I submit or whatnot like that, but I love being a caring lover. I love picking girls up. I love carrying them places. I love, you know what I mean? I love doting. There you go. I love spoiling girls. And so I can understand it might be nice how it'd be attractive to people in high pressure situations to like have some form of, I don't even see it, the whole submitted thing is for people like that. That's how they view the world. I don't view the world like that. So I'm looking at it from a higher vibration, just as an observation. And yeah, I'd like to know how good in the bedroom Meghan Markle is. Because I to think about a guy like Harry, he wouldn't necessarily been exposed to top tier level kitty cat. I mean, I'm sure he's been around a few promiscuous girls that a bit cheeky and bold, but I'm talking like, no, cheerleaders are just dancers of all professional levels. All right, he'd be hanging around with real rich girls and girls that have trust funds. Maybe there'd be a few, like it would be looked down upon to be interfering with the help. They're very posh, and stiff upper lip and all that jazz. He's trying to rebrand himself as some bleeding pothead hippie living out here in Montecito. Nice work if you can get it, but wouldn't they be having a lot more fun if they didn't have them 2 kids? And I get it, her own biological clock's ticking. She's got to knock them out while the eggs are fresh. I'd like to have seen him. He could have been a great playboy, like that Ed Sheeran fella. Okay, Ed Sheeran, I remember seeing here at the LA Forum, sold the place out 5 nights in a row, 9 months in advance. And then when it came time to the shows, he was up, it was just him for 3 hours with his guitar. And that guy looks like he should be on the loading dock of a Manchester harbour with a cigarette glued to his lip constantly, every 3rd word being a curse. He looks like he belongs underneath a bridge, charging people tolls for when they pass. A bridge troll. There you go. He's a mythical creature, Ed Sheeran, okay? Redhead, freckles everywhere. But he writes beautiful music. He's a beautiful singer. And he's got a heart of gold and passion. And he's a flagrant womanizer. And Prince Harry could have been doing what Leonardo, what Marlon Brando, what Jack Nicholson, what men like me, he could have been great. He could have been he could have found some bullshit cause. Like, he was good with, like, his mother. He could have been the male version of his mother and just found one bullshit cause or loads of different bullshit causes. But he literally could have been in a different part of the world every week or every month and just promoting the good word of humanity and how people can better themselves on the back via some good cause, or helping the less fortunate through a good cause. And he could have been knocking off tail in every single one of those places. And he could have had children all around the world. He hasn't got any imagination. He's lazy. You know, he's never had the want for anything. So of course the first woman comes along, slaps him around the head, you know, grabs him by the bleeding tail and tells him what to do. Of course he's jumping all over that, like, oh, okay, you know? He's over it, like, what better way could you find some, like, this is like, it's like, let's compare it to Johnny Depp. A lot of women around here now know that, Johnny Depp, all I gotta do is get in there, play nice, and start putting fucking, you know what I mean? Start putting it to him, you know, and they've learned it now. We've all heard what his limits are, you know, so that's the like, your one Amber Heard, she could have stayed in there, she could have had the world, but she overreached, you know? All the other women, and now they know how they know, like, this is like being Johnny Depp and dating in modern life, like, that must be wild. Like, just like, you just got to be, I imagine he wakes up every day just grateful for the day to have woken up in the first place, as everyone should. But I mean, Christ almighty, like, knowing that any woman that's interested in you has heard all the arguments of his past relationship, bro, that's got to be tough. That would be tough. Oh, Lord in heaven almighty. But Johnny Depp, and fair play to him, he's no Harry. Yeah, but your man Harry, that's the thing. That woman knew, looking at him, that he was a broken boy. She knew how the thing with his mother affected him. She knew, she had done her research. She knew how to browbeat him, get to him, you know, and play up on the whole thing of like, oh, he's been a little, separate from the family, isolate them. No better way than isolate him than getting him over to Canada. Oh, we want our privacy. Oh, let's go to California. Oh, we want privacy. Netflix deal. Oh, sign a little deal on Netflix. Lovely. 100 mil. Oh. Still want our privacy. Spotify. Give us a Spotify. Yeah. Spotify, Netflix deal. Yeah. Lovely. Keep it all going. Camera over here. Yes. Yeah. Privacy. Yeah. Fuck those two idiots. You gotta give credit where credit's due. If they actually got the 100 million out of Spotify and got 100 million out of Netflix, you gotta give them where credit's due. They've talked enough shit to make 200 million. Fuck them, you know. But they're not taken seriously anywhere. They're not going to the Met Gala. They're ostracized by any genuine entertainment. They're a freak show. Poor kids. That's the my heart immediately goes to. Poor kids. Have a look at the chat, as you can probably tell. By the way, I'm Celtic Iron. If you just don't know that, I have my own channel. It's called Chronicles of Celtic Iron. You can go over there and subscribe to my channel. Or if you like me here, then you'll love me on OnlyFans. You just can subscribe to my OnlyFans. And for $10 a month, you can watch and be guided by me to do yoga every morning. I hope he's right. Okay, Patty Hart. Let's see. It seems so apropos that your recent video had Vladi winter, as though it may be spring. It's damn wintry, snowy, and cold in the upper Midwest. Midwest, still west. I don't know what the upper Midwest would be. Would that be Pennsylvania? Upper Midwest. No. Washington, the other side. Thank you. Yes, I do like Vivaldi, because I want to put music to my YouTube videos. However, it's just a little difficult because I have to get stuff that hasn't got any copyright on it. So that's very important for me because, you know, trying to be a professional with all of this. I made a great interview today. I did a great interview. It's an hour long, so I have to get that edited, but I have a few difficulties with the hard drive on my laptop. But I will have an hour-long interview tomorrow. Hello, Shigo. I love the goat symbol. Let me see. Or she could just be a villain. Vanilla. Megan Vanilla. No, don't say that. Megan can't be vanilla. No, she has to be. She has to be. Oh man, I mean, I can't say the things that I'd like to be saying. I mean, but if you know any of the female performers like Kendra Lust, Ava Adams, Jinx Mays, those are just three that come off the top of my head right now. Like, I imagine she's got to be able to get up on top and grab him, but put a hand on his chest, put a hand on his throat, and lock eyes and just be like, yo, mama's going to take you somewhere. You know, she's able to mystify it, you know, able to get him in that trance, get that Medusa snake poon tackle working. And yeah, man, when women know what they're doing, they capture just your soul. Anyway, yeah, no, I know. Megan can't be vanilla. She has to be. It would be such a disappointment if it was just like, wait a minute, what? Like, what if she's pegging him? Okay, I have a friend, gorgeous girl, 5'11", gorgeous girl, gymnast. Okay, gorgeous, and she has this boyfriend. He's a Muslim, right? And yeah, he just loves getting pegged. He just loves pegging her. He has a wife, kids, the whole 9 yards. Anyway, he comes over like 2-3 times a week. Sometimes he takes her away for when he has work weekends. And yeah, she just pegs him. Fucking, she has to punch him and stuff. Wild, like, people are humanity, you know what I mean? But like, this girl's hilarious. She's like, yeah, you know. I've known other girls whose boyfriends are into getting pegged. And maybe Harry's into getting pegged. It's so funny, man. The guys always wanted to be violent as well. They want to be getting pegged and they want to be getting punched. You know? Fucking lunatics. Can you imagine? Right, maybe Dirty Harry is packing a 44. Oh, yeah. Well, I'd like to think so. I mean, he's a big, tall, athletic fella. Like, I hope he's packing a bit of weight, you know? Oh, I'd be so disappointed if he wasn't. Oh, God. I love the way that the king is significantly a broader man, though. You know, he's a broader built man, and he's a taller fella. He's just like, yeah, he's the little prince. Let me see here. Kelton, I reckon I could force you to donate to dote on me. Oh, Patricia Burns. I'm sure I would, though. I love doting. I love doting on bold girls. I love doting on good girls. I love doting on all kinds of girls. Once you are wicked. Ireland invented rain. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's how they found Ireland, is that they were all having a meeting, the tribesmen on Scotland. And then the head of the clan said, here, you guys like all this wind and rain stuff. Pointed to Ireland, was like, I've got a place, I'll show you. Let's see here. Ouch. Their rebranding has failed. They'd be better off back inside the front. Yeah, no, why would you ever say royalty? That's not for me. We're gonna go over here. Although if they did, if they have in fact actually made 200 million, there's very little that can be said. You just got to give credit there. You know how long that lasts them with their lifestyles. Excuse me. I have to eat more Ben and Jerry's. One thing I did notice, somebody at the end of me the other day, and they were pointing out, like, Megan always hires these like frumpy looking assistants. And now I know that's not nice to call any of our female assistants frumpy, but I think it is kind of like, I like that I was sent a DM like that. I enjoyed that. I was like, oh, that's witty. So you reckon she'd go off like a frog on a sock? Frog in a sock? On a sock. Oh yeah, no, I imagine. Megan, I imagine she does the backdoor action. I bet she has her tonsils and her wisdom teeth removed. I bet she can hold her breath for a good long time. I bet she keeps the eye contact. I bet she directs a lot. I bet she's very physically into it, you know, and control. Like, she exhausts. She has to. That's what's going on here. That's the way she talks in conversations, and the way even with the legalities. Like, And you see her, just the way she interacts with her assistants, like, yeah, she's controlling. So I'd imagine it's not like she's all of a sudden going to be a complete weapon in all aspects of her life, and then all of a sudden get her knickers off and submit. Okay, no. I imagine things be going down the way she wants them to go down, and she knows how she needs them to go down for her to get to where she wants to be in that current moment. So yeah, I imagine she's a fucking riot in the scratcher, 100%. Yes, I agree. Well, thank you for agreeing. I appreciate you agreeing with me. I agree. I am also very right. Or like his Aunt Maggie. Aunt Maggie. Who's Aunt Maggie? The terrorist toxic ambition. Yeah, Amber Heard, the broke broadback beast. When are we going to get another hit from her? She hasn't got much to say anymore. Apparently she's going to get kicked out of Aquaman, but who knows until the thing comes out, you know? So, oh, she's in it. Oh, she's out. Oh, she's in it. Who gives a shit, really, at the end of the day? Oh, yeah, she definitely had done her research. Yeah. Okay, I'm finally all caught up. Celtic Iron is on. Okay, then I'm signing off. Have a good night, everyone. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's highly offensive. How dare you? I need to sub to your channels. Yes, please do. I did have 6 channels. I lost access. One channel was like deleted, and then I lost access to my 4 channels. So I just have the one channel, Chronicles of Celtic Iron. I believe you can find it at the Chronicles of Celtic Iron. But yes, please do subscribe there, and feel free to subscribe to my OnlyFans as well. If you like yoga, watching ripped with a 3% body fat Irishman do yoga first thing in the morning, usually around the same time. LOL, no discussions of your pegging. You'll get me canceled. Oh, sorry about that, Colonel. Sorry. It was regarding pegs on a school, like where you put your peg, your school. That's where you put. I gotta move my arm. That's where you put your school bag and your books is on a peg. You hang it on a peg. That's what I meant when I was discussing, commenting on pegging. Okay, yeah, let me see here. All right, she may be a villain, but the in-laws wondered how choicy the nugget would be. But if he's an inexperienced, he may be vanilla as well. I mean, I wouldn't like to think the two people as wealthy as Meghan and Harry. Like, I hope they sit around that Montecito pill just playing with each other's pink bits all day and ordering lobster. Oh, if I had the money, that's like in a Montecito, $16 million mansion in Montecito, I'd be on the 2nd floor bedroom with the balcony looking out over the entire state. And I'd just be like, my best friend would be the chef. And actually probably not the chef, because I'd only be talking to the chef on the phone. And the girl that brings up the maid. I know that's not sexy. Maybe it would have a butler. Maybe it'd be a man. Maybe it'd be some gay lad. I don't know. I'd probably prefer it to be a woman, you know, just in case you want to blow. I mean, just in case you want, just in case you want a little bit of a palate cleanser. You want Megan? She's out there on the balcony. She's probably always on the phone anyway. You know what I mean? So I'd like to think that when she's not on the phone or texting one of her assistants or stalking somebody's social media, I'd like to think that he's just blowing the back out of her. Yeah, man. She's giddying on up for a good ride. Yeah, I wouldn't like to think that either of them are vanilla sexually. It would just be better. Do you want to think of them like some? I don't know. I'll continue on. Okay, I'll be back soon. I still have a channel. Okay, if I still have a channel. All right, settle down. Gina, this is the weirdest commercial break ever. This is a unique commercial break. Thank you very much. I feel like I was watching normal TV, and then a 190 ad came on, and 900 ad came on. I don't know what that means. Gina, that's where we're going for. Okay, stop. Okay, everybody's talking to each other. Okay, going down to the very bottom. I'm just giving him a hard time. Thank you. Everybody gives me a hard time. That's all the women do, is they give me hard times and they give me hard-ons, and then it's all good. Maggie must be Margaret. Okay, how did you and Kurtz meet? Me and Kurtz, how did we meet? This is always a great story. I love telling the story. We were at a satanic, orgy It was originally going to be a sacrifice, but I got the weeks mixed up. Okay, I thought it was going to be an orgy sacrifice, but no, it was just like stupid. It was just a satanic orgy. You know, it was so bland. Like, come on. I was expecting a sacrifice to Bahamut, but anyway, she was there, and you know, she was doing what she was doing. I was doing what I was doing. And yeah, I think it was she slipped on some, like, the floor was slippy. It might have been some lube, and she slipped and just kind of fell into my arm. So, like, as I was thrusting one way, I was doing a bit of a Patrick Bateman American Psycho. I had my arm up like that. So when I seen her slipping, I was just easily able to drop my arm down and kind of collect her. I remember she had all this, like, sweat on her face, and then, like, some, I don't know, like, it was out of hair gel or semen in her hair. And, like, yeah, just like, all right, she's got these eyes, man. They're real pretty and blue. They're kind of like this oceany looking blue. And she pointed over and she pointed at her husband, and she said, "Oh, my husband, that's he was in Afghanistan. He murdered children for our government." And I said, "Oh, God bless him. He's a hero. Landed a brave, home of the free." And then we just kind of hit it off from there. You know what I mean? Her husband was cool. He held the camera while I was slamming these two. Anyway, you don't want to hear about what I have to say. You know, he was a good guy. He was a sniper originally in the army. So, like, when it came to shooting with a camera, he understood the depth of field. So that's how me and Colonel met. She's a great laugh. So she is. Celtic. I was talking about Prince Harry jetting around the world as a playboy with his Aunt Maggie, Princess Margaret. Oh, that could be fun. Is that what he's doing? I hope he's doing that. Maybe she's introducing him to some new chicks. Did you see my message that your other channels are still active on YouTube is just stealing your income? Yeah, I know. What dicks? I don't know what to do about it. I keep writing them and they don't do anything. They don't get back to me. You're just, thank you very much. You don't bang on the school bag from the handcuffs. You don't hang the school bag from the handcuffs. School bag? I don't know what. No, I don't have any school bags over here. I do have a bag I carry my Olympic rings in, but it's a Lululemon bag. I do have handcuffs. They're for very naughty girls. Or very good girl. Wait, you want to look at it? Oh yes, let's see. Okay, Colonel's giving out to me. No more war crime jokes. War crime jokes. Hey! Nobody mentioned war crimes, but you. Whatever. War crimes. You hear they're going after the Bush family now for war crimes. That's hilarious. The first 3 hours being exclusively war crime jokes was enough already. Hilarious. Oops, I don't mean anything about war. Okay, I'll be back in town. Oh yeah, Kristen's furiously going to the toilet now. Wait, your other YouTube? Yeah, my other YouTube channels are still up. 4 of them are. They got rid of one of them. The biggest one they got rid of, and then because they're all connected to the same email account, they won't let me access it. I tried to go live earlier on, and I couldn't even do that. I wanted to go live because I had a guest, so I recorded a live. They've started doing these podcast things on YouTube as well, so I'm going to be doing that. I'm calling it a podcast. So it's an hour-long podcast. Excuse me. I'm planning to keep doing interviews like that, an hour long once a week. And I'm going to keep trying to put up the daily vlog. So yeah, everybody do please go subscribe to my channel at the Chronicles of Celtic Iron. Thank you very much. How many push-ups can you do at once? 50 to 60. I do 50 to 100 squats every day. I just have to. It's the push-ups isn't so as important. I won't get into it too much, but if you want to DM me any questions, I'll answer them when it comes with regards to conditioning. You got to run 3 to 5 miles every day. You got to do 50 squats. Yeah, your entire posterior chain. If you know what a Jefferson curl is, you got to do 20 to 30 Jefferson curls. They're way more important than push-ups. Push-ups would be the least of my concerns. I'd use them to warm up my shoulders. That's about it. How many? Let me see. Me Too hoaxes Marilyn Manson and more. Imagine Celtic in the back of a taxi with PKD's daughter. Who's PKD? I don't know who PKD is. Does he have a daughter? Is he of legal consent? Age? What's going on here? 2 more lines to snort. Good girl, you get that adder ump in this, sweetheart. You know, just go ahead, baby, be somebody, you know. Here we go, Patricia. This is Celtic Iron, the YouTube and porn star. Yes, I am. Celtic Iron, the Crystal Love. Thank you very much, appreciate that. Guest host for now. I'll be back. Yeah, so Kristen's coming back. It's me, Celtic Iron. You're being graced with the radiant excellence that is my existence. I am, of course, your favorite male talent. If you want to call me a porn star, you can. I'll give you a laugh. I'll be telling this story in more detail in tomorrow's show. But on Sunday, I went to church with this porn star. You might have seen it on my channel. There's a video on it. But afterwards, I went to a house party, and like everybody there had been up the entire night snorting cocaine. There were 7 people altogether. It was wild. I felt like I walked into a scene from a Quentin Tarantino film, or more specifically, the film Boogie Nights. It was, oh man, wild. What it was supposed to be an hour at max rendezvous turned into a 4.5-hour escapade. I was begging a drug dealer to give me a lift home from the venue just because I could, there was no reception. But anyway, it was a lot of fun. It wasn't really, no. I mean, it was nice. I mean, there were some nice people there. Some of the people I knew, some of the people were new. But yeah, it was an experience. That's what I left church. I went from Beverly Hills, went to church in Beverly Hills for a stroll down Rodeo Drive, smoked a joint, and I ended up in a jacuzzi on a cold Sunday, with a lot of people out of their mind on cocaine. But they had lots of joints, so I didn't mind that. That was cool. And, the girls are very friendly. So, it was me and the owner of the house was the other male. So that was cool. That doesn't go well. My drinking routine. Yeah, drinking. I can't booze. I can't booze at all. I don't do the booze. The booze is the rough stuff. I've heard that Japan is very well and clean and maintained. No garbage and no pollution. Like you see in the West, even in the city. Yeah, well, here where I live in LA, there's trash everywhere. Is that true? I can't believe it. I wish North America would do that. Yeah, I want to go to Japan. Anybody live in Japan in the chat? You tell me. I want to go to Japan. Where's a good spot to go to? I want to go be a gigolo in Japan and sleep with exclusively Japanese women or rich Westerners, Yes, she is legal. Would never speak badly. What? Sorry, Anastasia, Ivan. I didn't catch what you were saying there. I saw that. Y'all did look for the church. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, we had a good time at the church. The priest at the church that we went to is 93 years old. His name is Father O'Reilly, and he's from County Mayo in Ireland, where I'm from. That's why I like going there. How old were you when you became confident, or at least learned to pretend? Pretend. It's hilarious. I remember this. That's hilarious. Yeah, because girls, I remember that when I was 13, were like, oh my God, how are you able to... Look, I was spoiled at a really young age. I had sex with a 17-year-old girl when I was 12 years old. And I slept with 2 of her sisters as well. So from a very young age, it was just too much confidence to give me. All right. I've always been I've always had the sex, getting kitty cat and tasting cookie from girls. It's always been, part of my thing, my life. So it's just always cascaded to everything else in my life. It's like, well, who gives a shit if I messed up at my job, or if I got that wrong at school, or didn't pass that exam? Because I got ladies, and they're on the texting, and they're on the phone. I got places to be and women to see. So it's that would have been, that's how I've got to where I am. That's how I am the way I am, is because I just never really had much to worry about, because I've always known that everything's going to be all right. Or I've been gaslit by women into believing that everything's all right when it's not, I've suspected the more time that passes in this adventure that is life, I wonder that. Like, wait a minute. Or all the women wrong as well? Or did they? Because it's all right if they didn't know they were wrong, but if people are telling you everything's okay, don't worry about anything. What if they're wrong and you should have been worrying more and everything's not all right? Here you go. That's a good answer I gave you. You gotta love that answer. You gotta appreciate that. Let me see. I thought Celtic Iron was a dude. Hey, water dragon, bro. I am a dude. I am a very. I clearly am a dude. This isn't like prosthetic. I'm not a post-op transgender. I'm 100% Irish beef, bro, or dude, or chick. I don't know. I'm not gonna misgender anybody. All right, just everybody chill. And Kristen's coming back. Colonel Kurtz is coming back very shortly. I have a question. What question do you have, Colonel Kurtz? Please go. Oh wow, there's loads more chats down here. Oh my God, there's so many. Okay, don't you see a dude? Yeah, there you go. What's the big misconception about porn or porn industry? What's a big misconception? I don't know, man. What's a big misconception? That seems like cutting real close to the knife's edge. What was the name of that Asian girl who said she was from Wisconsin, upper Midwest, that was with you on one of these live streams a while back? Oh, bro, that's a big question. I don't know. I'm kind of popular in the Asian community. It could have been Little Kimchi, also known as Morgan Lee. God damn, what was that other girl's name? Oh, crap. I'm the worst, bro. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Maddie Lane. That was the other girl's name. Okay, so it was either Morgan. Oh wow. It was either Morgan Lee, which is also known as Little Kimchi on Instagram, or it was Maddie Lane, right? Maddie Lane. Is that her name? Oh shit, was that her name? No, I don't think. Okay, hang on. That might not be her name. Oh no, that's not her name, you silly boy. Okay, no, we're making a mess of this. Make a complete mess. All right. Well, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question about the Asian girls. Do I have it here? I know, maybe in the photos. Quick. Oh, Danny Belly Bella. Oh, fuck it. Okay. I'm going to move on to the next question. Sorry about that. But yeah, Maddie Lane or Little Kimchi. There was another girl, I'm blanking on her name right now. There was Kimmy Kim. There was Kimmy Kim. I shot with her for Hustler there last month, I believe. Anyway, by closing, he was asking for 7.3 million, I think, but she won. Damn, that's, bro, I thought it was 350 grand. 3 million, and he lost 3 million. How much is that? That just bankrupted. That just ruined his children's inheritance. Him losing. Those legal fees are going to be wild. Maybe it was a no-win, no fee, but that's not good advertisement for his lawyers. No, it was commenting on PKD. Who's PKD? What's a she? I don't understand. Okinawa is in Japan is good for that. Okinawa. Osaka in Japan is good for being a gigolo. Okay, cool. I thought he was the shirtless guy. Yeah, the shirtless guy is me, Celtic Iron. All right, but I now have been browbeaten by society into putting on a shirt. Sometimes I wear a white one. It's Ralph Lauren. It's tailor fitted. It's Purple Label. Go. I thought it's a joke. Okay, cool. I want to go to Japan and go to vending machine fairs. Oh yeah, that would be cool. I'd like that. Okay, sorry, don't know. Trying to read the chat here, guys. Okay, there's a lot of chat. It just skipped down to the middle. The beautiful people. Okay, what Marilyn Manson song is your favorite to dance to? I like the Disposable Teens song. I like headbanging and making sex to that one. I start with the Disposable Teens, and then it's exactly 30 minutes until Cry Little Sister. So I like to start that at the beginning of a fornication session and then ride that literally out until the Don't Cry for Little Sister. And then I know that's 30 minutes of content that I have created. All the backdrop of Marilyn Manson, so there you go. I don't know him. First time I've seen him here. Who is he? Okay, hello, Charisma Craft. I am Celtic Iron. I am Colonel Kurtz's good friend, okay, you can go over and subscribe to my channel, learn more about me. That's all right. If you haven't seen me, that's cool. All right. I'm awesome. We're friendly. I'm Gucci Gang. PKD, Philip K. Dick, the sci-fi writer. Oh, okay. Thank you. You need to remove your shirt. Hey, I know. Gina, I appreciate it. If you want the shirt removed, go to my OnlyFans. And there'll be a lot more than the shirt being removed. There'll be the shirt being removed, lots of thrusting while I have a female underneath me writhing in ecstasy and pleasure. Here comes the Colonel Kurtz back now after with little notes telling me to jump on for 30 minutes.
It's like, yeah, well, you ended, but you did so well, and the time flew. Speaking of Cocaine Break, I have not seen Cocaine Bear. Can anyone tell me if Cocaine Bear is a good movie, or is it just?
Oh, I saw it. I went to see that with Madison Morgan.
Sorry, that's good. Sorry, I didn't hear me. Go ahead.
I went to see that film with Madison Morgan on a Friday in Century City Mall, and it was hilarious. It was a really good film. It got me out of my seat 3 times, and it made my cheeks hurt a couple of times from it. So it was able to shock me, and it was able to make me laugh. And I'm usually pretty dead inside, and anything that can get me to smile or to show emotion, I appreciate. So yeah.
You're speaking of Patrick Bateman. It sounds like a Patrick Bateman monologue. I wonder how many people in our audience have not seen American Psycho and wouldn't get that.
Well, they're looking at one right now.
All right, so I'm about to have another guest on, but I wondered. So we haven't really talked, in the last week. What have you been really following or interested in? Are you interested in the Gwyneth Paltrow thing, or is that kind of boring to you?
I mean, I found it entertaining. I liked her thing last week of, well, we lost it in half a day of skiing. I enjoyed it. Yeah, but dude, she won, and the way at the end of the day, she played being Gwyneth Paltrow really well, really well. She's never given a shit. Why would she give a shit? She doesn't have to. That's
true. That is true.
Yeah.
So you shot a porno in the last week, right? Or you've done a couple of shoots. Is that right?
Oh, well, last week I did 3, and then of course I shot my OnlyFans content on Friday, and then this week I shot 2, and then yesterday I got a call and did a music video shoot for an artist called Dylan Francis. So that was a lot of fun, a lot of unexpected fun.
The YouTube, not the YouTube, the HBO. You did was it a movie?
Oh yeah, I did that. I did 3 days on a HBO show that I had lines on, and so I got into SAG, the Screen Actors Guild, and that was cool. I got my check the other day, so that was nice.
Well, I wanted to direct people to your YouTube channel, and I know there's other stuff, and so I'll post the link from your link tree. Or do you have it? Can you post it, and then I'll repost it, or is it on your
a link?
Yeah, your link tree, right? You've got a link tree with all of your different links on it. Is that right?
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah. What? You want me to text them?
Well, I'm looking on your Instagram now. I'm getting it just so I can put it.
Thank you very much
for people if they want to visit these links.
I know. As far as porn stars go, I'm so shy and impish.
Impish. All right, so here's the link. Okay. Well, I don't know how many people watched our last live stream that we did with the BDSM expert, and that was really interesting. You can still find it on my channel under live streams. But one of the things that we talked about was how you have been paid before to do porn shoots where you're paid just to sit there and watch another guy have sex with your fake wife. Like these cuckold shoots are so funny to me. I need to get some, next time you come on, we need to get some stills so people can see them. But there's one of them, he's holding a pillow. So there's this woman. In this setup, there's this woman on the bed. She's supposed to be Celtic Iron's wife, and she is she's being railed by a large guy. And Celtic Iron is like sitting. He gets paid. He got paid like a bunch of money just to sit there fully clothed in his suit or whatever, and just be like, and like in one of them, you're holding the pillow and you're like watching. So I was just amazed because I was like, this is a job I want to have. Can I get into the porn industry? But I only want to do the stuff where you're fully clothed and you're just watching other people have sex.
You're just looking on judgmentally. Yeah, that would be cool.
Or in shock.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, what was I going to do? Oh, I was going to put your links. Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to go back. I see some comments here, people asking me questions. I'm going to go back and look, but I want to get Celtic Iron's link. So this is the link for his link tree. I'm posting it right now. And if hopefully you can copy and paste it, or I think you can click on the link in the actual conversation, but you can also look him up. So he's Celtic Iron on Twitter, on Instagram, and YouTube and everywhere.
I mean, look, yeah, that's real nice to tell everybody, all the folks at home, that, oh, you can look at him on Instagram, you can look at him here, Twitter and all that. But look, when you say that I'm a porn star, the only thing people really want to hear is
where you can go check out his porn.
What's the porn? What's the Pornhub link? What's up? Let's see the tackle. Well, what's going on? What's the bait shop got?
Didn't you get in trouble though with YouTube for posting your Pornhub link? I don't know. We might need to avoid.
No. No. You already did it. No, it's in the link tree. It's in the link tree. It's in the link tree. Don't worry about it.
But is it true though that your YouTube channels for your canceled your YouTube is still up?
Yeah, 4 of them are up. Yeah, they're still. I can't access them, and I've emailed them, and they don't say shit. You know, they don't get back to me.
They told you that your channel had been canceled, though, right? Or no?
And it has been. Like, one channel was removed completely, and all the channels that are connected to the same email that channel was on are also I have no access to now. So.
Interesting. Well,
I don't know, bro.
Well, everybody, I'm about to shuffle him off this mortal coil, and we're going to bring in Jazzy Manson, whom I've never met before, but I'm excited to have her on. But did you want to leave us with any lasting? You did a good job tonight. My channel's still here. No complaints. You want to leave us with any lasting thoughts? Final thoughts?
Yeah, guys. I'll have an hour interview up tomorrow with myself and Kitty Valance. Please go over and subscribe to my channel at The Chronicles of Celtic Iron on YouTube. Really appreciate the subscribe, and I really appreciate the comments. Keep on rocking what you got. Keep rocking in the free world, and I wish you a wonderful start to a beautiful weekend, whether you've got people in your life or if you're all alone. Hey, man, just keep doing what you do because you do it so well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. We will see you later. All right. So, hello, everybody. And thank you for showing love to Celtic Iron. He definitely, so he gets, I get a range of reactions when I have him on, and he's someone who he divides the audience somewhat in opinion, but on the whole, you know, people are really entertained by him, and I get a lot of positive comments. I do sometimes get some, I think, almost jealous comments from some men, actually, because I have gotten some really aggressive comments about Celtic Iron from men, and they'll use these terms that are really like supercharged. Like one of them said, "You need to get rid of your slut puppy," and I'm like, "Wow, that's a slut puppy. That's a real." I actually wasn't doing cocaine, by the way, but I do have allergies. But slut puppy, that's like a real, yeah, that's a really highly charged and kind of odd term. So I think sometimes there might be some jealousy going on. Somebody asked Celtic Iron how we met, and he gave you, you know, the ridiculous, funny story about the satanic meeting, but you might actually be curious about our relationship. So we have not actually met, except for online. So what happened was, when I started my channel in early 2021, he was really into the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp stuff. Hey, Jazzy, I see you. I'll bring you on in just a minute. He was really into the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff, which at that point was actually unusual for a man. Now, as the story became bigger and more people got on board, and so there were more men tracking it, but originally, way back when, even in early 2021, most of my audience was female for my videos, and it seemed more, for obvious reasons, more women were interested in it. So anyway, so I noticed right off the bat, I was like, oh, who is this, who's this guy or this cute guy who seems to make a lot of comments on my videos and has a lot to say about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing and whatever. It turns out that he had actually worked at the Viper Room. Celtic did, and had also had seen Johnny Depp or met him briefly or whatever. But anyway, point is, I noticed that he was commenting a lot on my work, and I noticed that he was Irish. And so one day I sent him a DM and I asked him something about Ireland that was in the news. I can't remember what it was, but anyway, so we're talking. And when I found out that he was in the porn industry and had done escorting, back in the past, I was really interested in that because even though like I tell people sometimes I don't personally, like, I don't hate it. I'm not on a crusade or anything against it, certainly, but I personally don't really like porn or watch it. I'm not like, oh, it's evil or horrible, obviously, but I have more of an anthropological, it just doesn't do much for me. I have more of an anthropological interest in it. And so I was really interested to ask him all these different questions about what is the porn industry like, and what is it like to do this for a living and have sex on camera, and kind of, I guess, all the dumb questions that people ask. And same thing with escorting. And for a while, there was actually we actually had an idea that it could be a cool book, because I like to ghostwrite for people, and that, maybe like memoir of a porn star or something, or an Irish porn star, and which, I mean, could still be a cool book. But what that transformed into was, instead of the book focus, was that I helped him set up the YouTube stuff, because I feel like Celtic Iron has a really funny, whether he rubs you the right way or the wrong way or whatever, so to speak, I feel like he has a personality that is, it gets a lot of attention. And of course, he's nice looking and everything. And I just thought, and then there's the porn thing. I just thought, wow, I think this could be an interesting YouTube channel. And so, and he said that people had suggested to him in the past that he should do it. He never had. So I set up his YouTube channel, his first one, and helped him to get off the ground with that and everything. And I was just getting off the ground myself. So it was also cool to be starting a channel kind of in the same time that this other person was, and to have similar interests in terms of what we would cover, like the celebrity controversies and everything. And then we did videos where we talked about porn and the porn industry. We haven't done as many of those because the celebrity stuff just tends to do a lot better view wise, but he's on his channel. He has interviews with different porn stars that he's worked with and insights about the porn industry and all that. So anyways, I hate to say it, because you would think that it would be a really interesting story about how we met, especially with the whole porn angle thrown in there or whatever. But, actually it's pretty ordinary, and we actually have never met in person, but hopefully sooner rather than later. All right, let me see what some of the comments are, and then I'm going to bring in our next guest. When I see comments and then I don't, and comments where people are upset about something or pointing out something, and then I don't even know, because it's way back in the past, I don't even know what they're talking about. So you might have to remind me what's rude. But if I said anything rude about Celtic Iron, it's just in jest, and he knows that. Okay, let's see. So Anastasia, Ansada, sorry. How can I connect with you? I have information that could be useful for Marilyn Manson. So if you can, usually DMing me on Twitter is like the best, and just put in the subject line like who you are or information on MM, because I do get like a ton of like spam and everything else. So anyway, that's what I would say. And yeah, and if it could be useful for Manson, then I'll be looking for it. So DM me on Twitter and put your name that you have here, and then your topic in the subject line. Okay, so Dean says, Colonel Kurtz, I'm way behind in the live, but did you say your extremely religious Southern Baptist mother had breast implants? I'm finding that thought amusing. So you are exactly right. And look, this is just one of the I always like to say to people that if you have a conception of what a fundamentalist Christian is, especially if it's a negative one, there are lots of ways in which they might surprise you. And so, yeah, my mom, fundamentalist Southern Baptist, but she's not going to see this, so thank God. I don't think she doesn't watch my live streams, and she wouldn't be this far into it. But she always felt bad about she was really flat chested. Strangely enough, she lost her chest after having kids. I know that for most women, the idea is that, the chest gets bigger. And of course, yes, it deflates when you stop breastfeeding to a degree. But I think most women have had the experience of pregnancy and having kids, making their chest bigger. But my mom completely lost her breast. And so so I mean, this, you can be fundamentalist, you can be Southern Baptist, and you can be devout, but you still, you still want to look nice in clothes. Or in her case, she was actually at that point, when she got the implants, she was, I think, she was seriously dating someone, maybe engaged. And so there was sexual activity on the horizon, perhaps, if not already. And I don't want to speculate anymore about that. But I'm just saying, like, I think that at that point, she thought she was going into a marriage, and I think she wanted to, feel good about her body. And I actually encouraged her to do it because I knew that she felt really bad about her chest. And I thought that, and I mean, I didn't tell her to do it. It wasn't my idea. It was her idea. And she was very enthusiastic about it and wanted, but I like really supported it because she asked me. She says, this is an unnecessary surgery. This is an elective surgery. It could have risks, of like dying under anesthesia or whatever. Should I do this? And so I encouraged her to do it. And so what's unfortunate is that my mom, this was an instance where she kind of threw caution to the wind, and she was like, and she even said it at the time, she said, for once, I'm not going to deliberate over something to death. There's something that I want to do. I'm going to do it. And I'm not going to second guess myself. And then of course, ironically, sadly, this turned out to be one of the things that she should have second guessed herself about. But the thing is that doctors, the medical community is behind the curve on this breast implant sickness stuff. And I would love to do a video on Black China sometime when I have some time in the next few weeks, because I know Black China has been kind of a ridiculous figure in a lot of ways, or maybe just portrayed that way in the media. But I do like, some of what she is pointing out in her interviews now about how plastic surgery and cosmetic surgery or cosmetic procedures and filler implants, I mean, all of these things, like I was saying earlier about your body being a delicate ecosystem, these things do have an effect. And maybe for a lot of women, maybe these implants don't cause breast implant sickness, but there are a significant number who have experienced this. And again, to me, it makes sense. You put a foreign body into your body, it reacts against it, kind of rejecting it almost, and it revs up the immune system to try to fight off this invader. And so that's what women who get breast implant sickness, that's one of the things that they commonly get, autoimmune disorders like my mom had, where the body is now fighting itself because it doesn't understand why there are these foreign objects there. My mom also said that the doctor tested her implants, because so when they remove the implants, they'll test them just to kind of see what was going on there. And he said that one of the implants had bacteria growing on it, and then the other had staph infection, which I don't know. I guess you can just carry around an implant in you that has staph infection. But anyway, the point is, like, there was some gross stuff going on anyway. All right, enough of that grossing people out. American McGee says, "Hey CK, what's your beef with Caddy Tinbarge?" I mean, it's not a beef in the sense, like, if I saw her at a club or a restaurant or whatever, I'm going to go up to her and give her a piece of my mind or whatever. I'd probably just kind of make some kind of quip or laugh about how we're enemies online. But Kat Tinbarge has written a number of articles. She's an internet journalist, and that's one of the things she covers is tech culture and influencer culture and all of that. And so she's written multiple articles about how, Amber Heard got a raw deal, and that people who criticize Amber Heard or Evan Rachel Wood, as I have, for perpetuating these big hoaxes on innocent men, that we're misogynist. And so Kat Tinbarge is really invested in the idea that criticism of Amber Heard and Evan Rachel Wood is misogynist, that there are no such thing as Me Too hoaxes, and that people like me and Kat Tinbarge and others, they like to represent the work that people like me are doing. But, mostly I just think of her as like a foil. Honestly, like, if I put up a video, whenever Kat Tinbarge writes one of her, articles or makes comments about how we YouTubers are stealing her work, which she's accused us of, strangely, or stealing her work and co-opting it, and then we're reproducing it in misogynist form and hurting all these innocent women or whatever. Most of the time I'll when she does that, I will make videos about it just because it's good for a rant, and people like to see me ranting. One of the things that really sells on the YouTube algorithm is anger and ranting. And so, I don't get myself stoked up when I'm not feeling it, right? But when I do feel like we YouTubers have been unfairly characterized or mischaracterized, then sometimes I'll rant about it. So yeah, that's my issue with Cat Ten Barges. Like she thinks that people like me are misogynist and that we shouldn't question Evan Rachel Wood and that there's no hoax and all of that. So, okay. Yes, and more positive comments about Celtic Iron. I appreciate that. So again, like I'm not trying to take credit for him emerging on the scene or whatever, but like I did, help him create his YouTube channel and social media and whatever. And so like I take a real pride and real joy when people say that they like his stuff, because I'm like, had a hand in that. And I think he would be super funny in a reality show. I'll tell y'all something, and then I'm gonna bring Jazzy on. Sorry, Jazzy. Celtic did an Irish reality show. It was a documentary actually about Irish porn stars. And I'll have to get the link and put it on. It's hilarious if you haven't seen it, because it's a straight documentary. Like they're trying to be serious in the documentary. And there's even like a cautionary sort of tone about, one Irishman found himself, falling into the porn industry or whatever. Right. And then like you actually then cut to Celtic and he's just like gabbing away, completely undercutting the tone of the documentary, and saying the funniest shit. I love it. If you hang on after I talk to Jazzy, I'll come back, a bit later. I'll show you a link, and because it is funny. But yeah, he was in an Irish documentary about the porn industry, and it was hilarious. Okay, so I'm gonna bring on someone now, and this. Oh, my hair, yuck. I explained earlier in the chat that I dyed my hair, and so I'm holding off on washing it because it kind of, prematurely takes the color out. And so, but anyway, now it's just kind of like frizzy looking. Okay, so there is a Marilyn Manson supporter that I love this. I love this person because she has supported Marilyn Manson steadfastly. She's got these big Marilyn Manson fan accounts. And she's the type of person who's like constantly liking my stuff, or like any of the Marilyn Manson YouTubers or activists or whatever. Like she's very supportive, will like all of our stuff. Anytime there is something to show that I ask people to show up for, like sometimes I'll say, oh, there's this live stream someone is doing, or, oh, let's see attorney Jeff Anderson's live press conference and whatever, like, and I'll ask people to show up, and she's always there. Like she's always showing up, and she's so supportive. And I love that she never causes drama, because, we in the Marilyn Manson innocence community, whatever you want to call it, a lot of us have really strong, big personalities, and those personalities clash. And I'm not blaming anyone or anything. I'm just saying everybody knows that I've had some drama, and people have had some drama with me and all of that. And I just really appreciate that this person has been so involved in the Marilyn Manson innocence community and is a great support online and everything, but has never caused drama. So, and she's also a teenager. I think it's just cool that even like young people really appreciate Marilyn Manson and his music. I wasn't even a fan really when I was a teenager, right? I've talked about that before, but huge teenage fan and just very cheerful and everything. And so anyway, we're going to get more into this story, but I want to introduce her. So, okay, Jazzy, I'm bringing you on. Don't be afraid. No worries. Here we go. What's up? What's up? Here, let me make you a little bit larger.
Nothing much. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Well, you're welcome. And you're an Aussie. So tell us where you are. You don't have to give away your address, but like where generally in Australia?
I'm from Victoria, which is a state in Australia.
Cool.
I live in a city called Ballarat.
One day I would like to go to Australia. I hate flying, and so I've always I got over to Thailand, but I avoided Australia because it was going to be like another 10 hours on the flight or whatever. I'm sorry that I didn't go, but what I want to do. I want to well, first of all, is it okay with you if I talk about what happened on the internet like a week ago or whatever, or do you want me to leave that alone?
You're okay talking about it today. I'm home alone.
Okay, you're not going to get in like major trouble at home if I bring it up. No, it's all very innocent. Now, probably people are hearing that and they're like, "What?" Okay, so here's what's kind of funny about this. So I invited Jazzy, and how is it okay to call you Jazzy, or would you rather a different name?
You okay calling me Jazzy?
Okay,
My
go ahead.
my actual name is Jasmine, and some of
Oh,
my friends call me Jazzy, but it's up to you.
okay, cool. Well, I'll call you since you go by Jazzy when the fan accounts and the Manson accounts. I'll call you that. But I like Jasmine. So I contacted Jazzy like a week or so ago and said I'm going to be doing some live streams coming up, and just really appreciate you, and that you've been such a cool person and promoted a lot of my work and whatever, and been supportive of Manson's innocence. And so, I asked you if you'd like to come on my show, could join a live stream. And how old are you? Well, you're under 18. You're a teenager, right?
I'm actually 21.
Oh, I don't know why I thought you were a teenager. Well, anyway, it's still young. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm 22, turning 23 this year.
Well, cool. And and I love your shirt. Let everybody see your shirt for a minute. Oh, yes, that is awesome. She has a ton of Manson gear and Manson outfits. We'll talk about in a moment. But here's what's funny, is that. And thank you, Gina. What Gina asks, how many kangaroos do you know by name? That's not an insulting question. I don't know what it is like there. So, do you see kangaroos much in Australia?
Not really in my city, but when I used to live in a country town, I did, and we always call them Skippy.
Skippy. Okay, so wow, there was an actual kangaroo with an actual name. I like that. It's kind of like when people find out that I'm from Texas, and they kind of assume that it's like rural or whatever, cowboy hats, and there's still those stereotypes. And I'm like, well, it's not like that in the cities. Okay, so I asked Jazzy to come on the show, and this is what's funny, is that and I don't know if I have the post anymore. Actually, I'll have to try to dig it up later. But Jazzy's sister goes on an anti-Marilyn Manson message board, and she writes this like boo-hoo sob story about, she's like, guys, I need your advice here. I've reached my breaking point. And so then she proceeds to talk about how she's like, and my little sister, who is obsessed with Marilyn Manson and has his picture on, t-shirts and backpacks and all of this stuff. She's like, she supports him, and I know that he's an abusive monster. And whenever I try to tell my sister that she's being ridiculous for supporting him, she yells at me. And so this was what was so funny though. She's like, and recently I just discovered that she's going to be on that Colonel Kurtz's show, and I just do not know what to do. I don't know how to deal with it. That was basically. So it was on this anti-Manson Reddit board, and your sister's freaking out about the fact that that you're going to go on my show. So I thought that was really funny. So sis, if you end up watching this, hello. So,
yeah, hello.
Wait, I told you I would love to have sister on here as well at some point. So maybe in a future live stream, if sister wants to join, then we can have a debate about Marilyn Manson, because there may be some things that she's not aware of. So maybe we can get her to see the light someday. I don't know. But tell me, Jazzy, how you're still young, you're 21, and Manson 22. Manson is several decades older, different generation of music or whatever. So tell me how you got into Marilyn Manson, and how you got into his music and became a fan and all that.
I became a fan of Marilyn Manson when I was 11 years old in 2011. I used to have a black iPod Shuffle, and it had his music on it. And I was like, oh my God, this artist is amazing. And the next day, I said to my mum Mum, I'm going to be a fan of Marilyn Manson. He is amazing. And then the next minute.
How did your mom react? Was she cool with that, or did she even know who he was?
She was really cool.
Good. And so then I'm sorry, the next day, then what?
And then the next day, I kept watching his music videos on a computer, and I was like, wow, this guy is a work of art.
Well, like I've said before, I was not like some big Marilyn Manson fan, but one of the things but I definitely heard his music, and I saw music videos and stuff, and I did feel like he was a really, really an artist. Like there is something different, about his music that's different from some of the other like metal music or whatever. Like it does to me, the songs that I've heard, and especially since I started following this case, have heard more of his music, and you're right. I really do think that he is an artist. So basically you were introduced to him through like the iPod shuffle or whatever, right? You're shuffling songs. Do you remember what the first song is that you heard that you really liked?
I've heard of Mob Scene, and then second was The Beautiful People, then it's Tainted Love, and then Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. Then it was A Dope Show.
You got them all ranked. I love it.
Reflecting God.
So I have never heard Mob Scene. This is how still ignorant I am about the music. So your favorite Manson song is Mob Scene, right?
Yeah.
So I need to, when I get off here and take a break, I'm going to listen to Mob Scene for the first time in my life. Isn't that's funny? So, okay, so you got into the Manson stuff. Have you ever been to a concert, or is that still on the horizon to go to well, I know he's not playing now, but were you able to before he got canceled? Did you ever go to a concert?
No.
Probably. That's probably a lot.
I would like to go to his concert one day.
I know, you and me both. I wish I had this dream one day that he'll be uncanceled and be able to perform again. And you and I should go together. Seriously, I think that would be an awesome YouTube video. If and when Marilyn Manson is uncanceled and he starts performing again, you and I will meet up at a show. I think that would be great.
That'll be amazing.
So let me ask you a little more serious. When you heard when all those women, Evan Rachel Wood and all the others, when they came out with their allegations, did you feel like from the beginning that it was fishy, or did you think, well, he might be guilty, and you had to kind of learn about things, or what was your feeling right off the bat when you heard about it?
I started crying a lot, and I've been listening to his music a lot. What else did I do? Then I've been watching his YouTube videos a lot.
So when you cried, you said you cried initially when you heard about it. And like, I just want to say, like, that's sort of another part of this that people I think don't really understand, is that some of these artists like Manson, they have a huge fan base, and they're very, it's very meaningful to their fans. Like their music, their art, who they are, it's very meaningful. And so I think it's kind of traumatic for the fans, people like you, when these artists that you really love and that mean a lot to you, they are just completely shredded up, with false allegations and stuff. So I'm sorry to hear that you cried. I mean, but I understand. Like, I think about there are artists that I really love, that if I found out that they were canceled or they were being accused of things, like this, it would be disturbing. Does anyone else? Okay, so I know your sister doesn't like Manson. You said your mom was kind of open-minded about it. How does she feel now? Like, is she cool with the Manson pillows and the t-shirts and all of that? Does she think it's okay?
She really likes my collection.
Okay, so I want to see, you don't have to show, anything you don't want to, right? But I'm curious to see some of what you've got, because I know that you sent me a bunch of pictures, right? So is there anything you wanted to show us, like from your collection?
I can show you where I keep my Marilyn Manson shirts and hoodies and that.
Sure. Take your time. You also have a backpack that I thought was really cool. I thought it was a pillow, so I put it on Instagram, and I said, "Oh, I love this Marilyn Manson pillow." But I looked closer; it was a backpack, which is even cooler. Okay, so what do we have? Let's see.
So this is I'm not really good using the cameras.
You're okay. I see the Smells Like Children album cover there. What is that? Is that a shirt or is that a swimsuit?
That's like a bodysuit slash swimsuit.
Okay. And I guess it's easy to find this merchandise. Like you just go online and there's a lot of Marilyn Manson stuff you can order. Is that right?
I get some of them from his official website and eBay.
Okay. eBay,
And,
yeah.
You know that website called Killstar?
I don't. It's called Killstar?
Yeah.
Okay. They have a lot of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, they used to when before the stuff came out.
I wonder if now that Manson is, unfortunately, quote unquote, canceled, I wonder if it's more difficult. Like, have you noticed that it's more difficult to find merchandise? Like, is it being sold less, or you still see it everywhere?
I still see it everywhere.
Yeah.
And in my lovely wardrobe, the built-in wardrobe, I've been customizing my black denim jacket from Cotton On.
I love all the buttons. Yes.
It's gonna be covered in them.
Okay.
I was about to go to last year's Springfest, but it's been cancelled because of the weather.
Oh.
And I was about to wear it.
I like that. I think it's a good look, and you said if you like covered the whole thing with the buttons, I think it's cool. So, and you also showed me, I thought was really cool. You had some workout pants, like some yoga pants with the Manson symbol on it. I mean, you showed me a bunch of stuff. You don't have to show me now, but that was really cool. But you have quite a collection.
The leggings.
Do any of your friends? So here's a question I have: do any of your friends like Manson's music, or do you have to? Is it mostly online? I guess where you have friends who like him.
I got a friend that likes Marilyn Manson.
Yeah. Did you get him or her into it? Did you get them into it?
Yes.
Made a convert. That's cool. How did you do it? You just played some of his music and they liked it?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, it was like years ago. And my friend was like, wow, that artist is amazing.
Well, it's like I have had some unusual experiences since I started covering this Manson stuff with people that who wouldn't normally like that type of music, saying, "Oh, that's kind of like my mom, for instance." Actually, when I played a little bit of Marilyn Manson music, "We Are Chaos," she really liked that song, and she liked that song because it wasn't the stereotypical Manson, with like Satan and all of that stuff. Like she liked that it sounded, it had sort of a more like, I don't know, sweet or hopeful quality. I don't know, but she liked it. And I'll tell you though, my mom prefers, and I know this will be terrible news for Marilyn Manson. He's going to be devastated.
Yeah.
It seems like my mom prefers, is it Rammstein? Yeah, Rammstein. She prefers that band to Marilyn Manson because I was playing, I played a little Manson for her. And then later on, I was playing some Rammstein because I was going to go to this concert that I went to, right? And so I was playing some of that and she was like, it was the Rammstein song. And she was like, she's like, is that Manson? And I was like, well, no, first of all, it's German. But anyway, she was like, but she's like, I like that better than Manson's music. I was like, okay, I won't tell anyone. But anyway, but no, she, even my mom thought some of the Manson tunes I played for her she liked them. So, okay. So you've got one friend that you've gotten into Manson. Do you feel like in Australia, he's very well known and stuff, just like over here in the United States? I guess you wouldn't have perspective because you haven't been over here, but I guess a lot of people know he is in Australia. Have you been to the US? Have you ever been to the United States?
No.
No.
Okay. I haven't been to Australia. On a plane.
You've never been on a plane? That's not, I mean, that's not weird. When you live in a huge place that takes forever to get to, like Australia, like there's probably less of a need to fly, right? Because if you get on a plane and go anywhere, you're going to be on the plane for like hours and hours and hours, right? Well, let me say you're not missing much because I don't know. It might be fun to fly on a plane the first time, but then let me assure you that every time after that, you're going to hate it. So I wouldn't be in a hurry to fly on a plane if you haven't and a need to. What other artists? Are there other artists that you like? Other musicians that you're into?
I'm into that Rammstein.
Okay.
Motley Crue.
Motley Crue. Okay.
Ozzy Osbourne. Evanescence. What else do I listen to?
No, those are some great artists there. I haven't heard anyone bring up Evanescence in a while. I used to have people tell me when I used to have longer, darker hair. It was like for a while it was long and straight when Evanescence was popular, and I was a bit heavier than I am now, and I had people tell me that I reminded them of the lead singer's Amy something. I don't know her last name. So, okay, so let me go to the chat and let me see any comments or questions. So, I don't know if you can see the chat or not. Are you able to see it, Jazzy? I'll read some of the comments to you. So, Ray Bryant says I've subbed to her on IG. She's cool. Yes, she is. Who is that now? I'm too old for this stuff. Oh, she's saying that. So she's not talking about you. This woman is saying that because she didn't know who the last person was either. And so she's kind of I think she's laughing like, I don't know who these people are. Everybody's saying your shirt is amazing. Amazing t-shirt, fabulous shirt. People say it's freaking beautiful. I love it. I love it. Charisma says I'll go back to sleep. Bye. All right, Charisma. Maybe when I repost this, you might want to listen. You might want to watch Charisma maybe the first couple of hours when I was talking about meteor subjects here. We're having a party here late at night. So, all right. Patricia Burns says, and if Marilyn Manson is watching, I think Jazzy would appreciate a visit from you to help put her sister straight. That's funny. I'm put this comment up. Well, I will say this, it's no secret that I'm in contact with Lindsay, with Manson's wife. So I'll clip this part here with your interview, a little bit of your interview, and I will send it to her. And I will make sure that he sees it. So Marilyn Manson is going to see this. What would you, is there anything you want to say to him knowing he's going to see it?
I would like to say something really, really cool. if I'm allowed to.
Oh, yes.
Hello, Marilyn. You are amazing. Thank you so much for being my idol, and thank you so much for saving me and helping me coming out of the bad times I had. You are really amazing. And I also love being your fan forever. And on my Instagram, I always love doing edits of you.
Absolutely. You do I love your Instagram. And so that's what I want to do now. I want to direct people to your Instagram. Give me 1 second. I'm going to call up the link here. I think that like you do Instagram, do you do TikTok as well? Are you on TikTok?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So check out her TikTok as well. But I'm going to give you the Instagram. That's the main link. And again, like she's just always posting cool stuff. And, it could be photos, it could be edits, TikTok videos, things like that she makes. But I don't know, your stuff is just always a joy because you're very lighthearted and you're a kind person. And it comes through in what you do online. So here is Jazzy's Instagram link. So yeah, if you look up Jazzy Cute Manson with those underscores there and look her up, and yeah, there she is. So, Jazzy, I am so appreciative that you joined us. I think it was a fun little visit, and I'm going to make sure that Manson sees your video, and I'm sure that he and Lindsay already see your, your Instagram page and all of that, but I'm going to make sure that he sees your video. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
You are always welcome.
And we'll have you back again.
Yes, I really enjoyed it.
Great. Well, listen, have a good day, a good rest of your day in Australia. I think you've got some daylight left, perhaps. Stay away from the kangaroos, and we'll see you next time. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Jazzy. Thank you. All right. There's so much with this stuff that I do and that some of us do, fighting this war, waging this online battle against Me Too excesses and cancellations, and also waging a battle for the truth in the Marilyn Manson case. I know that there's a lot of vitriol that goes along with that. There's a lot of like aggression. There's a lot of like at times like sniping and just negative energy, and the negative energy comes from me at times too. And sometimes it's good or necessary, and maybe sometimes it's not. But my point is that there is so much negative energy with all of this. And so I really do, and I want to start recognizing more. I really do appreciate the people who are involved in all of this and the Marilyn Manson Innocence Movement, who are really, just these very like uplifting, kind souls. And yeah, and it's just nice to have a break from the usual stuff, because it can get really, as you know, all of this Me Too stuff and the cancellations and the Me Too hoaxes and the Manson story and all of that. It can get, dark and intense and everything. So check out Jazzy Manson. I'm going to try in future live streams to showcase more of the people who are not YouTubers or not, well known, but people who have in a more, also in their own way have been trying to stand up for truth and for Manson. And I'm gonna try to make sure that Manson sees that. So I'm gonna cut it and send it to Lindsay and ask her to have him watch. So anyway, all right. Okay, y'all. So we are coming up on, it's going to be midnight. And for whomever wants to stay up, it would be whomever or whoever. But anyway, whoever wants to stay up later, I will be back. So yeah, so if you want to stick around, great. I think we're going to go in a different direction when I come back, and we'll look at some more topics and that I haven't had time to get to. And then of course we'll also talk more about some Manson stuff as the night proceeds. But I think I'm good to stay up longer. So if you want to stay on this marathon, you want to come back to it, I am going to take a bit of a break, let's say 20 minutes. And so I'll come back here in, about 20 minutes, which for me will be about 12:05 a.m. All right. So if you want to stick around, great. Otherwise, if not, have a good night. And yeah, I'll be back in 20. All right. I did go and try to freshen up a little bit with a little bit of makeup. I look kind of like tired and bleary-eyed. But nevertheless, we will persist, as they say. Give me 1 second here, though. Oh, I don't know. I don't think there was any kind of improvement achieved there. It's like I was saying earlier, I really don't actually like care. Like, it's one of those things of like, I just don't want to look people to think I'm just being completely unprofessional or slovenly or whatever. But so we've been on for 9 hours. I mean, I took some long breaks here and there. So I don't know, probably, I wonder how long we could estimate that I've actually been live streaming. Like maybe, let's see, it's about to be 9 hours. So maybe like you think like 6 hours of those I was streaming, like I was actually on camera talking, or maybe less because we had Celtic on. Well, anyway, but it feels like a long time. This so StreamYard, I guess the program that I'm subscribed to or what level I'm at, it only supports 10 hours, the first 10 hours of a stream. Now it'll continue to stream, but I should say it only records the first 10 hours of a stream. And so I am mindful of that only the first 10 hours of this will be recorded. So I could stop and start a new stream if I decide to go longer. So we will see. But anyway, enough of that. That's what happens, I get tired. I start rambling about boring stuff, like procedural stuff that you don't care about. So let me look at some of your comments. Yeah, so definitely, Ansada, I will be looking for that. Anything that you say is helpful to Manson's case. So it's fine. You go ahead and pass out. No worries. And yeah, I'm interested to look at it. Thank you. And yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate those comments. And it's beautiful. Don't worry. Oh, thank you. But no, I do appreciate you. And as soon as I do end this stream, whenever, then I'll make sure that I see you on Instagram, and then you can DM me whatever you have to say, or we can talk, whatever. I probably should take off the cocaine break thing because I was thinking like, well, I could get in trouble with YouTube perhaps for that. I don't know. YouTube it's very weird, like predicting. They don't like things that celebrate drug use. So I mean, that's probably how that would be interpreted. So I am going to change that now. I'm trying to remember how. Oh yeah, here we go. All right, so we're just gonna go back. I actually don't need my name up right now, but Colonel Kurtz up. And okay, what else? What other comments? Sup, Colonel. Hey. Some of the comments are funny. So I know this is terrible because Harry Potter, I've had so many people whose opinion I respect tell me that they're great books and they're good works of literature and whatever, and fun to read. And but I have an unfortunate bias against, and this is not like logical, or it's not something like I'm proud of, but I have an unfortunate bias against like children's literature, or at a young adult or whatever, and also against kind of fantasy, like wizard stuff. I don't know why, but I've never liked either of those things. I'm really turned off by anything having to do with like wizard or fantasy stuff. So like it was hard for me to initially get into Game of Thrones, even though I came to really like Game of Thrones and I love House of Dragons. But I came to really like that stuff and appreciate it for the historical storylines, not real history, but basically everything that's written about in there is kind of a takeoff of something that really did happen in real history, right? And medieval history or whatever. So anyway, my point is that I was really turned off though by all the fantasy elements in the Game of Thrones initially, and all of that, because there are some like the dragons, and there's like magical fantasy elements, and like one person actually kills someone else, right, by putting a spell on them or whatever, that red lady. Anyway, point is, it took me a while to even get past that. So alas, no, I have not read the Harry Potter books, which again, I know is a shame because tons of people have told me they're amazing. J.K. Rowling, She, I know she struggled a lot. She had a fairy tale story in the sense that she struggled really, really hard, and then she did find success. And you may know her story. She was like a single mother, recently divorced, living at the poverty line, could barely couldn't make ends meet, and just felt like a complete failure, right? And then she decided that she was going to take her writing more seriously and just see what she could do. And she wrote this book, and then, well, the rest is history. And now she's worth like $1 billion, or her empire is worth $1 billion, or something like that. So that's not everybody's story, obviously, but that is quite the story, and I think that's awesome. And it does show that in life, people's fortunes can shift, and people can have dramatic changes even in middle age or even later in life. And so, I think this would be an interesting topic for a video, philosophically, psychologically. Here's the question for you all, for all of us. We know that in life we often have to be practical, and it's important to face reality and to not be delusional. And we also know that life is full of very tough realities. And all you have to do is pick up a history book or watch the news or whatever. You know what I'm saying, right? Well, on the one hand, we have to be practical, realistic, maybe even cynical in some ways. On the other hand, none of our dreams would ever come true. And the great things that many people have done in this world, and innovations and achievements, would have not happened if people had not given into a kind of fantasy, or a kind of impracticality of hanging in there, sometimes failure after failure after failure, pursuing a dream, or in the face of obstacles and what have you. And like, J.K. Rowling is like one of those stories. Another that I was thinking of is Taylor Sheridan. One second. Oh, you're still here, Scott? That warms my heart. I am. You should come on, actually. Do you want to come on and talk? I was actually gearing up to talk about life. About to get in. Would you like to join? I mean, no pressure, but you can here, I'll give you the link, and you can, if you want to. Okay. Let me take this off. I'm going to take this off, and then I'm going to get the link, and I'm going to post it. If, Scott, you want to come on, but you do not have to. So, okay, that's the link if you want to join. Okay. So yeah, people would never achieve anything really extraordinary or interesting, or achieve their dreams, or some people wouldn't be married to the people that they're married to if they didn't have a certain if they had not pursued a fantasy, or what seemed like a fantasy, or something that was not maybe so likely to happen. And people say things, they say like, follow your dreams, and I believe in that. And I'm obviously doing it because, I mean, look, I'm taking a very unconventional path with my life. There are other paths that I could be taking that would be safer, and that would be much more practical, and maybe more of a sure thing. But I'm going for the bigger thing, the whatever this is. I don't know if what you call it, YouTube, social media, whatever. I don't even know what I'm trying to do, right? It's kind of like instinctual. I'm just trying to like move to move that can grow my audience and interesting stories, and mostly the Manson thing. I mean, I do feel like I'm going way off track right now, but I do feel like, oh God, this is going to sound so weird, but I feel like I was kind of called in a weird way to cover this. I don't mean that like I'm here to save the day or anything, because obviously I'm not. But I mean, like, how do I put this? There was a certain synchronicity. I don't know. I know it's going to sound crazy, but here we are. It's late at night where I'm at, and I've been on for hours. So, maybe I'm going to start talking crazier as the night goes on, if I stay on. By the way, Starkey Pants, thank you for the $2. You said appreciate these live streams. Thank you. Well, thank you. So anyway, here's my point all over the place. All right. I'm just going to go back to an anchor here. I just think that it's a big challenge in life to discern when you need to listen to practicality and when you need to listen to your dream or your own preferences or gut instinct about something. And so this expresses itself with for a number of people as an occupational concern, right? So I'm in this job that I don't like, or I feel like there's some other dream that I have. Should I stay in this job for practical reasons? Or should I pursue this dream, however impractical it may be, or more difficult or risky or whatever? And this question, it's a hard question, because we all know that there are cases where people have stuck with their dream and they've achieved it, or if they haven't achieved that dream, they've achieved something really interesting or worthwhile. It's kind of like that Rolling Stones song, can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you get what you need. And so, sure, I believe in chasing your dream. I'm obviously doing it. And we also know cases, though, where people have spent so long and so much effort chasing a dream that it's just kind of obvious it's not going to come true for them. Maybe because, for instance, maybe they're wanting to be a huge movie star, but they just don't have acting ability or whatever, right? Or like, I might want to be a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader, but I'm just too old for that now. There are women my age who actually do try out for that, but and I don't know, who knows, maybe somebody could do it, right? But but you understand the point that I'm trying to make. Like, in this world, yes, this world is very, in a lot of ways, it's very subjective, and our experience of it is subjective. I mean, and who knows, this could all be a simulation. And I guess if you believe in God, it is kind of a simulation. But that does not mean that it is still a physical world with like physical laws. And we do come up against a wall eventually in our pursuit of dreams or fantasies or whatever. And so it is, I find that one of the greatest quandaries in life to be this question of, when do you listen to the dream, or when do you listen to your own desires? And it could be with relationships too. How many of you have been in a situation where, because I experienced this in the past at one point, where you're in a safe, comfortable relationship. You love the other person, they love you. It's helpful and healthy and whatever in a lot of ways, but you're not in love with them, and you don't quite feel what you'd like to be feeling. I'm not talking about wanting to be in love all the time, but like, you never quite got to that point in the first place with this person. You love them, but you're not in love with them, and you feel like there's something missing, that you're capable of feeling more. Now, here's my question, or let us think this through. We all know cases where someone felt that kind of dissatisfaction and they went elsewhere, and we know cases where that worked out, and we know cases where it didn't, right? We know cases where making a practical, what looks like a practical decision or a realistic dating decision seems to be the right thing. But we also know that we also have this feeling that we should be in love, we should have fallen in love and be in love and feel passionate about the person we're with. And we have, and that is not an illegitimate feeling either. I have to tell you, I get very exasperated when people shrug off erotic desire, whatever you want to call it, being in love with someone or feeling attracted to someone, or just however that's coded for you. And for some people it's coded more in like a sexual way, and some people it's more of a emotionally eroticized way. But you know what I'm talking about, okay? You know the feeling I'm talking about. That feeling, how often have I heard people shrug that off with like, oh, yeah, lust, oh, she cheated on him, or he cheated on her because oh, I feel lust, oh, erotic feeling, oh, they were in love. Like, for instance, this perpetual shaming. And by the way, I'm not trying to defend cheating or right or whatever. I'm trying to have an adult conversation about real human psychological struggles. People, all of those attacks, I'm so tired of JT Holmes, or no, it was Amy Holmes and what the fuck are their names? But whoever they are, I don't even watch them. Amy Robach and JT Holmes. I am so tired of seeing they're constantly in the Daily Mail and these tabloid sites and whatever. These sites just like breathlessly report, and I understand I'm looking at it, but they're just like breathlessly reporting like every move these two adulterers make. Like it's like I swear to God, did Amy Robach and JT Holmes, did they invent adultery? Because if you looked at the Daily Mail on a regular basis, that is the assumption that you would come away with. Oh my God, I never heard of anyone cheating on their spouse before these two. And oh my God, we have to actually see them. Get them off my screen. I don't want to see these adulterers. Like those are that was like the thing. And they were like taken off the air. I don't endorse cheating. I've been in a multi-year monogamous relationship with someone, and there's been no cheating on my side, and so far as I know, not on his. So I'm not like, yeah, fuck whoever, do whatever you want or whatever, no consequences, no ethics. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like though, like real life is like just complicated. And it's just not always like these easy, clear cut answers, especially when you're throwing in things like children are involved in there and just all these other factors. And so I'm sorry, I need to catch up on super chats. I was getting all grouchy there. I'm going to continue in a moment, more grouchiness, but let's catch up on super chats. Oh, already got yours, but thank you. Gina says, "Are you afraid of Jessica?" I'm laughing because you keep bringing this up. You seem otherwise fearless. What is it about her that obviously I am if I can't even get a word out without stammering. Moving on. Am I saying his name right, Saqib? I'm sorry if I'm not. I've seen you online before as well, like on Twitter, I think, and stuff. You say synchronicity is real, free will was always a myth. Well, the second part is definitely be a really interesting conversation to have. The first part, though, I definitely do believe synchronicity. Stricken says, "Is this live?" That's funny. Okay, all right. So, Scott, I'm bringing you on. You are on. I think you should. Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Hey. So what time is it where you are right now?
It's 20 after 1, so
it's later there than
I'll be up for another 3 hours probably.
Well, I was going to say, are you a night owl?
Yeah, I always have been. I come from a long line of insomniacs, and which is kind of cool. I mean, you could call in my entire life, even in college, I can call my parents, 2:00 in the morning, 3 in the morning, my aunt, my uncle, my cousins, anybody. And nobody's like, oh my God, what time is it? It's like, no, you're up. That's it. Okay. Got a phone call. And if you can't fall back asleep, just, do your thing. But yeah, I know there's people over the course of history, right? People like, oh God, I have to get 8 hours of sleep. And we've just never been like that. Some people can do it. Some people can't.
Do you prefer the nighttime to the daytime, or it's just more like this is the cycle, the sleep cycle you're on, and you don't get much sleep?
I think it's less distractions, thank goodness, right? And so I get a lot more done that way when there's nobody. I mean, doesn't everybody, right? I mean, I was thinking the other day about emails, right? It was funny what you were saying before about what life was like, before the whole internet and how you would call somebody. And do you remember when email started? And it was like, oh, this is great. I'm never going to buy a stamp ever again. It's like, this is going to be our new way of sending letters. Hey, I don't have to send a postcard ever again. And then so you're emailing people. And in the early days, I would write the longest freaking emails, like 50 pages. 30, I mean, when people are driving each other crazy, it's like, hey, how are you? Everything's great here. Well, look, I can attach a photograph, right? And then all of a sudden, sometimes you don't get emails. And like, I'd be like, don't I have any friends? Why isn't anybody, sending me an email? And then I remember seeing an interview with somebody and they said email is going to die and people are just going to do texting. And I thought, come on, no way, right? That's not going to happen. And look what happened. All of a sudden, it's like, what a goal is of mine, and it never happens, is to get rid of every freaking email in my inbox. Right? Doesn't everybody want to do that? And sometimes you could dedicate hours. It's like, oh, thank God, my inbox is empty. And then you go to sleep, and then you wake up in the morning, And it's like like a hamster on a treadmill, right?
I know.
It's
I know.
like,
It's like,
God, does it
yes,
ever end?
Sisyphus. No, for sure. For
Yeah.
sure.
And I'm not sure how mentally healthy it is, right? To be able to never have um an end, right? It's like you just can't get off of it.
No,
But
it's true.
what I was going to say also is like the workday never ends now. Once upon a time, I'm a big fan of like these great writers, right? Like especially the beat writers, like Jack Kerouac, right? And what was fascinating to me is over the course of time, how many really brilliant people took manual labor jobs, right? Even though they were brilliant. And the reason why is because they just wanted to make enough money to go ahead and, pay their rent and get some beer or whatever it is at the pub. And then at 5 o'clock, they didn't have to think about their job anymore. When you're a doctor or a dentist or whatever the heck, you're bringing your work home with you. And these guys like Jack Kerouac, it's like, no, I'm going to work in this blue collar job. I'm going to make my money. And then that's it. I'm going to go hang out with my friends and I'm going to go and write. And think about the mental clarity, right? When you're not constantly being hit with this and that and everything else. We get so much more done in life, don't we? When we aren't working and when we're walking in nature and we're not thinking about things, right? And that's when ideas come to you. That's when solutions come to you. In the back of your mind, you always have something going on and you're, a problem you have. And if you really think about it, you won't come up with a solution. But when you stop thinking about it, that's when the solution will come to you, right? Like when you're in a shower and all that.
Right, right. A relaxed moment. You're taking a walk, or just I know, and we have because of the technology and because we have eliminated so many of these times of these periods of boredom or of inactivity, right? Because like our first impulse is, and me too, is to, okay, here's a spare moment, go to the phone or find some kind of stimulation. Whereas in the past, like you were saying, those quiet moments, you might have, an idea or something, or you work through something or whatever. And it is. It's and the thing is, like, people know it, like I think on some level everybody kind of is aware of it, but also it's like we're all like, it's like we're on a ship that we can't get off of, really. We're just sort of bound to this, or maybe that's bad thinking on my part to think that we couldn't change it or whatever.
Well, we've been robbed. We've been robbed of quietness. We've been robbed of opportunities to daydream, right? And daydreaming is everything, isn't it? Right? Because you want to be able, it's like playing chess, right? Who wins at chess? Not the person who thinks 1 or 2 moves ahead, the one who thinks 4 or 5 moves ahead. And I think there's so many distractions, and a lot of them are invited, right?
Right.
I mean, people are always looking for distractions because it keeps them from thinking about their own life. But what would the world be like? Well, we see what the world's like without all the daydreamers, right? Without all the great things that people would think about. And it would be great if there was a way to just bring back daydreaming. I think people are forgetting how to do it. I have a big problem with the entertainment industry. I'm sure you do too. I think everybody does. Whereas, there were all these great movies and great music in the 70s. You had these singer-songwriters, right? You had like the Eagles, right? People like that would tell an entire story. John Denver, right? Everybody knows who John Denver is.
Right.
And this guy had these heartfelt, really beautiful songs. You're like, my God, where's that beauty? We just don't have it anymore. Rap music I thought was interesting when it first started, right? In the 80s, right? I think that's even started in the 70s. And it was like, this is really great. They're expressing their culture and they've got this fantastic way of expressing themselves. And then something happened in like the mid 90s where it became that gangsta rap, right? And it's the hatred and the anger. And it's like, whoa, what happened to the joy? What happened to the celebrating, of their culture and the hip hop and the fun that it was?
That's interesting. See, I came along a little bit too late, or I got into music a little bit too late. So I actually have nostalgic memories of the gangster rap because it was aggressive and whatever, but it felt like it was edgy, it was artistic or whatever. But like, I don't know the period you're talking about, except just maybe through some music videos. But it is interesting. Like, there was this whole period before gangster rap where rap was different. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I mostly know old movies and old music. Like, you know, I can recognize Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland and Joan Fontaine from 10 miles away, but I couldn't, like
I
that
like that.
Gaga lady, I couldn't recognize. You know, I don't know freaking anybody, you know, because I spent much of my life just watching movies from the 20s, the 30s, the 40s. I just loved it because you know, I've always been, you know, a writer. Even when, you know, when I was in high school, I was a writer. And so I love the old movies because when Hollywood first started, there really was no such thing as a screenwriter because, you know, it was a new profession.
Mm.
And so you had these really brilliant guys out in California running the studios. And they're like, okay, we're doing these things called talkies now. And it's like, all right, well, what the hell? How do we do this? And so what they did is they started buying plays. So it's like, okay, that's good business, right? Because it, you know, the writers are obviously brilliant because otherwise they wouldn't have a show on Broadway. And it's already a proven entity because it's like, hey, it's a hit show on Broadway. Let's turn it into a movie. And so when you watch the old Cary Grant movies, like Arsenic and Old Lace or His Girl Friday, it's this rapid fire, you know, dialogue. And I just thought it was beautiful to listen to, right? And so I just like that stuff, and then I just saw it just sort of disappearing. And
Right.
I wonder if part of the reason why so many movies suck today is that people aren't as nice as they used to be. And I think maybe if you have screenwriters that are in their 20s or 30s, then maybe they're just not nice people, and they just don't know how to express themselves the way that you know, older people did. I talk a lot about the John Hughes movies. Do you know those movies from the 80s, like
I
Breakfast
do.
Club? And so, you know, you see something like The
Breakfast Club's
Breakfast.
a great movie. Great
Oh, it's
movie. Yeah.
fantastic. My God. And you feel like you know these people. You
Right.
feel like you like them. And what's interesting is that one of the reasons why older films you can, you know, have an emotional attachment to the actors is it's something as simple as a close-up. You see, right now they do a lot of you know, like movies like that. It's like, okay, I mean, let's be honest, shall we? He was appealing to white people like us at our age, right? It's like, okay, they're trying to appeal to people like, you know, 15, 16 years old, whatever it is, you know, middle class white kids. But now Hollywood's about, okay, we need to make movies that will appeal to people all over the world.
Mhm.
America's only one market.
Mhm.
And so they really don't do close-ups as much anymore because now they have to dub everything. So they don't
Oh,
want close-ups on
interesting.
their
I did not know that. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Makes
So they don't
sense.
want close-ups on the lips,
Mm.
you know? And
Uh,
so and so you could watch Spider-Man in China or, you know, Romania or, you know, wherever the hell. And it's like, well, all right, that could have been a Romanian movie for all you freaking know. But you watch something like Breakfast Club, and you
right.
have a long period of time of a close-up on Molly Ringwald's face,
Mm.
and even though nobody is a mind reader, right? Nobody on earth is a mind reader. We don't know the inner thoughts of complete strangers. But when you're making a movie, as an audience member, we have permission to try to know what's going on in the minds of the characters, right?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
even though the actors themselves could be thinking to themselves, God, I need a break. I'd like to have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know, we don't know what they're really thinking, but we think we know what the character's thinking, like, oh man, you know, she's all pissed off or she's upset
Right.
or whatever it is. And so it's kind of sad in a way, because in many ways you learn or people used to learn from Hollywood. If you couldn't learn from home, if you didn't
Mhm.
have a good home life, and
Mhm.
maybe you didn't have good friends to learn from, maybe you could learn a little bit about socialization based on how people are reacting in movies. And I'll give you a good example of that. So I talk about Cary Grant a lot, right? Because Cary Grant was a beautiful man,
Oh,
uh,
yes.
right? Handsome, and so handsome that no guy in the world is even envious of him because it's like, no, this guy's
It's
cool.
Cary Grant. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's Cary Grant. And there was an actor named Tony Curtis. Do you know who that was?
Mhm.
Okay, so he when he was younger, he pretty much formulated his personality based on Cary Grant. So this is what before he was even an actor, he's like, I want to be like that guy. You know, I want to dress nice and I want to walk upright and I want to be able to express myself and you know and articulate myself and be appealing to a lot of different people. And so he actually, you know, used him as a mentor which is interesting, right? To have that. And so, you watch movies like, Breakfast Club or whatever it is, and it's like, oh, I can relate to these people. I could be friends with somebody like that.
Right.
And
It
I
feels
don't know if that's
organic. It's like
Yeah.
organic. Yeah. No, I mean, I've never thought about it. I think I totally agree with you, and have felt along with other people too, that Hollywood movies, the cinema is lacking. It's lacking some of that magic that it seems like it used to have, and so. I'd never thought about it though in terms of what you're talking about, which is really interesting. But I think that I agree with you. This idea that you're hitting on, that there's something about cinema now, or about maybe Hollywood movies or whatever. It doesn't. You're talking about, like, you would see a character in close-ups, and then you would kind of like feel like that was a real person. It doesn't feel as organic, and I also feel like, Scott, tell me if you agree or not. I have a bias against, like, superhero comic type movies, and I know that's not reasonable, or that's unfair. But do you ever feel like those kinds of movies are kind of strangling, like, out maybe other more interesting films or whatever? Or am I?
They're ridiculous. They're ridiculous. And it's because that Hollywood is now run by accountants. It's not run by storytellers, right? And so I actually talk quite a bit about mythic storytelling, not only in the sense of telling a story, but applying that template to your own life, right? So I talk about Wizard of Oz a lot. And so, you've got the story of Dorothy, and she starts off in the black and white world, right? And I mean, literally, it's black and white. And so this is the normal world. This is the base. Like, okay, this is what her life is like. And then the tornado is the call to adventure. And you could apply this to your life. You live in your normal world, right? Like, let's just say you, as an example, before YouTube, right? And then something happens that made you, this tornado came into your life of something that you were pissed off about, whether it was the Johnny Depp thing or the Marilyn Manson or whatever it is. And it's like, that's the tornado. And now you're off on an adventure, and there's no turning back. You have got to go on this quest, like Dorothy. And along the way, she meets Glinda, the Good Witch. And all of a sudden, when she lands in Oz, she has to learn the rules. There's new rules you have to learn. And it's a colorful world. She doesn't understand it at all. And she needs to make allies. She's going to meet enemies. She gets offered gifts. And so it's like the story of the Iliad, or the Odyssey is better. And so,
no, I understand. Yeah.
Right? It's like in the Odyssey, the word mentor actually comes from the character mentor, but it wasn't Mentor who was the mentor. It was actually Athena, who had to take on the role of mentor in order to communicate with Telemachus, to tell him, hey, you need to go out and find your father, because these suitors are tearing up your freaking house, and your poor mom, Penelope, is like holding them off best she can, but she needs a man to go out there and find her dad. And so throughout our lives, you can take the mythic storytelling template, and people can apply it. They can say, okay, well, who are the allies? Who are the mentors? Who are the shapeshifters, right? Who are the people that come into my life that may or may not be what they appear to be? And either they tell you, you think they're a good person, they turn out to be a bad person, or the other way around, right? And you have threshold guardians, right? All of these things that you see in The Wizard of Oz. The reason I mention this isn't to bore you to death, which I hope I'm not.
Not at all.
Okay.
But go ahead. Tell me your point.
But to say that, all of us, especially in the West, we have storytelling built into our DNA, right? We have this expectation of, an act 1, an act 2, an act 3, right? And we expect to see that sort of thing happen. That's why I think a lot of people were interested in the Johnny Depp trial, because it's like, wow, this is a real, like mythic story right in front of us, because Johnny Depp had to give up something, like in Lord of the Rings, heroes have to give up something in order to go on their journey. And Johnny Depp, I mean, let's be honest, right? Let's be honest. A serious drug problem, serious alcohol problem. And his friends and family and lawyers had to say to him, listen, brother, we will do this legal, we will go on this journey with you to try to expose Amber and try to tell the truth. But you got to give something up. You have got to be freaking clean, because let me tell you, the second you walk into that courtroom, if there's even a chance that it looked like you were drinking or on drugs, it's over. It is over for you. Forget the trial. Your freaking career is over. And so you could imagine the initiative that he had, right? The drive to say, look, that's right, I'm going to give this up because I have to give up something in order to go on this journey. And now whether he's still clean is another story together. You know, who the hell knows?
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. But, you know, I had a great deal of respect for him for what he was able to, you know, the decisions he made in order to go on that journey, right? And so it's a shame, though, to be honest, that storytelling seems to have disappeared from Hollywood. Or you know what's a better word? The warmth is gone. How's that? The warmth is gone. And it's like when you listen to 70s music, right? There was this great texture to the songs, right? And you could feel your heart skip a beat, right? You could feel your heart melting sometimes when you hear some beautiful singers and the way they express themselves. I don't know if I feel sorry for men as much as I feel bad for women these days as far as dating, because of what's happened with
How so?
People being
Expand on that.
terrified. I think men are afraid to ask out women because you know, for the last 10 or 15 years, there's been this thing about, you know, straight white guys are the worst human beings to ever walk the face of the earth. We're all Ted Bundys. We're stalkers, we're abusive, and we're like, what the hell are you talking about? And I feel bad, right? Don't you? For a lot of women that are missing out on chances for romance, chances for friendship, chances for relationships, because there's a terror, right? That's my New York accent, sorry. Terror of asking somebody even out, because it's like, whoa, how the hell is she going to react? And I'll just end this with this it's sort of a transition from talking about movies.
Great, keep talking.
But you watch something like 16 Candles, right? You watch these John Hughes movies, and you're really on the side of these people getting together, right? It's like you really want them to meet, you want them to be happy, you want them to hold hands, right? I mean, women around the world, they watch 16 Candles and that guy Jake Ryan, right? I would ask women, I'm like, what the hell is the attraction with him? I mean, I know he looked like Matt Dillon or whatever, but even something as simple as the way his sleeves were rolled up and you saw a little bit of his arm exposed, right? And it's just something like, you know, women just found that sexy. And I didn't, you know, I'm a guy, I don't know what the hell they're talking about, but women are like, oh, he's so cute. And so it's just, it's an interesting thing what's happened over the course of time. And I don't know if it can come back. Do you? I mean, storytelling and how do you do it?
You know, like, so I'm always leery of I'm aware of the fact that every generation, it seems like, feels like that the generation below them, they don't appreciate the great stuff, or they're not familiar with real art or whatever. I on the one hand, like, I'm leery of that, because I do feel like there's such a there can be such an obvious bias and so forth, and at the same time, though, I do agree with you that something seems to have been lost, particularly since the advent of the digital age. Like, I feel like a lot of things started to change when we did see this infusion of all kinds of technology. So, like, mid 2000s, and then increasing, as it went along. But um, and I find that with music. Look, I'm no great music aficionado, and I basically am a radio person, and then I also like classic rock. But I'm kind of stupid when it comes to music. But I do feel like there's everything's so like auto-tuned now, or it has the auto-tune feel to it, or whatever. And you know, like, no offense to him, but like Machine Gun Kelly, like he's like a big star, but I haven't heard one song of his. Like I tried to listen to some of his stuff one day because I realized that Kanye West was right, that I had never heard a Machine Gun Kelly song, or if I did, I didn't know it. So I actually looked up his music, and I mean, no offense to those of you who like his stuff, but like it seems like I agree with you that there's something just like missing. And it's like sort of synthetic. Do you think that's kind of what we're getting at? Is that there's, for
I
lack of a better
watched a great video a few years ago on YouTube. I forgot the name of it, but it was something like, "Why does today's music suck?" Right? It's one of these videos, right, with like 9 gazillion views, and I'm like, "All right, what the hell?" And you know what it was? It was like there's like 5 producers in the music industry that like produce everybody, like all the big hits. And so like that's the problem. It's like, okay, this
yeah.
is the formula. If we do this, this is what's going to work. Whereas prior to that, you didn't know what the hell was going to work. So it's like, all right, well, I don't know, let's try this band and and see how it goes and see what they what they come up with. And so there was more of a chance to do that. Whereas I guess because it's so much money is at stake, right?
Right.
That it's like, okay, if we're going to make a movie, right? So we have, let's just say we have $100 million to spend. So
Uh-huh.
what do we do? Do we make 10 movies for $10 million, right? So it's like a mutual fund, right? So you got cross
Right.
collateralization. Maybe one will do good and the other 9 or whatever. Or do
Right.
we spend $100 million on Spider-Man and we know it'll make $1 billion? So it's like, what do you do? And so when you have
That makes sense.
accountants, yeah. And so when you have accountants making the decision, well, what's the decision? Well, that's it. There's your freaking decision. But when you have people that are passionate, it's like, no, let's go ahead and try this, or here's a good story to tell. I asked my parents when I was a kid, I'm like, because I would watch these movies that were made in the 40s. And I'm like, was everybody that happy? What the hell's going on here? And right, and they would tell me that what was going on is, World War II was happening, and then afterward, and you had just a lot of depression around the world, and things were miserable, and so Hollywood said, "Look, you know what? We're going to make some happy movies. The world's already depressing enough. Who the hell needs any more of that?" So when you go and spend, whatever the hell they spent back then to go to a movie, movies were meant to be an escapist experience. And so for an hour and a half or 2 hours, you forgot about the misery in the outside world. And then when things are doing so well, it's like, hey, we could start making depressing movies again. And so like, there was a movie, Leaving Las Vegas, with
Yeah.
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself,
It is depressing. That's true.
I'm like, what the hell are we watching? We're watching a movie.
Downer.
We're watching a movie about a drunk. What the hell is this?
Well, so Scott, I will say though, I am one of those people that does really like downers, and that often doesn't like the happy movies so much, and that may be, I think that have something to do with maybe a sort of a general depressive viewpoint, or I've always liked more intense, like darker, intense things like horror films and stuff. And what's interesting is that I noticed when I was in grad school and, studying a lot of literature and even taking some survey courses and stuff, I noticed that it does seem that those syllabi, that what we spend a lot of time, if we're studying literature, either in college or out of college, right? Don't you find there are a lot of really depressing classic novels that, like, most of the great works of literature, or like Shakespeare or tragedy or whatever, like, actually is really depressing? Or am I off on that?
No, you're right about that. Well, it's the same thing there's a really great book called The Uses of Enchantment. Have you ever heard of it?
I have not. I'm gonna write that down though.
Yeah, The Uses of Enchantment. And it talks about, some of these, like the Brothers Grimm, right? Hans Christian Andersen, right? And so, but the thing is that there was something to learn from it, okay? And so it's like, okay, like you ever notice that a lot of the really classic children's stories, they're always like their mom is dead, right? There's always a dead mom somewhere, right? And then you got the wolf trying to, and the father's like abandons them. I mean, look at the story of Hansel and Gretel is endlessly depressing. I mean, good God, They just, hey, we're tired of feeding these kids. Let's go out in the woods and make believe we're just going out there collecting, gathering berries, and then we'll just leave them out in the woods. Right. And they go out and they kill the witch after, getting abducted. So it's sick stuff. But I think that's okay. I think if there is if there's moral stories to tell, if there's something to learn from it, then without a doubt, of course, because not everything is a pleasure cruise, right? But at the same time, I don't think that people should go to a movie, right? If you want my $20 or whatever the hell it costs to go to a movie these days, I want at least to be able to walk away with something, to feel like it was time well spent. I don't want to feel like it was totally depressing.
That.
You want the good guy to win. You want the bad guy to lose, right? And you want some sort of sense of closure, I think. But
how do you feel about a movie like and I understand you say that you like older movies, so maybe you haven't seen some of these. How do you feel about a movie like Seven, for instance? Have you seen that, the Brad Pitt movie?
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Like that's a real downer, right? Do you feel like that's gratuitous, like that's exploitive, or that's not art, or is that, or how do you feel about a movie like that?
Yeah, it's pretty depressing. It's kind of sad because you can't help but feel bad, right?
But I mean, when you see a movie like that, or a movie like, say, along those lines, and like it's something that clearly some thought and some artistry has gone into it, but it's also real downer of a message, or it doesn't seem like it would have an edifying purpose for people, or not edifying, but it would not improve someone to see that. Do you feel like there's a place for that kind of art, or do you think that art should be something that uplifts us spiritually, generally?
Well, yeah, that's a great question. The way Hollywood works is a lot more complicated than a lot of people think it is.
I bet.
And so, yeah, and so you take something like Nicolas Cage, right? And so the reason that he wanted to do a movie like Leaving Las Vegas is you make a movie like that and you get taken seriously. You don't get taken seriously if you do comedy, but you get taken seriously if you do drama, right? And also you can get bored doing the same thing over and over and over again, right?
Right.
And so it's like, okay, I want to be able to try something different. And so sometimes you'll make a swap, like, okay, I will be in this movie, but you need to be able to, the next movie I make, I want to be able to do something on my own. I want to be able to show myself that I can do other things. So yes, I'll do your pirate movie, whatever, but I want you to finance this one afterward. And so you've got this swap. So my thoughts about that are this, and I think everybody in the world has heard this before. Truth is stranger than fiction, right? And there isn't a screenwriter in Hollywood that's creative enough to write some of the weird fucking shit that goes on in the real world. Right.
I've thought about that with the Marilyn Manson thing quite a lot, for one thing, or even the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. Like that's, when I would tell people, there were some people in my life who didn't know anything about any of that before the trial, and I would explain it to them, and they're like, "What?" Yes.
Yeah. There was a movie that was made with Al Pacino. I've seen every Al Pacino movie, but he did a movie called Dog Day Afternoon. Did you ever hear about that?
Yeah, with John Cazale, who's a great actor.
Yeah, exactly. That guy's incredible. Every movie he made was an Academy Award winner. I think because he did Deer Hunter, he did both Godfathers, and he did Dog Day Afternoon. And I don't think there was anything else. I think that was it.
So you probably know that he was engaged to Meryl Streep.
Meryl Streep, exactly.
And he kind of, like, I don't want to say discovered her, but like she was like, he spotted early on her talent when she was not anything, right? And she was just starting to do some like they met doing theater in the park or whatever. And he got a lung cancer diagnosis, and she took care of him. And Al Pacino said that, she was just with him to the end, so faithful and everything. But he was a great actor. So, but you were saying Dog Day Afternoon.
Yeah. And so that story is like, is that Hollywood just being weird? And then you look into it, you're like, no, every fucking thing of that was weird. Where he's got a boyfriend
It
and
was,
he's
yeah,
like,
you're right. You're right.
right?
It's a crazy story.
And he's trying to get a sex change and he's robbing a bank to pay for a sex change for his boyfriend, right? And it's like everything about it was absolutely amazing. And then the relationship that this, like a Stockholm syndrome, right? Where they, they were like on his side and like, no, we're just going to hang out with him to make sure you don't shoot this dude. Yeah, incredible movie, fantastic. And so I say to myself, did you ever see a mini series about John Adams? It was just called John Adams.
With Paul Giamatti, I love that.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? That's
Good,
one
yes.
of my favorite. That was actually, well, I don't know if it's. I know at times maybe they took historical license, some, but I really thought that was an amazing series.
It was incredible.
Highly
and I watched that. And it's like, I think my mouth was hanging open half the time. I'm like, good God, this is great. The writing is great. The directing is great. The cinematography is great.
People who don't know, I'm just gonna stop you right there, because this is actually on my top 10 list of, maybe it sounds like yours as well, my top 10 list of favorite dramas, favorite TV shows or whatever. This was on HBO, but it should be required viewing, I think, for kids in college or in school or whatever. But this is one, you're right. It's so intelligent. Like it's really a smart, but also entertaining, but very smart show.
Think about what you said earlier today about how if somebody's not answering their phone and you got to get in the car, right? Now imagine in the 1700s, you got to get a letter to France. Right.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, and we're at war, and it's like, France, hello, can you please send us some weapons? And it's like, yeah, they'll get that in about 2 months. And then they got to think about it. And then 2 months later, maybe you'll get a reply. And so you think about the sacrifice that these brilliant men did back then. And by the way, and their wives, which was another big part of this, to showcase the brilliance of Abigail Adams, right? I mean, what right? People talk about the founding fathers, right? But the same thing is with her, because we would not have had his genius, we wouldn't have had his brilliance had it not been for her support.
Sure.
Right?
And they take great pains to show that theirs really was a kind of an intellectual partnership, and that she critiqued his speeches, his work or whatever. And so, like, I really appreciate a quote unquote feminist, storyline in a film or in a show if it is based on truth. Like, if there really was an extraordinary woman, and by all accounts, what I've read about her, Abigail Adams was deeply intelligent and amazing, relationship they had, and intellectual and everything. If there is really an extraordinary woman who is a part of a story, then yeah, that's great. Focus on that and celebrate it or whatever. But I don't like, and I'm sure you're probably feel similarly, is when there's this sort of awkward insertion of characters, or they'll change the race, or they'll even change the gender. Like I watched a movie the other day about the first people to go up in a hot air balloon. I can't remember but anyway, they changed. It was a two men, and they changed one to a woman just to make it right. It's like, come on.
Yeah, because they did that with, I think, Annie or something recently. I think it's like they made her black, and I thought, how insulting to black people, because it's like, what it's saying is, don't you have your own stories? Oh, you don't have any of your own stories? Okay, well, we'll just give you one of ours, and we'll make her black. And if I was black, I'd be freaking furious. I'd be like, hold on a second. Well, that's a fake story anyway. So why don't we just create our own? Why don't we create our own movie, our own beautiful story? And it'll be something else, but it doesn't have to be the white character. And I know people say, well, Santa Claus doesn't have to be white. And it's like, yeah, Santa Claus is white. Sorry, that's just the story.
We're really getting into controversy now.
Well, I mean, it was in Norway or whatever the hell it is that they came up with it. So it's like, so I don't see the benefit of doing that. But yeah, there were some movies I try to, there was some historic drama I saw recently. It was like, British royalty. And they made them, they went down the checklist, right? Okay, we got a black woman. Okay, we got the Asian woman. Okay, we got this, we got that, we got the other thing. And it's like, we're talking about England. We're talking about people that actually really existed. Why don't you leave them the fuck alone? Okay, leave them the fuck alone, because there's so many other great stories that could be told. Did you ever hear of Bass Reeves? Do you know who
I
Bass
don't know who
Reeves
that
was?
is. No. Who was that?
Okay. Bass Reeves was a slave, right, in the United States, and he had this interesting relationship with his, and I'm just going to use the word because that was the word, his master. And his master loved him and said, listen, we're going to play cards, and if you win this hand, you've got your freedom. And Bass like, cool. So they played, and Bass won, and he's like, you're on, man. Do whatever you want. You're on your own. It's cool. And so Bass went out to the Oklahoma Territory. Oh yeah, that's him. Went to the Oklahoma Territory and became like the greatest lawman in that territory, right? This guy was a legend. And so how it would work back then is, somebody would, they need to capture somebody. And so the judge would say to somebody like Bass, listen, we got to find Joe Smith, right? He's on the run. And Bass like, okay. And so he would go out with like a handful of these things, and he would go out into the, into the freaking desert, wherever the hell he had to go, out into the prairies, and he would find people and he would bring them back to justice. So one time he was gone, I think for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks or something. And he comes back and his son's not around. And he's like, hey, anybody see my son? And they're like, yeah, he's on the run. And Bass is like, what the hell do you mean? He's like, yeah, he killed his wife. He's like, my son killed his wife? And they're like, yeah. So it's like, well, who's looking for him? Because we got to find him. And everybody's like, no, are you kidding? Nobody's going to go after your son. He's like, my son committed a crime. Somebody needs to go get him. And they're like, nobody's going to go after your son, Bass. And Bass is like, give me the warrant. I'll go get him. Right. And it just goes to show you how incredibly honorable he was,
Wow.
that
Yeah.
this is what he would do. And then he went out and got his son. He brought him to justice. Now his son ended up getting off. His son's wife was having an affair with somebody. And so Bass's son walked in on them or something, and he killed the guy. And, back then it's like, yeah, no kidding, kill the fuck, it's all right, man. But either way, why doesn't a movie like that get made versus making Annie black or something stupid like that? It's like, well, wait a minute. There's so many people for you to celebrate in your own culture that are inspirational, that are motivational, that could make you feel really great about yourself and your history. And so why mess around? Why not just find the good stories? And I wonder how much of it is just laziness.
I think, well, that's what I was going to say. I think that they see it, they're looking for quick fixes, like with Hollywood, like ways that like they can look like they're being inclusive, when what would really be inclusive would be to actually, write more stories like organically or whatever, about Black characters or minority characters or whatever. So we are up against we're coming up on the 10-hour mark, and this is where my StreamYard cut it off last time. And so
Okay.
I think what I want to do is start a new stream. And so it's going to take me a few minutes, but if you wanted, you're welcome to come back. Like if I was going to take a little break and start a new stream. So you're welcome to come back if you want, but I do need to shut it down right now. So
okay, all right, do your thing.
I know it's
right.
late, but I mean, do you think you will come back? Because if not, I want to say a nice goodbye and give them your link and stuff. I'll give them your link anyway.
There's like another, I think, couple of topics we could talk about. So yeah, I'll just swing back around.
I will go ahead actually though and give them your link in case some people are going to get off. So let me give you Scott. So Scott has a YouTube channel. He's on Twitter and stuff too, but he has a YouTube. Do you have one YouTube channel, or is it just this one?
No, I have one. I rebranded
time
a few weeks ago. I started doing, I need to focus back on history and the things that I was doing before. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
the Johnny Depp thing just kind of dragged me into a whirlwind where I really didn't belong.
Did it ever? It certainly did, didn't it?
Yeah. I don't really know much about the real like news. I'm more into history. I'm into architecture. I'm into gardens. I'm into storytelling, and I like vintage true crime. But I was just too closely associated with, people go to my trial and they expect me to be talking about, I don't know, Alec Baldwin. It's like, no, that's not
your
what
thing.
I do.
No, that's not your bag. No, and
Yeah.
I really like, and that's one of the things that I really like about your channel is that I do appreciate the coverage of like different interesting intellectual or diverse topics and not, and you know, and stuff that I try to do some, but not a lot, right? Because, you know, for various reasons. Okay. So
all right, shut it down.
yeah, so this is what we're gonna do. I guess I'm trying to think about, yeah, so I guess I'll post make a new link, and I'll post it to Twitter and Instagram, and so then we'll come back on and we'll start all over. So everybody, I'm doing this because last time StreamYard cut me off at 10 hours, and so anyway, that's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna shut it down. So everyone, if you want to continue with this, then check Twitter or Instagram in a moment, or just subscribe to my channel or watch for notifications. It's going to post. All right. So let's take a break and say, so Scott, right now it's 1:03. I'd like to take a break until 1:20 my time. So that might be 2:20 your time. But
yeah, that's cool. Are you gonna change
link and all that? Okay.
Are you gonna change your shirt to another cool shirt by that same? You should, right? Because it's like, hey, it's part 2.
I've got one other, but it's the shirts he gave me, but it's like buried in the dirty clothes or whatever.
Oh,
but anyway, okay. All right. Everybody
right.
come back if you want for more. And we'll be back at 1:20 Central Time and new links. Okay. So I'm shutting this down. Bye, everybody.
Say bye, everybody.